Hello and welcome to the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. It is the final round here at Red Lodge, where we have 30 fantastic races still to come, where championships are yet to be decided. But before we get into that, let's have a chat to some of the riders in the paddock. So we're here with Finlay, Paul Hill. Finlay, how have you felt your seasons went on both the 50s and in the elites?
Oh, it's gone brilliant. I couldn't have asked for anything else. The 50's been brilliant. Got a couple of podiums and won a couple of the mini races. I don't know what else I'd really need.
And well, we've been keeping up to date with you over the course of the season. Are you fully healed now? Is there nothing holding you back as a rider physically?
No, nothing really. Just can't straighten it and get a bit more strength in it, then I'll be fine.
And on your MiniMoto, has it been the season that you've wanted?
Yeah. Well, probably not going to do it next year because we're selling the bike, but it would have been nice to win it, but can't help that I broke my arm.
And when have you been on track? Of course, you've had quite a lot of times off track with your injury and quite a lot of rebuilding of your arm. So when you've been on track, have you got the results that you've been wanted, or has there been a point in the season, a track of the season, that you've really struggled with?
Well, the track that I struggled with the most is probably Landau. Even though it was probably my best results, it's such a physical track that it's hard to get around, if you see what I mean.
And talking about physicality, on your Mini GP 50, has it been quite a tough bike to ride?
It's a lot harder than the Mini. The gear change is a bit different around every track. You've got to figure that out, and yeah, just get ready for the races this weekend.
And looking forward to this weekend, what is your hopes for this weekend? Are you hoping to get some race wins, maybe even in the 50s?
Yeah. Well, I'm not too far off the lap times at the minute, so I could win a couple in the Mini and a couple in the 50, which would be nice.
And is there a point of the track that maybe is a weak spot at the moment that you still need to work on?
Well, it's my favourite track, so it can't be that weak.
And finally, next year you've mentioned that you're selling the MiniMoto. Is it just all in the 50s, or maybe can we see towards the end of the season maybe even a little shot in the 70s?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is mainly do the 50s, but then do some of the 70 practices.
Well, good luck, and we can't wait to see you on a Mini GP 70.
Thank you.
So we're here with Annabelle McCarthy, who's been racing in the rookies all year and is making the step up to the pros this round. Annabelle, how are you feeling going into the final weekend?
It's nerve-wracking because I'm on a pro bike, but it's actually it's a shame because I've enjoyed doing this whole season, but at least I've enjoyed it.
And what's been the biggest difference between the rookie bike and the pro bike so far?
The biggest difference is that there's difference in power. There's a lot more concentration on the pro bike than there is the rookie.
And how have you felt like your seasons went as a whole in the rookie class?
I think it's gone really well, but of course I've got a disadvantage because how tall I am.
And with you being so tall, how do you have to change up your riding? Do you have to push harder for the corners?
I had to push harder down the straights, the corners, basically nearly everything. I had to duck down more than everybody else.
And with the pros, have you got any aims for yourself this weekend since you're stepping up to a new class?
I've got some aims, which is don't crash, have fun, and enjoy the whole weekend.
And have you had any tips so far off any other pro riders or any of your parents?
My dad's saying give it all you've got and duck down, go around the corners, be flow, don't be static, and that's it really.
And although it's just the start of your racing career, where do you hope to be in the future? Where's your dreams in racing?
My dreams in racing is to just have fun, don't muck up, don't embarrass yourself, and to come fast.
Is there any particular series that you would want to get into in the future? Any championship?
Probably Moto GP.
And do you have any heroes currently in Moto GP at the moment?
No, not really.
Well, good luck for this round, and good luck on the pro bike. We all hope it goes well for you.
Thank you.
So we're here with Matthew Thomas. Matthew, how are you feeling this weekend and heading into the final round of the FAB-Racing Championship?
Quite good. This is my favourite track, and so far I'm in second. So I'm trying to get first, but I'm second, third, fastest.
And conditions today on track has been quite windy, so how is it like riding a MiniMoto in the windy conditions? Do you feel it at all?
No, because you're quite low down. For the bigger bikes, I think you would, because more wind are going to hit you. And for the minis, you're more going close to the ground, so you won't feel it.
And with it being the end of the season, you've done 8 rounds after this weekend. What's been the biggest thing that you've learned from this season?
Don't crash and don't get the throttle on too early. Too late, I mean.
So consistency is absolute key.
Yes.
And outside of the racing, how have you felt like the FAB paddock's been? Has it been a paddock you've enjoyed and had a lot of fun in?
Yes.
And do you have many friends here at FAB?
Yeah.
And on track, who would you say is your biggest competitor?
Byron.
And why is that?
Because he's, I'm getting quite, or at Ella I got quite close to him, but he just nipped me on the last lap. I tried to get him back on the second corner, but I put it on too early and it flung me up.
And looking back on this season finally, what has been your standout moment? What's been your favourite moment of this season?
Probably the race to Ella Park.
And why is that?
Because I was quite close to coming first.
Well, good luck for this final round, and we hope to see you back next year.
Thank you.
So we're here with Rex Austin. Rex, how are you this weekend? You have a smile on your face. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
And what's been the thing you've enjoyed most about this weekend? Is it a track that you like?
Sort of. Not my favourite.
And why is that?
I'm just not very good in the tight chicane bits.
And looking back in the season, has there been any points of the season that really stand out as the favourite point, the favourite round maybe?
Wilton Mill, I got a second. It was my first ever podium in the pros, so I think that was the more of the up bit than the down bit.
And how have you found the wet conditions this year? Because weather's been changing quite a lot.
I found out that I'm better in the wet than I am in the dry, but I've been working on trying to get a wet and dry podium this year.
And what do you feel like you're slightly missing in the dry that gives you that half a second?
I don't actually know. My dad's trying to improve the bike for me, and I'm really excited for the final round.
And a flip side to that question, in the wet, what makes you different from everyone else? What makes you so confident in the wet conditions?
Because I got my first win in the wet, because Matthew Thomas crashed out the lead at Landau last year, and then I won, and that just boosted my confidence in the wet. But ever since then, I've been close to podiums in the wet, then more than closer to the dry.
And finally, how have you found the FAB paddock this season with all your friends?
Very, very nice. I really like it. I think it's better than being at home. Watching my sister riding around the village on my sister's bike, which is annoying because it makes my legs really tired.
Well, good luck for this weekend and good luck next year.
Thank you.
So we're here with Kai Holcomb racing in the AC40 rookies. Kai, how have you felt like your season's went?
Good.
And why is that?
Because I've had some good results, and 5th is my best result so far.
And heading into this weekend, have you got any objectives on where you want to finish?
Top 5.
And based on the practice times, do you feel like that's a possibility this weekend?
Yes.
And how have you found FAB this year in the paddock and with all your friends?
Really good.
And next year, have you got any plans set in stone and maybe moving up a class?
No, I'm going to stay in the rookies and try and win the championship.
So is next year full-on championship attack?
Yeah.
And how have you felt like this season's went compared to what you thought it was going to go at the start of the year? Has it went the way that you expected?
Not really. I didn't think I'll get this good.
And so have you surprised yourself with your times every single round?
Yes.
And where do you aspire to be in the future? Where do you want to go with your racing career?
BSB.
In the British Superbike class? And who do you look up to in the British Superbikes at the moment?
Jason O'Halloran.
Well, good luck this season. Hopefully we can see you in the British Superbike paddock in the future.
Yeah, thanks.
So we're here with Max Johnson. Max, how have you felt like your seasons went?
It's going okay, 12th in the championship, and we're here in Red Lodge, and Red Lodge is a really narrow track, and yeah, I just like all the corners, and yeah, it's just a fast track.
And this season we've seen some outshining performance from you, and we've seen even leading a race at Clay Pigeon. So tell us, what was that like leading your first ever race?
It was a bit like nervous, to be fair. I felt a bit like nervous leading the race, and yeah, I pushed as hard as I can, but unfortunately I crashed. But like at Wilton Mill, started 13th on the grid and I finished 5th, which was good.
And how do you deal with that pressure while you're on the bike?
Well, sometimes I change like different like sprockets on my bike, and every practice just see how it is. Like some sprockets could be fast and some sprockets could be like slow.
And talking about Clay Pigeon and Wilton Mill, of course it was wet conditions there, so tell us, why do you think you're so good in the wet?
I don't know, it's just on the corners I'm probably faster, and on the streets, and not to be nervous about the wet, and I just like in the wet.
And do you change anything up with your riding style from wet to the dry?
Well, I just take it steady sometimes, but some tracks like grippy where you can literally go like flat out, and some tracks like Clay Pigeon, Wilton Mill are like really slippy.
Well, good luck this weekend, and we wish you all the best for the final round of the season.
Thank you very much.
So we're here with Mason Fredericks, racing in the AC40 Rookies. Mason, how have you found this year here at FAB?
Good, I haven't been here for the whole year. I started this year at Edda.
And how has the learning curve been? Has it been very tricky to get up to the times?
Yeah. At Landau, I got my first 105, and then now I'm getting like 104s, and I'm only like 5 seconds off the leader.
And have you got any aims for this weekend since it's the final round?
I'm trying to get into the top 10, and yeah.
And outside of FAB, how has school been with you having to take so much time off school to race here?
Good, but for this round I forgot to take my reading book home, so I'll probably be in trouble.
Well, I'm sure it'll all be worth it. This weekend, how are you feeling? Are you a bit nervous since it's the final round?
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous going into last rounds.
And how have you found this track here at Red Lodge?
Quite a lot of the chicanes. On the first one you go around that bit, and then go on the left-hander and then the right-hander, and then on that right-hander I'm like, no, because I keep clipping the curb. But that's really the only part I'm struggling with.
Well, good luck this weekend, and we wish you all the best, and hopefully you can improve on your times and your lines around this circuit.
Thank you.
So we're here with Austin Johnson, brother of Byron. Austin, how have you felt like your seasons went? Because of course you wrapped up the championship already in the LC40 Elites.
It's been good. I've had a DNF or two at Wilton, but that's in the past now.
And has that really been your weak point this season, Wilton Mill? Has that been a round that you look back on and think that you could have done better in?
Yeah, I think I could have done better, but mechanical issues don't help either.
And you've obviously had a shot on the Mini GP50 this year, and you've been looking very, very strong on it. What has that been like to ride?
It's been all right. I've just managed today to catch up to my brother's lap times and Finny pole hills. So hopefully in the race I can be up with them.
And talking about your brother, what is it like racing with your brother on track?
He's very quick and hard to overtake.
On track, do you treat your brother like anyone else, just make moves when you can?
Yeah, probably.
And with the LC40 Elites, will you be moving on from it next year, or will you be trying to defend your crown?
I'm going to be moving up onto the MK50s, but if there's no one in the Elites, I may go back for a weekend.
Well, we wish you luck for that, and we hope to see you up the front in the Mini GP 50s next year and this weekend.
Thank you.
So we're here with Byron Johnson, the AC40 Pro Championship winner for 2022. Byron, just tell us, how did you win the championship this year? How were you so dominant?
I'm not sure. I just try my best.
And in the LC40 Elite class that you've also been racing in, how do you feel like that's went, getting second place in the championship?
Good.
And how have you had to race differently? Because of course you've been on a different style of bike to your brother Austin.
I'm not sure.
And with the MiniMotos this year, you've also had a go on the Metric Kit Mini GP 50. What's been the biggest difference racing a MiniMoto to the bigger bike?
The bigger bikes are a lot bigger and a bit faster than the other ones, and you have to carry a lot more corner speed.
And how have you found the gears?
I found it alright. I got a few false neutrals.
And last round you were very, very fast, at very quick time straight away. Why would you say that is? Is that just your experience that you've had already, or are you just suited to that bike?
I don't know, I quite like those bikes. And I quite like the wet on those as well. I haven't done much wet riding, but when I first did it was quite fun in the wet.
And heading into the season, did you expect to be so dominant in the AC40 Pros?
Not really.
And finally, next year, what is your plans for next season? Will you be on the Metric Kit again and the LC40 Elites again? What's your plans?
I do the 50s and the Elites.
And what's your objectives in both of them championships? Where do you want to finish?
I want to maybe third, second in the 50s and first in the Elites.
Well, good luck for next season. We wish you all the best for then and this weekend.
Thank you.
So we're here with Bethany Ashby. Bethany, I've been seeing you've been testing the Mini GP 50 quite a few times this year. How have you felt like that's went?
It's been going good. It's just difficult learning all the gears, but overall it's been going really well.
And what's been the learning curve of the Mini GP 50? What's been the hardest part to adapt to while you're on the track?
Learning the gears and how to use the clutch properly.
And have you had to change your riding style at all to suit the bigger bike?
Yes.
What have you had to change differently?
I've had to change the way my arms are positioned and my legs.
And are you planning on doing any races on it this year? Are you planning on racing it this weekend?
Yeah, we're racing it this weekend.
And with you still being quite a rookie to the Mini GP 50 class, what aims are you setting yourself?
Just trying to overtake someone and get in a good qualify.
And do you think you can learn quite a lot of other riders just following them around? What have you learnt so far from your other competitors?
I've learned where they're braking and what their lines they're taking and what gears they're in through the corners.
And finally, next season, is it a full season on the Mini GP 50? Is that what you're aiming for?
Yeah, we're hoping to do the full season next year on the 50.
And have you got any aims for that?
Trying to get the top 5 in the 50s next year.
Well, good luck and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So we're here with Frankie Watson and Archie O'Brien racing in both the 50s, and Archie's racing in the 70s. So first of all, Archie, you won, well, you got your first ever race win last time out. How do you feel about that? Because obviously it was quite controversial circumstances.
Well, it's still a win, and really glad that we managed to get it last time out, and there's no pressure for this round, but it was a bit controversial, but there's no hard feelings in the paddock about it.
Yeah, it's just a part of racing, sadly. But Archie, because you've got that first win now, do you feel like maybe you can start getting more race wins now that you no longer have that pressure?
Well, we'll just take it as it comes. If we don't win, then it's not a big deal, but hopefully we can push on for some wins this weekend.
And next to you is Frankie Watson, racing in the 50s as well. So, Frankie, how have you felt like your season's went?
It's a good rookie season. 5th in championship. 5th. It's good.
And what would you say has been the biggest thing that you've learnt this year on the Mini GP 50?
Definitely leaning off the bike a lot more and a lot more physically like that.
And heading into this weekend, how are you feeling towards it?
Just no pressure, just like any normal weekend really.
And talking about the final weekend, Archie, you're in a championship fight with Luke Fitchett right now. Are you under some sort of pressure for that? Do you feel like you have to really get them results now?
Not at all. We're just going to take it as a normal weekend, and hopefully we get some wins, then we can take it to the second race. But if not, then Luke wins the championship. So
do you feel like there's still a chance for you to win the championship? Do you feel like there's still a realistic chance?
there's obviously a mathematical chance, but realistically I think we're kind of out of it, but we can still go out there and have fun.
And how have you found the 70 practicing here at Red Lodge? How have you felt like the MiniGP 70 is going?
Yeah, it's going pretty well so far. We're only 2/10 off second really, so hopefully we can push on and maybe get my first podium on the 70 this weekend.
So finally, a question to both of you. Archie, you first. What is your aim for this weekend, and are you just aiming to get the points home and get that championship positions locked in?
Well, we're just going to go out there, secure the points and see if we can get some wins. If not, we're not going to be too sad because we've always got next year to focus on.
And Frankie, where are you planning on finishing this weekend? Where do you hope that you're going to finish?
Hopefully podium, so yeah.
Well, good luck to the both of you. I hope you all get the results you want, and I can guarantee that you guys are going to put on a cracking race for everyone at home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So some MiniGP 70 riders just waiting to go out for one of their sessions right now, so let's have a quick chat with them. Guys, I know you're just about to head out, but how are you feeling going into this weekend as it's the final round?
I'm feeling quite good because it's quite a tight and twisty track, and I started at like M4 karting, so it's a bit different to all the other tracks, but in the last session I topped the 70s and the 50s, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
And how are you feeling as well?
Pretty good about this weekend. I've been here quite a bit before and feeling ready.
And Ronnie, you've been doing wildcards in the British Talent Cup. How has that went for you, and how have you found the Moto 3 style machine?
I see the bike a lot better, and we did really well last weekend, and we were only 1.2 seconds off the leaders, so hopefully going into it next year we could get top 10s and top 15s, so looking forward to it.
And how are you feeling? Because you've had quite some crashes this year. At Clandau you had quite a big crash. Are you fully recovered from that?
Yeah, I fractured my shoulder, but I'm fully recovered now, and we're struggling a bit with gearing, but we're not too far off the pace, so hopefully finish the season nicely.
And finally, a question to all three of you. It's the end of 2022. What are the plans for 2023?
We'll try and do the Talent Cup, but I will still do FAB, probably the Extreme 200s for track time, and I might even do the Senior MiniMotos for a bit of fun.
And look, will we see you back in the MiniGP 70s next year, or maybe even the 50s?
Yes, our main goal next year is to be up the front in the 70s, but I think we're doing the 50s as well, just because there's not another class I can run in, and it's just you get a lot more track time, so I think I'm doing both again, so hopefully we can win one championship next year.
And plans for next year?
I think either 70s or Moto 5 in Spain.
Well, good luck. I can see now they're just heading out for their bikes, so you better get out there. Good luck for the rest of the season. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
So here's Scott Druitt riding in the Moto Team standard class. So Scott, final weekend of the year, how are you feeling heading into it?
Okay. Some slight issues with the bike so far, but hopefully get them resolved for race day. Otherwise, yeah, it's my home circuit, so I know it quite well. We'll see how it goes.
And what sort of issues have you been having with the bike so far in practice?
I just threw my chain in the last practice, so that's not ideal. So hopefully I've sorted that out now, got the tensioning right on it. Otherwise, yeah, it's going all right.
A Moto Team this year, of course, it's two classes in one race, and somehow it still creates some excellent racing for us to watch. So why don't you tell us what is it exactly like riding one of these motorcycles around these go-kart tracks?
What's it like? So obviously they're quite a lot longer than the other bikes, so you have to take like more sweepy lines rather than on the smaller wheel bikes and shorter wheelbase. They turn a lot quicker. So you've got to take different lines. Otherwise, I mean, obviously they don't have the power of the 140s, so it's all about trying to carry more corner speed as well. So it's a little bit different to your pit bikes.
And of course, championship positions are on the line. Are you feeling any pressure going into the weekend because of that?
A little bit. If I finish third in all races, I can steal third place by 1 point. It's all on the line this weekend. No pressure.
And who would you say your main contenders and rivals are going to be actually in the race itself this weekend based on the times in practice?
Right, so that would be my stepbrother riding this one, Dissy, 357. We're, like I say, we're both local, so we both know the track quite well. Both very different bikes. So lap times as well, they're almost identical, so it's going to be very tight.
And of course, this being your home track, is it a track that you enjoy racing at? And what is it like to race on as a circuit?
I do enjoy the track, obviously I know it quite well. What's it like? It's very physical. Like I said, the infield is quite tight, especially for these longer bikes. So you really have to wrestle the bikes around the infield. Even with the back straight, you don't get a lot of respite. So it's a very, very physical track.
Well, good luck this weekend, and we wish you all the best, and hopefully you can get that third place in the championship.
Lovely, thank you very much.
So we're here with Simon Portis. It's his first ever FAB-Racing weekend. So first of all, Simon, how are you today, and how are you finding your first weekend here at FAB?
I'm feeling good. Everyone's very quick. I've not had a lot of practice, but I'm getting there slowly but surely.
And how are you finding the circuit? I'm guessing it's probably your first time here at Red Lodge.
It is my first time here. Yeah, I'm gelling with it quite well. I'm struggling with this top corner here. I don't know where to get my gear changing down.
And what's been your biggest challenge this season? Because you've said that you've raced in other championships this year, but overall you've not had too much track time.
I've raced in the B&B for one round. My biggest challenge has been getting rained on quite a lot last weekend.
And how have you found racing with these guys? Because the pit bike classes are so hard racing.
Yeah, they're quick. I've done a few track days and sort of the tail end of the quick group, and I wasn't really prepared for quite how quick everyone's going in the pit bike class. I'm sort of clinging on to the back of the pack, but I guess it is what it is, being my first weekend. I'm sure we'll get there eventually.
And it's your first ever weekend. Have you got any aims or objectives heading into it, or are you just going to go out there and have some fun?
I'm hoping not to come last. I came last the weekend before. If I come anywhere but last, I'll consider that a victory.
And before coming on the pit bikes, have you had any motorbike racing experience at all?
I've done a few track days on the road bike, but I've never raced before, and then I got a dirt bike as well. So.
Well, we wish you all luck for this weekend, and hopefully you don't come last.
Well, thank you very much. Hopefully, I need a bit of luck not to come last, but God willing.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So we're here with Lucas Brown, British Talent Cup rider, and he's been racing at FAB pretty much all year. So Lucas, how are you this weekend?
Feeling good. I've just been out with the pit bike lot for a few sessions, and we're getting there. I think we're still quite well off the times, but the track's pretty cold, so.
And how have you found this track so far?
I've been here, I think, 3 times this year already, which is the most I've been to any track in the UK, so it's been pretty good.
And obviously you've been racing for quite a long time, you have quite a lot of experience under your belt at such a young age, so what would you say is the most difficult part about this circuit?
Probably the infield, just trying to get the bike to flow from side to side. You know, it's like, if it's a lot not flowing, it's not very fast, which is kind of a weird sensation.
And of course you've been racing the British Talent Cup this season. You were racing at Donington Park last weekend for the last round of the championship. How did that weekend go for you, and how was the season as a whole?
The weekend went brilliantly. I know we were a little bit off in practice. We only got one session, but in qualifying we managed to make it up for the 5th, and then in the race 1 I think we went up to 4th and finished 4th. and then I finished 5th, I think, with like a huge group in which I even led the race, which was a good start. So yeah, and then the season's gone pretty well. I finished every race in the points. I finished every race apart from the first 2 in the top 10. So it's been a great year.
And would you say you've got exactly what you've hoped for a season, or were you hoping for maybe some more podiums?
I'd say we got everything ticked off apart from the podium. We wanted a podium this year, but it wasn't meant to be. So.
And looking forward to 2023, what is your plans for next year? Have you got anything set in stone just yet?
I'm going to be racing British Talent Cup again, I know, but I don't know after that. We're not quite sure, but at the moment it's British Talent Cup for next year.
And we were just speaking before this interview that you are quite a tall rider, especially compared to some other riders in the British Talent Cup. How do you adapt to the motorcycle whenever you have to compete with such smaller riders?
Well, first off, we have a different bike. We have we have different parts, not a different bike. We have like an extended seat unit and stuff like that. But it's hard to tuck, especially with the smaller riders not punching a big of a hole. But it's not too bad. We have the strength through the corners. They have the strength down the straights, but it's fine.
And heading into the winter, how are you planning on keeping fit for FAB and for British Talent Cup for next season?
I'm going to be doing a lot of bike training, a lot of training on a 600, but I will also be doing a lot of gym work. Whenever I'm not in the Spain, hopefully I'll just be in the gym, just training. But yeah, it should be.
Well, good luck for this weekend and good luck for next year.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're here in the paddock at the moment, and the senior MiniMoto guys are having a little discussion over maybe what's happened or trying to fix an issue with the bike. So let's find out what is going on and what's happening with them. So guys, what's going on at the moment?
Well, he doesn't know what he's doing, so we're helping him out.
And what exactly are you changing with the bike?
His steering dampener, because he crashes all the time and he doesn't know what he's doing really. He was crying earlier, couldn't fix it on his own.
And guys, how are you feeling heading into the weekend? Of course, you're competing for the championship.
Yeah, Will's not coming though. Will's he's done now, so.
Back is broken.
So how does that change your approach at all?
We're going to take transponders off because Will deserves to win it.
So we're just going to ride around
and let Will win.
Yeah.
You did that as well?
Maybe, yeah. Been told though if I do well, then G-Tech Racing's going to buy me a new bike.
Well, how are you feeling at this track? Is it a track you enjoy?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind any of them. It's tight, but I'm fat, so it helps me out.
And let's have a little chat to your friend here. So, are you new into racing?
Yeah, so first season this year.
And what has these boys taught you?
Nothing. Yeah, how to crash. No, they've been great though. Helping with the bike and stuff. I've rode indoor for a while. Yeah, there you go. That's what I brought, and they had to give me this. No, it's been really good first season. Taught me a lot of things. Know how to do a clutch now.
And what's been the biggest thing you've learned on the track?
Carrying more speed, but then I crash.
And what's it like riding one of these bikes? Well, you're quite tall for this bike, so what's it like riding it?
It's not too bad. It's all right. Get used to it.
And Reese, how are you feeling yourself?
Yeah, I feel alright to be fair. Yeah, don't feel too bad. Matt and Nat showed me how the better line and that, but I feel alright, feel good. So, good weather, so can't complain at the minute. So, still early days, but a good weekend so far.
And it's been quite windy today. With you being such a tall rider on this bike, does that affect it more?
Down the straight a little bit, but it's not too bad on the bike, to be fair. I'll be honest, not too bad. It's alright, yeah, so far so good. Not like lid anyway, so all good. Yeah, can't mind too much.
And if we look back at your season, how have you felt like it's went?
Yeah, didn't expect a third last round and that, and yeah, it's peaked all the way through, to be honest with you. This year I won in top 10, getting top 3s now, so I can't mind at all. Can't mind. It's been a good progression forward, but like I said, everyone has been helping, and can't mind at all. It's been a good season. Looking for.
Jump the start though.
Yeah, I do. Apparently I jump starts, but
He got done for jumping the start.
So is that some cheating going on in the seniors?
He could have had a third overall last round, but he jumped the start, and that was it. Weekend done for him.
And what would you say has been your highlight of this season and your low point of the season?
Last round, getting my first third, my first podium, a genuine third, and then low point. Do you know what? This season I can't really low point. ain't really got one, to be honest with you. I genuinely haven't got one this season. Last season, like, it was a bit shit with the engines and stuff. I just having like problem after problem. But this season, like, genuine mechanical issues have been fine, and just slow progressions. This season, I can't really. Yeah, I haven't got like a specific moment where I say, like, oh, that was really crap. That weekend was crap. Like, I didn't have it at all. So, genuinely, this year's been. I've been really lucky. I think. Yeah, had a good round, good year. So, yeah, all in all, it's been good. So I can't really give you an answer to the last question, but last round was my best one so far. 2 I remember anyway. But yeah, all been good. Been good.
And finally, who do you think is going to be the winner this weekend? Who do you all guys think that's going to be the race winner this weekend? Who do you think is going to have the upper hand on everyone?
Richard Holmes-Williams.
Yeah, it's got to be the same, isn't it? Yeah. Tractor boy.
Do you guys agree? Richard Holmes-Williams for the win in the seniors?
Definitely, yeah.
Do you agree as well?
Yeah, definitely.
And just a quick nod of the head, or shake, yep. Everyone in the senior MiniMoto class thinking Richard Holmes-Williams, the tractor boy, is going to take the race win this weekend. It's going to be an action-packed weekend for the senior MiniMoto guys, I am sure. Close, hard racing and friends off track.
So here we are then with Marco Holt, who, well, for obvious reasons, unfortunately, won't be competing for the Mini GP 50s Championship this weekend. But Marco, first things first, how's the recovery going?
Yeah, it's going well. It feels a lot better, which is a good thing. Well, hopefully we can return for Lydden Hill, which will be good if we can. So we'll see if we can.
And well, again, despite the fact that obviously you're not competing for the championship this weekend, I think, you know, it's been a real season for you again. You were the vice champion from last year. You were leading the way for a long time this year, putting some great results. Has it been a season you've been happy with?
Yeah, I've enjoyed the season. I'm happy with it, but I think it could have been a bit better.
And what's the plan looking forward to 2023 then? You still going to be hanging around FAB-Racing, maybe moving up to the 70s?
Yeah, I think we're going to stick in the 70s and maybe do the 50s again. And then Spain, we've got a team looking at us in Moto 4, possibly we might do it. But we most likely to stay on the Moto 5 and just learn some more.
So finally get your hands on that 50s title then?
Yeah.
And well, I mean, obviously it must be a bit weird for you being at the track and, you know, not being on the bike and just watching from the sides, but what's that like, you know, seeing all your friends out there, you know, racing and you're just kind of sat there watching? Are you maybe trying to learn anything from just watching, or?
Yeah, you could learn like lines and see what they're doing for next year, but it's just a bit of a teaser really, because it's just boring just sitting there watching them when you've not been riding for so long.
Well, the real racer's mind. Thank you very much, Marco, and well, great to see you back in the paddock.
Thank you.
Welcome to Red Lodge for round 8 of the FAB-Racing British Midweight Championship. It is the final round and it is the final day of racing. We just have 20 races left this season, 2 races for each of our classes that we have here today. So it's going to be an action-packed filled day, and yet there's still some championships to be wrapped up. My name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me for this weekend, as always, is Ross McIntyre. So Ross, we've seen some great racing yesterday, and yet still some championships to be wrapped up.
Yeah, yesterday was fantastic. I mean, every day here at FAB-Racing is fantastic, of course, but we saw some real close racing. Red Lodge is a very, very technical circuit. It's all about rider skill. It's tricky to overtake. It's tricky to even follow another bike around here sometimes. So qualifying was crucial, and we saw that in the races. You know, we saw a lot of trains, very tense train races where we weren't sure who's going to be coming through, who's going to be taking the big points. And well, as we said, some championships still yet to be decided, so we've got all of that to look forward to. But it feels a bit weird, doesn't it? Final 2 races for each of the class of the year, and then that's it, it's done.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's going to be some great racing, though, to finish off the season. It's great conditions for these guys, so it's not going to be one of these weekends that it's going to be mixed conditions like we've had earlier on this year. It's going to be perfect racing conditions, and we've seen that yesterday. It was also perfect racing conditions. We see some close, hard racing. We've seen some championships wrapped up. Luke Fitchett wrapped up the championship of the Mini GP 50s, and we also seen in the 70s in many classes, actually, even such of the pros and the elite class of the MiniMotos. It's almost like train-like races where everyone's just following each other and they are all struggling to get past.
Yeah, it's been close out there. I mean, these guys we're seeing out on track at the moment, the Sidecars, and they actually probably had one of the best sidecar. I mean, the sidecar racing this year has been absolutely superb, but we had a brilliant race yesterday. Just huge fights for 4th and 5th place. It was great fun. So hopefully more of that to come our way later on. But we saw just some really difficult races for a few riders, and a few riders you'd expect to be fighting for top positions, just struggling a little bit, getting caught up in that train. Because once you're in the train, you've got to look for the way through, but you're also attacking and defending at the same time. So it becomes a bit of an on-track stalemate more than anything. So it's a real test of a driver's nerve, a driver's motivation, and their mental strength as well. Hello and welcome if you're just joining us at the FAB finale, round 8 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Red Lodge. We've got 20 races, 2 in each class is coming your way, the final races of the season. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, follow all of the above on the social medias, wherever you be watching it, on the FAB-Racing channels or the Motorsport Radio channels. It is a real pleasure to be bringing you all of this action from the final round, the final races of 2022 here at Britain's top mini bike series, which has been around for a long time. Same age as me now, we're both 18. Just best age, 2004. Represent.
Yeah, we've seen some great championships, and we've seen from Rossi Banham yesterday that Rossi Banham was very, very quick. We've seen a dominant performance once again from him, and he's been putting in fast lap times. We were speaking to Rossi Banham this morning, and he was telling us that he just wants to have fun out there, and that he's not seen any point just clearing off and crashing, because he's got a #1 plate on this weekend. He just wants to have fun.
Yeah, it's, I mean, he said actually he wasn't even going maximum attack because there was no point. He knew he was going to be up the road anyway, so there was no point, risking having an accident. And he said there's still 6-7 tenths left on the table. So maybe if he gets bored in race 3, we will find out. But a few riders with the #1 plates on this weekend. Of course, many of the championships already being wrapped up, and we're going to get the final 3 that are still yet to go done today. As there is Rossi Banham with the #1 plate in the pink and blue and grey with the yellow helmet. His junior super sport colours. And we've seen a few championship wrapped up. As I said, all of the championship celebrations to come at the conclusion of today's racing. So we'll enjoy the presentations. I'm sure there'll be a few laps of honour here and there as well. But it's been a brilliant season for many of the riders. Well, for all of the riders, I'd like to think. Everyone's had a lot of fun as always. And obviously we're now a bit sad it's coming to an end. We cast our eyes towards 2023. But at the same time, what a season it has been. We've had some fantastic racing. We've had records being smashed. We've had history being made by some of the riders. It's been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it certainly has. We've seen Ethan Sparks becoming the first ever Mini GP 70 double champion. And we've also seen from the younger riders their confidence just constantly growing and getting better throughout the year, which is what we love to see. We've seen new riders come into this championship this year and constantly pack grids in the likes of the AC40 rookies, which we'll see later on today, who have 2 races just like all the other classes. But it's been great to watch them. It's been great to watch them develop and grow. And now looking towards 2023, there's going to be some big moves in the paddock. A lot of riders moving up classes, and some of them maybe even out of the championship to bigger and better things.
Yeah, at the end of the day, as much as we sing Fab Racing's praises, it is grassroots motorsport. This is where you start your motorcycle careers, and if you're quick, it's not where you carry on for the rest of your life. You've got to move on. You've got to go British Talent Cup. You've got to go to the BSB paddock. You go Red Bull Rookies. And we've seen countless riders time and time again doing that this year. I mean, this year in Red Bull Rookies, of course, we had Casey O'Gorman and Eddie O'Shea. We've had Johnny Garness. He's been around. I think he was doing some European Talent Cup this year, I want to say. Casey O'Gorman as well. He's been off doing Junior GP. So there's been a fair few riders just out and about who all come from Fab Racing. And actually just told him Aria that Casey's actually starting 3rd in the European Talent Cup race this weekend. So of course, best of luck to Casey if you're watching along. Casey's brother Ollie out here competing in the MiniMotos later on today. So if you're a Gorman fan, please stay tuned, but of course go and watch Casey's race as well. I'm sure he'll do well, and we wish him the best of luck. I believe that this is the final warm-up session. I'm correct in believing that. It's the pit bike 140s, and this will be it. They've got 8 minutes to go out, make sure the track is at its absolute optimum, make sure everything is working okay on the bike. It is a little bit cold this morning. There was a bit of frost coming in overnight, rained a little bit as well. So track's probably not quite up to the temperature where they'd like. It is starting to warm up, and as you can quite clearly see, it's a gorgeous day out there. Wind is very low, no cloud cover, but it is just a bit chilly. Still quite early in the morning. So that's definitely something to consider, especially as we get into the early races. The track's going to be very different.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's better than yesterday's track conditions, though, because yesterday it was mixed conditions at this point of the day. It was half wet, half dry. It wasn't that great, but this is the final warm-up session for today, as you mentioned, and then we're going to get into racing. And you mentioned about this track conditions being so cold, and first on track for the first race of the day, we're going to have the AC40 Pros. So the AC40 Pros MiniMotos in these cold conditions, still some of the riders maybe not got the most experience, because this weekend we've seen quite a few riders moving up from the rookies to the pros as they're planning on racing the pros next year, one of them being Annabelle McCarthy, who we heard from just earlier on. So these riders, some of them not having the most experience, so hopefully they take this as another learning curve this year, which will be great to see for them, because of course we are in October, it's a completely different time of the year, and this season, although we've had a couple of wet rounds, we've been fairly lucky with the weather.
No, we have been pretty lucky. Yeah, I mean, look at it now. I mean, even though it's October and the weather a few weeks ago decided just to jump off a cliff, it's been a pretty gorgeous season by and large. Like bearing in mind the few absolute downpours we've had, it's either been gorgeous sunshine or torrential rain, it would seem, this year in FAB-Racing. But it's important to think about that. And the rookies, track temperature for them, it's not as much of a worry, especially with those small little tyres. But getting on to race 2, or the second race of the day, race 2 for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s British Championship. That's the fastest bikes we've got on the paddock. It's the Premier Series here at FAB-Racing. It's the gateway into the Honda British Talent Cup, and big wheels, very fast. That's where it's going to be a bit tricky, I think, with the track temperature. So we'll have to wait and see. And as we can see, smiles all around the paddock, both in human and in material form, as we just get ready for this final warm-up session. Feels like now is a good time to dish out the thank yous, I think, that we feel obligated to do, because we're not going to have time at the end of the day. But of course, it being the end of the season, I feel like we have to thank everybody involved here at FAB-Racing for once again putting on a fantastic year. So of course, to Rob and Roger, the guys running the show, and everyone in race control and stewarding, all the marshals who've enabled this year to happen, all the parents and the riders themselves coming and all putting so much into this championship. Obviously, everyone here in the media team as well. Cheers, guys. And it's been a fantastic year of FAB-Racing. It's been a real fun, real privilege to bring you all of the action. And the medics as well, forgot about them. Thank you to the medics. Last but not least, they've I say unfortunately they've been used a few times, because obviously you don't want to see the medics coming out, but when they have had to come out, they have been absolutely phenomenal. So it's been brilliant to have the medics, the marshals, all of the safety team, the race control, as you can just see in there. That's where they are for this weekend. Often get overlooked, but they do a stellar job every single time, and they're here week in, week out. So a big thank you to everyone who's made FAB-Racing in 2022 happen. It's been a real privilege and a fantastic season, and we look forward to 2023.
Yeah, we certainly do. It's been a great year, and it's been greatly run, flawlessly run. But hello, if you're just joining us, this is the final warm-up session. This is the Pit Bike 140s. It just has 3.5 minutes left before we can get into our first races of the day, and it's going to be a cracking day of racing. As we've already mentioned, it's been a great year so far, but the year's not over yet. There's still 20 races left. There's still championships to be decided. Of course, we have Will Howarth not attending this weekend, which has just blown the championships wide open. So Will, if you're listening at home, which I'm sure you are, keeping up to date with the championships here at FAB, with the Birkins, get well soon. We hope to see you back in 2023, but Will not attending this round, it's really changed things up in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, he went from having one hand on both the Moto Team Open and the Senior MiniMoto Championships to suddenly he's at risk of losing them both. So it's all pressure on Matt Birkin and Jason Pugh, as we see there. Well, now 5-time FAB-Racing champion Jamie King, after he took the Moto Team Standard class yesterday, as Rossi Banham sitting and watching behind Dale Bull win the championship photographer. There he goes, gets the gap and gets going again. So maybe a few problems with the bike. Hopefully all is okay. We know Rossi isn't the luckiest with his reliability sometimes. It definitely hinders him, especially when you consider how far up the front he is when everything is working. Of course, he'll be at the BSB final next week as well, trying to get a good result in his final race of his debut year in the junior superstock category. Best of luck to Rossi, and well, what a way to grind out your Fab Racing season and go out with a bang, and then go straight into BSB. And we look forward to welcoming back next year. Of course, I'm sure he'll be back to defend his Pit Bike 140 championship, but I'm sure we'll have a lot of new people as well. Such is the nature of Fab Racing. People do come and go, people move up, new people come in. It's how it works. We're very excited to see all of them as well. And if you at home, you fancy getting involved yourself, or maybe you've got a younger person in your family who fancies giving it a go, maybe starting up a fledgling motorcycle racing career, then please go to the Fab Racing website. You can find all the information on there. You can be as young as 6 and be racing in the Fab Racing paddock, and there's no upper age limit, so realistically you could be 100 if you can give it a go if you really wanted to. So there we go. So young as 6, just look it on the website. Get in touch with the team here at Fab Racing. It'll be a real pleasure to have you along. Of course, Fab Racing, it is the place for young riders in Britain to start their motorcycle careers. Over 60% of the British Talent Cup grid since 2019 have been filled by Fab Racing graduates, and that's just an amazing stat.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've seen the British Talent Cup riders that have came from Fab just be instantly fast on these bikes, and that's because here at Fab we use the Mini GP bikes, the Metro kits. They're so great for these guys, and so great to be able to teach them the skills that they need, to be able to teach them how much you need to carry corner speed, think about keeping your revs up. It's so impressive to see what Fab riders have done in the future just because of these bikes. We've seen the likes of Holly Harris, even Rossi Banham. They're all progressing through the ranks. Casey O'Gorman's mentioned earlier, Johnny Garness, who won the championship this year in the British Talent Cup, and sadly due to an injury has had to cancel his European Talent Cup debut. But get well soon, Johnny, if you're listening at home, and we hope to see you on the European Talent Cup grid, because he's one of many British motorsport talents that we have coming through the ranks. Of course, the age has went up, so it's had to force riders to try different routes and explore different routes for the future motorcycle racing career. But just 5 seconds left in this session. You'll just see the checker flag getting prepared now, and it will be out there, and that is the final warm-up session done. So now, Ross, it is race time.
It is indeed. As we see in their race control, again, a big thank you to everybody involved in there. They've been fantastic all season. Of course, big shout out to Roger Keys, a real legend of motorsport and motorcycle racing, who's been running Fab since 2004. And, well, the stories that man has to tell, trust me, he's a very interesting guy if you ever get the chance to have a chat with him, and a very lovely guy as well, but also absolutely brilliant at being a steward. So big thank you to Roger for race directing, as always. Checkered flag being waved with some ardour as we wind up the final warm-up session of the year. And I will say, after personal experience this morning, waving a checkered flag is a lot of fun. Would recommend. Sorry, I had to get that out.
Yeah, well, now, after you've had your fun, Ross, this morning, these guys are ready to have some fun. It's the AC40 Pros, and they are getting ready to race. We're just waiting for the pit bike guys to come back into the pad. They come back into the pit lane, and then you can just see now more riders appearing. Sam Gardner coming. But in race 1 in the AC40 Pros, we've seen a great race. It was a train race, actually, from these guys. It was a 4 or 5 bike battle for the race win. We've seen Byron Johnson under threat and under attack, and the great thing I've noticed about this track is, although it's very difficult to pass, there's so many different lines around these corners.
Yeah, that's one thing I was noticing, and it's especially prominent in the MiniMotos, actually. It's coming through the tight and twisty stuff at the end of the first sector. There's a right-hander, you can take so many different lines through it, and there's a lot of corners which just lead onto corners here. There's not a lot of, like straight sections, so you can, it's really it's all about compromise. Do you compromise your entry to try and get a better exit, or do you compromise your exits to try and get a better entry? Are you attacking or defending? Do you need to compromise your line doing that? So it creates really interesting battle dynamics, and that's what we saw in this pros race yesterday. I mean, the thing was absolute dynamite stuff. Just from the first lap to the checkered flag, those front four were just pinned together. And well, fingers crossed we'll get more of that today, because if we get racing that good this early on, it's a good omen for the rest of the weekend. And it's, really excited, looking forward to this one. Of course, as we've said a million times already, Byron Johnson has already wrapped up the championship for this. He'll be out getting his championship medal a little later on, but he's had a fantastic season, hasn't he? He came into this weekend with a 144-point gap from Sam Gardner. He doesn't need to be that, but he only needed to be 75. He has just been absolutely dominant this year.
Yeah, he has in the races, and even after he won the championship, he's still been going 110% attack mode and putting in laps, putting in the race wins, and putting on a great show for us at home. It's so great to see these young talents progressing through the ranks, and now these riders are heading onto the grid for what will be race 2. Matthew Thomas getting a fist bump from a parent, from a helper, and one thing we've seen this weekend is Byron Johnson has to start in 3rd position, not where we used to see them in qualifying.
So we are waiting to get going as we sat on the grid and get ready to go on the sighting lap, and away they go. It is Matthew Thomas who starts from pole position with Sam Gardner alongside him, Byron Johnson in P3 with Lewis Hull in P4. Jetson Bishop starts in P5 with Ollie O'Gorman in P6. Dylan Tureen and Bradley Curtis make up the 4th row with George Ackerman and Lucy Curtis rounding out the top 10. The grid is then finished up with Annabelle McCarthy, Rex Austin and Callum Maxwell, the 13th and final rider on the grid today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. We're supposed to quite a few of these riders actually, the likes of Annabelle McCarthy, which is moving up to the pros for this round. We've seen how they are feeling and how they are developing as riders, but Lewis Hull this season as well, one to mention. He's been so impressive in my books, although maybe on paper he hasn't had the outright wins and maybe the pace at every single round, but the compromises that Lewis Hull's had to make has been so impressive, and the fact that he's still able to compete up front even with such a straight line disadvantage.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive what he's been able to do this year. I mean, he's the oldest one in this class by a long way, and obviously because he's got the largest frame, so he's naturally just got such a huge disadvantage compared to the other MiniMoto riders. You look at people like Matthew Thomas and Byron Johnson, who are just very short kids anyway, and I mean, you can see there Lewis Hull, he's looks so out of place, doesn't he? He's massive compared to them, but he makes up for it with his amazing talent. Time to get racing on the final Sunday of the year. Our eyes go to the green flag, and it now drops, and we're underway. It's not a good start from Lewis Hull, but it's a great start from Sam Gardner. He slides into the lead with Byron Johnson following suit in 2nd place. I think Matthew Thomas is going to have to set up a P3 for the time being, and he does so, but it's Byron Johnson now actually who's got into the lead down at turn 1. Sam Gardner trying to give chase, but unable to make a gap appear early on, and once again we're seeing those same 4 breakaways. Lewis Hull tries to look to the inside, which will shortly be the outside in the exit of the corner, but he decides to concede the position for now to Matthew Thomas. Still a long way to the run in this race, 9 laps left to go, so plenty of time to try and make a move. But once again, as I said, that opening gap, Lewis, is opening up. There are 4 riders at the front already. There's a gap forming.
Yeah, there certainly is, and Byron Johnson is just out front. He's already got a gap to Sam Gardner, but further downfield, Jenson Bishop is having the battle with George Ackerman. George Ackerman, he's been so strong. He's been very consistent this season. Ollie O'Gorman is just in front of him. Ollie O'Gorman missing a couple of rounds this season, but he is back, and he is back in force. Currently he's in 5th position at the moment, but he's been put under massive pressure from Jenson Bishop. Jenson Bishop now wanting to try and get past. He goes around the outside. Wow. Jenson Bishop, what a move that was. He has to get the drive out the corner though, and it looks like he has got the bike hooked up, and he is trying to go away and try and catch up to the front 4.
That was an amazing move by Jenson Bishop. I mean, we've seen some fantastic overtakes this weekend. I mean, it's such a tricky track to make a move. You sort of have to come up with something genius to pull it off, and that has been one of the best of the bunch. Superb stuff, but our attention goes back to the front of the pack. It's still Byron Johnson leading. He's starting to pull away. His last lap time was, well, he's currently lapping about a second quicker than Sam Gardner in P2, which says all you need to know about the quality of Byron Johnson this weekend. But it's Gardner from Hull, from Thomas, your 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So these 3 still fighting all the way to the end as Lewis Hull tries to get the X from the corner, but he's forced wide by Gardner, so unable to get through as Matthew Thomas then again piles on the pressure. As I was saying at the start of the broadcast, it just becomes a train race. Even like this with a 3-bike train, you're on the attack, you're on the defence at the same time. It's so tricky and so mentally challenging for the riders. It's a real test of their ability.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it is a very, very physical track that we have here at Red Lodge. It's very, very physical. It's a corner after corner. You really get no respite at this circuit. But I was speaking to Sam Gardner right at the start of the weekend, and he is racing the Mini GP 50s, and that looks like a bike there. Bradley Curtis stopped at the side of the track, but Sam Gardner was saying that he's very, very physically tired racing both the Mini GP 50 and the AC40 Pro. But Bradley Curtis stopped, and it looks like that is the end of his race. But of course, these guys, they have one more race later on today, so there's still time to get out and get a good end to your season, as Sam Gardner now looks like he's steady the pace, and he's not letting Byron Johnson any more away. Byron Johnson is still in his eye line, and it's still in his eyesight that he has someone to aim for, someone to push for, as Lewis Hull looks like he's under immense pressure from Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas looks so strong, but once again, we've seen this quite a few times this season. Matthew Thomas is just sitting there and watching it unfold.
Yeah, Matthew Thomas, he's not a very aggressive rider sometimes. Sometimes he's making moves left, right and centre, but sometimes he just likes to sit back and watch. And honestly, I think sometimes he's just trying to learn from the older riders, try and get that experience in. So obviously, it's costing him now, but in the future, it will massively benefit him. And the gap was almost there. But again, you just see just backing off a little bit. He doesn't want to fully commit. He doesn't want to fully fight. Meanwhile, Byron Johnson up the front, wave bye-bye, he's disappeared. Matthew Thomas, he tried to go around the outside, but Hull is forcing him wide. That's dirty stuff from Lewis Hull, and he's going to hold on to the position, surely. And he's sat up. Matthew Thomas takes the position, but it was a bit of a struggle, and I tell you what, I wonder actually if Lewis Hull is having problems, because that was not a normal line through that corner, to say the least, and it looks like he's struggling a little bit out there. No, he seems back on it, so I'm not sure what's going on there. If that was purposeful, Lewis Hull. That was dirty. Lewis Hull with a dive bomb. Contact, gets the move, done the man, woke up and chose violence. A huge move, but a great move up the inside. Takes P3 with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's so aggressive. He's just going for it. He wants a good end to his season, and he's going to make sure of it. We've seen that he pushed Matthew Thomas wide and forced him round the outside, but Matthew Thomas, he was so brave and just stuck it round the outside and managed just to get him in the flip-flop. He's seen there, he made up so much time on the flip-flop. He's doing all the track on the exit in the slipstream now then the real question is, how will Matthew Thomas respond? Will this make him more aggressive? They come onto the main straight now. Matthew Thomas in the slipstream, trying to get that speed advantage, dives down inside, but he cannot make it work. Lewis Hull, we've seen how good he is on the brakes, being able to make moves around this hairpin. They go right, and Matthew Thomas, he's looking like he's going to have to get his own back. He's going to have to push it. He's going to have to force and overtake on Lewis Hull, because Lewis Hull, he can make himself so wide with his body. Although he has that straight line disadvantage in corners, he's able just to, it looks like, actually, is that a rider going slow? Is that Byron Johnson?
Byron Johnson, yes.
Going very slowly. Yeah, so Byron Johnson, he's either made a mistake or had a slight blip or issue with his bike. He's dropped down to second position, and now Lewis Hull is going past him.
It's
Byron
definitely
Johnson.
a problem, because through goes second and third. Byron Johnson, disaster strikes. He's going to try and hang on to the back of this pack, but with 2 laps to go, Sam Gardner now leads the race, and this fight for third has just become a fight for second. Matthew Thomas pokes a nose, decides not to go for it. Probably the sensible decision there. Byron Johnson, I'm not sure what's going on, because he's holding pace with these guys, or it seems anyway, for the time being. No, it's definitely a problem. He's just sat up. Byron Johnson, that is a big shame. Hopefully he's able to finish the race, but as you can see, major trouble for the 37, for the champion of this class in 2022. As he drops further back, Matthew Thomas looks to the outside, going to try and sweep round. Does Lewis Hull try the same trick again? No. He's going to leave the door open, though. Surely they're almost coming together, and Lewis Hull, super aggressive on the defending. He is not giving Matthew Thomas an inch. This is brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now it is last lap time, and now it is last lap time for Sam Gardner. He is in the lead of the race, and Sam Gardner, he is putting on a great show. Although Byron Johnson has a mechanical issue, he's still putting lap times. He's still putting a cracking performance. He managed to get away from the likes of Lewis Hull and Matthew Thomas, which is no easy task. So Sam Gardner, he's looking so confident. He's putting great lap times. He's putting the fastest lap of the race, a 49.6. He's coming up to some back markers there. Callum Maxwell being one of them, could be the first one that he's going to have to try get past. But Sam Gardner, he's looking relaxed. He's looking like he has it in the bag, has the job done. But now coming out into the final sector now, goes around the outside of Callum Maxwell, and now safely done is Sam Gardner. He comes out the final corner. It's been a perfect victory, a race 2 victory for Sam Gardner at the final round of the championship. It's been a great race, and Lewis Hull just takes the second place from Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas, he will be feeling hard done by that. But of course, there's still another race later today. That is Lucy Curtis coming through the picture, and Sam Gardner celebrating. He is happy with that result. That was a very, very unexpected result from Dylan Tureen coming on the final lap now and going to finish the race as well. So it was a cracking race, and final couple of rounds, Ollie Gorman crossing the line. Just behind him was Rex Olsen and George Ackerman. So great race, and Sam Gardner, what a ride that was. It was just a perfect masterclass from him. Although Byron Johnson had issues, he took the race win by 5.4 seconds from Lewis Hull, and Matthew Thomas making up that final podium position. Byron Johnson coming home in 4th, with Jensen Bishop 5th. Ollie O'Gorman on his return back to FAB-Racing was 6th, with Rex Austin and George Ackerman just behind him on a great battle for 7th and 8th. Dylan Tureen comes home in 9th, and Lucy Curtis rounds out our top 10. So great AC40 Pro race, Ross.
Absolutely, what a victory for vice-champion Sam Gardner there. And, well, obviously a shame for Byron Johnson dropping out of that issue, and I'm sure that Matthew Thomas and Lewis Hull will be exchanging a few words after that one, given Hull's aggressive defending, to put it politely. I mean, it was fair, just very, very on the edge of the envelope. But Sam Gardner, opportunity arose, took it with both hands. That is exactly what you need to do in those situations. And, of course, he's got an opportunity again in race 3, the final race of the season for AC40 Pros later on. Well, it's time now for race 2 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. And as we wait for the riders to come onto the grid, this was a spectacular race yesterday, and we are looking forward to this one. And, well, story of the day yesterday, I mean, just that huge train that formed up the front.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was a huge train up the front. It was a huge battle for the race when Luke Fitchett is looking strong. He's looking like he wants to get better results on that 70. He was so great on the 50 yesterday, but now it is his time to shine on the 70. Archie O'Brien racing the 70 this round as well, and he will be wanting a good result. He got that first race win last time out in the 50, and now he's going to be looking to do it on the 70.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been joined once again by the history maker and double champion Ethan Sparks, but we'll have to wait and see. And, well, Ash's having a few problems, so he'll be here in a minute. But as we get underway on the formation lap, it is Luke Flatcap Fitchett from the pole position with Henry McCartney alongside him. Wilson Dilks starts in P3 with Archie O'Brien in 4th. Ronnie Harris is 5th. Blake Wilson is 6th, and Harry Payne rounds up the grid. Now I've been joined by the history maker, the first time double champion in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, Ethan Sparks. Ethan, pleasure to have you here. Great race yesterday. How are you feeling looking into this one?
I think Henry is going to want to win this one, as he just got done by Wilson in that last race. And Blake Wilson, Archie O'Brien, I think they're going to tag along as well with their warm-up lap times and their qualifying. So hopefully it can be a good race this time and maybe a different winner.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Anything is possible as the riders make their way onto the grid. Luke Fitchett, champion in the 50s, looking ready to get racing. Cool and collected on the pole position as we wait for the final riders to make their way onto the grid. And now we point to Roger Keys on the flag. A great race yesterday. Let's follow it up again, shall we? Eyes on the flag. We're underway. It's a great start from Luke Flatcap Fitchett, and behind him as well, Wilson Dilks gets away strong. It's going to be 3 wide into turn 1. Fitchett takes the lead. Dilks briefly takes second, but he's been shoved out by Henry McCartney. A strong start from him as well, and just behind them, Blake Wilson, I believe, got a good start, but Luke Fletcher doing what he does best, gets a great start and sits in front and just defends. Archie O'Brien will be a little bit disappointed with that start, dropping down to P6. And as they head onto the back straight for the first time, front four already starting to form a little bit of a gap. And look at that, Henry McCarthy and Wilson Dilks looking for moves already early on in the race. There's still 12 laps left to run, still plenty of time. But once again, it is neck and neck between the riders, nothing to separate them.
Yeah, it looked like Ronnie Harris actually got a good launch off the line. He's in front of Archie O'Brien at the moment, but these front four and Luke starting to bridge a gap in front of these, the three behind them.
Absolutely. 11 laps left to run, and it's still Luke Flatcap Fitchett leading the race, looking to the inside there. Henry McCartney unable to make the gap appear, and there is Ronnie Harris and Archie O'Brien, both of them being jumped by Blake Wilson. So a disappointing start for the pair of them. They'll be looking to try and work their way up and move forward. Unfortunately, we've got 6-7 very competitive riders out there with Harry Payne out the back, but there's only 7 of them, so it's such competitive grid. You can have the best race of your life and wind out at the back. It's just how close this championship is. And Flatcap Fitchett still leading from McCartney, from Dilks. Actually, Dilks and Wilson actually, sorry. So McCartney's dropped down to 4th on that last lap. So maybe he's made a mistake because he's dropped back into the clutches of Ronnie Harris potentially. So changes up the front. There we see Harris, who was leading the championship earlier on this year before Ethan Julie went and won it later on. He's had an up and down year, of course, Ronnie being your teammate at the Vision Track Academy. So obviously you two are working closely together, I'd like to presume anyway. And would you say he's had a successful year?
Yeah, at the start of the season at Landau, Ronnie was riding really well. I was struggling to stick with him. Towards halfway through, he slightly dropped off a bit towards 4th and 5th. I think everyone's come along a lot, like Marco, Luke and Henry, they've come along a lot, and it's just left Ronnie just a bit behind the youngsters.
Well, he's still fighting for the Vice Championship. He was 3rd in the championship coming into this weekend and not far off Henry McCartney, so still a possibility for the number 66 to take that this weekend at Reg Lodge. It's still Fitchie leading, but Wilson Dilks, fastest lap of 44.2. That is very, very fast indeed, and it's actually a lap record. Sorry, Ethan, you've been done there. Wilson Dilks, a new lap record of 44.236. Absolutely flying, and breaks Ethan Sparks that record. Sorry about that, mate, but that's how the cookie crumbles. He is flying, but the only problem is in front of him we've got the defensive mastermind, that is Luke Fitchett, the man who can keep anybody behind him on 2 wheels. He is just a brick wall. We've seen it time and time again this season, and I think he's looking to pull out one final superb defensive performance. But Wilson Dilks, he's looking so fast at the moment.
Yeah, Wilson Dilks, it looks like he's following Luke a bit. But Luke, as you can see, he's going really defensive, which is making Wilson hard to overtake Luke, which could mean Luke could lead this race, but I think Wilson needs to make this move hard and maybe sit Luke up to get that gap away from Luke again.
Well, there's still 7 laps left to go, so plenty of time for Wilson to make the move if he chooses to do so, or if he's able to do so. And it's going to be a long 7 laps for the number 7 of Luke Fitchett, who's going to just have the pressure put on him as Dilks briefly draws alongside on the exit of the corner. Fitchett has been struggling through that section. It's his bogey corner really, this, and then up here at this end of the track as well. He does struggle here on the 70s, he told us this morning. And Ethan, you've lost your lap record. You're a double champion, but you've lost your lap record here to Wilson Dilks at Red Lodge. So are you feeling maybe you should wheel the bike out for race 2, try and take it back?
Well, a lap record is a lap record. It's a big achievement as you've got the fastest lap around this track, but it doesn't mean as much as 2 championships in my opinion. And
noises there, I thought I heard for a second. Sounded like something was going wrong, but it looks like everything's okay. Sorry, do please carry on.
And so I think I've got a few lap records, but I think Wilson's got the pace in this, and he's broken my lap record by a long margin.
Well, and you mentioned, it doesn't mean as much as having a double championship. Of course, you're the first back-to-back double champion in LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship history. Just how much does that mean to you, and especially when you consider your age? Because the reason you were here this year is because you're too young to go to British Talent Cup. So how much does that mean to you as a rider?
It means a lot because no one else in the whole of FAB history has ever done it. And because of the ages have gone up in BTC, I could have been riding in it next year actually, but next year we're doing Moto 4 in Spain, which seems to be the way, as the bikes are similar to the BTC and Moto 3 bikes, maybe a bit slower as they're a CRF 150 engine. But I think this year in FAB has brought me on a lot, and 2 British Championships is going to be a big achievement, and a lot of people will remember my name.
Well, I think a lot of people certainly will. You're a spectacular talent on track. And another spectacular talent on track is this man, Archie O'Brien, who, I think like you, very young, very fast. And he's currently in battle with Henry McCarthy and Rodney Harris just behind them. He's moved up into 4th place, took his first podium in the 70s yesterday. Got his podium in race 1, 3rd place, but still fighting with McCarthy. And that is a brilliant, brilliant move from Henry McCarthy round the outside of the left-hander. That was massive. There's still 4 laps left to go, and we know that Archie O'Brien likes this place, and he sends it up the inside. That's superb. Archie O'Brien gets done with a spectacular move and responds with another. That is absolutely brilliant from the number 91. And Henry McCarthy just in awe. He can't respond straight away. Wow, talk about taking the opportunity. The gap was there and he just went straight through it. What a move. 3 laps left to run. It's still Fitchett from Dilks up the front. Blake Wilson in a bit of a no man's land in P3, and then here in P4. That's not Archie, that is Archie O'Brien, sorry, in P4, and actually up the inside goes Henry McCarthy once again, almost touching Henry McCarthy to the outside. Superb stuff between these two. Rodney Harris just sitting, waiting, watching, hoping they probably have an accident so he could just take the position. And so, such is the mind of a racer, but this is brilliant.
Yeah, it looks like Henry's struggling a bit into that long left-hander, as it looks like he went a bit wide when Archie went underneath, and he's dropped off massively from 3rd position, which is a big difference compared to where he was in last race, 2nd place. And the front 2 now are a lot quicker.
Yeah, Archie O'Brien being sat up there. Just you can see him on the brace so hard, the front end of the bike just dropping while he's braking. He is pushing that thing like no one else, it would seem. But unfortunately for him, Henry McCarthy taking P4 with 1.5 laps left to run now. This is a huge battle for P4, and it just shows, even when the grid is small, which it unfortunately is this weekend, the final round, a few riders not making appearances, it just goes to show the talent that is on this grid when there is fighting all the way through. Final lap now for the leaders. These guys are about to win the final lap as well. There is race leader Luke Fitchett, who's broken away a little bit from Wilson Dilks in P2. It's been a sublime race for that young man. He's had a great weekend so far, of course, wrapping up the 50s championship in race 1 yesterday. And, well, he looks set to continue his fine form, his great weekend, with another race win. And he's a very, very exciting young talent on the bike. And, well, this is going to be a brilliant win for him. It's Luke Fitchett. He's got half a lap left to go, and unless Wilson Dilks can find pace from absolutely nowhere into the final corner, it's not been domination. He's had to fight for it, but it's been a satisfying win nonetheless. It's race 2 for Luke Fitchett, who wins here at Red Lodge, and Wilson Dilks, another fastest lap. It's a 43.940 on the final lap. That's the first lap we've ever had in the 43s at Red Lodge in the 70s. Wow! Blake Wilson manages to get 3rd. Henry McCarthy pips Archie O'Brien for 4th, with Ronnie Harris 6th. And Harry Payne, unfortunately, pulling in at the end of that race. He did not complete. But wow, Wilson Dilks, a 43.94. I do apologise for violating you here a bit, Ethan, but to put that into perspective, it's over a second faster than your lap record from last year.
I know, that's an amazing time. I just don't know how they done it then. But Luke, what a win for him. He know he wanted it, and he's wrapped up the 50 championship, and even better, he might even take 3rd place in the 70 championship.
Yeah, of course, it's all open for the Vice Championship in and third and fourth and beyond in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s British Championship, and that will all be decided in race 3, which will be coming your way later on, the final race of the 70s this season. Thank you very much for joining us, Ethan. It's been a real pleasure to have you here, and well, will we be seeing you on track in race 3? Are you going to be boring?
Well, I can't come on track because my bike's a 50 at the moment, but at the end of the race I'm probably going to do a victory lap at the end, so you'll probably see me on track.
I'm sure we will. Well, we look forward to it. Thank you very much, Ethan, and best of luck for your victory lap, I guess.
Thank you.
No worries. Well, that was an absolutely spectacular race in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship, and as I said, they've got another race to come later, their final race of the season.
Well, next up, we will have race 2 of the AC40 rookie class. These guys are the youngest class that we have here at FAB. This is where their racing career starts, and what a start it has been to Taylor Tomlinson, Sebastian Gieslowski's racing career. It was a great battle yesterday, and Taylor Tomlinson even going on the grass, but somehow he stayed on it, and he still got a very, very good result in championship-wise, but in his standards, maybe slightly below. They were finished 3rd and 4th. Taylor Thompson just getting the better of Sebastian Gieslowski. Going into this race, it's just a 17-point lead that he has, and he will be starting from pole position with Preston Baker alongside him. Logan Cousins will be starting in 3rd with Sebastian Gieslowski in 4th. Tyler Hartley and Nicholas Dunwoody will be in the 3rd row of our grid, with Josh Perkins in 7th and Seth Hayward 8th. Kai Hawk and Archie Hooper will be together on the 5th row of the grid, with Caelan Ratcliffe and Max Johnson in 11th and 12th. Jensen Ansell and Matthew Jennings will be starting 13th and 14th, and Mason Fedrick will be starting 15th with Daisy Polden alongside him. Jensen Cedrus will be starting 17th with Oliver Wilson alongside him, and Danny Longhurst and Emerson Oakley will be on the 10th row of our grid. Reed Sax-Elby will be starting 21st, with Henry Brodie 22nd, and Freddie Taylor on the 12th row of the grid in 23rd, rounds off our massive grid that we have for the AC40 rookies. It's a class that's constantly growing, and it's a class that is constantly getting new talent through it. What is going to happen? We're going to have to wait and find out as tension builds on the AC40 rookie grid. But now, final checks are being done for these guys. Final pep talks are being made. Taylor Thompson is looking focused. Preston Baker is wanting to repeat what happened yesterday. It was a great ride from him, but Taylor Thompson full focus on getting that championship points, getting that all-important 25 championship points. There's nothing in it. A 17-point gap, all to play for. It's race 2 time. The point to the flag is about to be made, and then we can get underway. He points to Roger, and Roger now will raise the flag, and it drops, and now we go racing. Sebastian Gieslowski doesn't get a good start, but Taylor Thompson will lead the way into turn 1. He goes up the inside. Preston Baker forces him wide as Logan Cousins tries to attack Sebastian Gieslowski. Sebastian Gieslowski now is trying to catch up to Taylor Tomlinson. He cannot afford to lose any more championship positions. Every single point matters right now for Sebastian. What can he do? Right, there's running wide at the hairpin. It's such a technical circuit. It's such a tricky circuit for these rookie riders. Majority of these riders, it's just their first year of racing in their whole career, in their whole life. But now Taylor Thompson is up front, and what can Gieslowski do? He'll be watched and just slightly get away. Preston Baker, we've seen his pace yesterday, and we've seen how fast he can be, so he can close this gap. Josh Perkins just slightly further back at the moment, watching this all unfold, but Preston Baker's looking strong, and straight away he's under threat from Sebastian Gieslowski. You can hear the cheers from the crowd, and now there's just 7 laps to go in this short race.
Yeah, very short race in the AC40 rookies. Taylor Tomlinson getting a much better start in race 2 compared to race 1, maintaining his first place. Sebastian Gieslowski's actual getaway wasn't very good, but he's managed to hold on to P3, but he desperately needs a P2 if he wants to stay in this fight. And well, it's going to be close if he so if they finish P1 and P2, Tomlinson and Gieslowski in second place, then that will put it about
22 points.
22 points, thank you. If they finish as they do now, I believe that Tomlinson wraps up the championship in this race. I believe it'd be 25 or 26. So Lewis has just whipped the calculator out. So we'll see. So again, it's all provisional. You'll have to get it confirmed by race control. But provisionally, if they finish as they do now, it would be 26 points, and Taylor Tomlinson would be the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion of 2022, and he's just set a fastest lap as well. He knows what he needs to do. Kozlowski needs to clear Preston Baker if he wants to take this to the final race, or he needs Tomlinson to make a mistake or get held up or something like that. Kozlowski needs some pace and he needs a bit of luck.
Yeah, he certainly does, but that is what racing's about. Josh Perkins, though, is looking like he is on a mission at the moment. Nicholas Dunwoody just behind him, but Taylor Tomlinson, he is on a mission. We've seen yesterday he went into the grass. Somehow he stayed on that motorcycle, because that would have been so detrimental for his championship chances. The lead would have been down to nothing, but it's still 17 points, and if it finishes as it was, he would be champion provisionally. But he set fastest lap last round around 54.1. It's such a quick lap time. It's less than a second off the lap record. What can he do? There's 5 laps left in this race. The clock is ticking down for Sebastian Kozlowski. The number 64 needs to invent something. He needs to find something very, very soon. He was 2/10 slower than Preston Baker last time around. Every single lap, the championship is slipping away from him. But now, back markers are into play. Back markers in this championship all year can sometimes change the outcome of a race. So Taylor Tomlinson is going to have to use his head and get past them safely and not get into any sort of collisions or accidents.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again this year. The back markers just flip races on their heads. They cause chaos. They hold up the front runners, because of course this being the Rookies Cup, it's the first championship that these riders have ever entered. It's the first races that many of these riders are ever doing, so you get a real difference of skill levels, and this is just all about just getting used to racing on the bike. Oh, and down as I say that in the final corner. A big accident there for, I believe that was one of the back markers who's gone down. Luckily up on their feet and they're all okay. Marshall running over to check on them, but that was quite a big tumble. Yeah, that is Caelan Ratcliffe. Oh, that is a shame for them. Hopefully they are all okay, but with 4 laps left to go, as I was saying, you get such a range of skill levels, and obviously you see riders like Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Kozlowski who without a doubt are ready to move on and up to the pros and the elites, and then you get riders who are just there, they're just learning how to ride the bike. So you do get this wonderful dynamic, but in races it can sometimes be very, very hurtful for the front runners, because they just get held up. It can flip race, and it led to a photo finish at Ella Park when it went from a back marker and the 2 front runners at the final corner. As we go with 3 laps left to go, that then became a 3-way photo finish because Taylor Tomlinson got involved. Just crazy, crazy stuff. And well, it's been a crazy year for the rookies, to be honest. I mean, we've had Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Kozlowski absolutely dominating. We've seen some strong performances from the likes of Logan Cousins, Josh Perkins, Seth Hayward, Nicholas Dunwoody as well. He's had a few good races here and there. But, it's all been about Tomlinson and Kozlowski. And this weekend, when it matters, it's all been about Tomlinson. He has been the cream of the crop here, and he looks so, so comfortable. We've seen a few times this season, he's got a little bit of a crasher tendency about him. Again, he's still young, still learning, even with his pace. So he's, I think Taylor hasn't quite clocked up. Maybe I should stop pushing and hold on to the championship points a little bit. But here, he just looks so, so comfortable. He's actually it just looks like he's out for a nice Sunday morning ride, Only a championship on the line.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking so, so relaxed. You can hear the cheers cheering him on, but Sebastian Kozlowski now still sits in that 3rd position. And yeah, these guys, of course, this is the start of a racing career. They will learn things like sometimes just waiting and collecting championship points. But right now, Taylor Tomlinson, there's nothing more than he knows than just going out there and winning the race and getting 25 valuable points in the bag, which can potentially clinch the championship, because he is doing everything that he can right now. Sebastian Kozlowski last time around was 6/10 slower than Preston Baker, and the gap now is up to 2.6 seconds for them. So Taylor Tomlinson now getting round some even more back markers, but he's been so, so good all year. And we've seen that throughout the season, both Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Kozlowski, momentum swinging both of their ways. Just last round, Sebastian Kozlowski looked unstoppable, and it looked like the momentum swung his way and that he was going to be the favourite
for the championship headed into the last round. But Taylor Thompson, he's brought it up against the last lap now. So Taylor Thompson on this final lap, he should be able to clinch the championship provisionally if it finishes how it is. If Sebastian Gieslowski cannot invent anything on this final lap, Taylor Thompson, he's been so great all year. It's been so impressive to watch all year. On his first ever full championship in the rookie class, he's been so dominant all season. Although he has made some mistakes, it's all a learning curve. It's how you learn and how you develop as a rider. He gets past safely, past the back markers. He's taking his time, he's using his head. That is a champion's ride right there. He's out front by 3.1 seconds. He has just one more corner to get round, and he will be crowned the AC40 rookie champion. And look how happy he is. He stands up on the bike coming across the line. He is delighted, and so is the supporters of Taylor Tomlinson. Sebastian Gieslowski, he couldn't find anything, and he finishes in third on the number 64. He will be disappointed, but right now it's all about Taylor Tomlinson after what a result that was.
Taylor Tomlinson, 2022 FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? This is a prestigious championship, despite it being the entry level. This is the one where, names are made, names are recognised from this years later. And, you look through the CVs of some of Britain's top motorcycle stars and you see this championship on there, and Taylor Tomlinson has just added his name to that list. What a season the 77, the young man, has had. And now the celebrations can begin, and he deserves it. Of course, your heart has to go out to Sebastian Gieslowski. He gave it his all, and even with a really strong last few races, it couldn't quite come together because this man, Taylor Tomlinson, has just been too good, and getting claps as well from the Moto Team riders. They know what's just happened. They know that he is a champion, and that is great respect to see for him. But of course, the championship may be done and dusted, but the racing isn't. There's still a race 3 to come as well.
Yeah, there certainly is. It's going to be a great race. It's going to be all to play for, just race results. They'll not have to think about the championship standing. So what a race 3 it is going to be. It's going to be full attack mode for all the rookie guys, and you can just see how happy all these supporters are, standing trackside the Welsh Wizard, watching on, supporting the young talents of the future, and the flag still flying proudly in the air. I'm sure there's a big smile under Taylor Tomlinson's face after what a season it has been from him. And a great ride for such a young rider, a great mature ride. But now Chloe Gleeson heading off towards the paddock, maybe to get ready for her race. But what a race that was, and what a ride from Taylor Tomlinson once again.
Moto Team Race 2 on the horizon, and with one of the championships done and dusted, it's all eyes on Jason Pugh on the number 8 bike, or whoever may be on the number 8 bike. It's Moto Team, the rider doesn't matter, because obviously the standard championship is done. Jamie King, a 2-time Moto Team champion as a result, but the open class, well, it's still open, funnily enough. Will Howarth, again, still out with that injury, unfortunately for him, but it's opened the door for Jason Pugh on the number 8 to try and get through. It's Chris Wells riding it this weekend. He is now 6 points behind Will Howarth. And, I mean, obviously, if he dumps Will Howarth in this race, I don't think we can officially call it, because we never know, Will Howarth might show up for the final race, but surprise, I'm here. That is technically a possibility, and if it's mathematically open, then there is always technically the chance. But as you get underway in their formation lap, if Jason Pugh or Chris Wells or the number 8 bike does jump Will Howarth, then realistically it's done. But it will be going from pole position, Darren Anderson with Jack Van Eden alongside him. New champion. Yeah, Jack Van Eden, a few problems there getting away from the line. Hopefully everything okay. New champion for the second time, Jamie King starts in P3 with Phil Mapplebeck in P4. Chris Wells on that number 8 vying for the Open Championship is in 5th with Scott Jewett alongside. Malcolm Steiner and Jamie Diss make up the row 4, with Paul Kelly and Linton DiMiona rounding out the top 10. Philip Joyce and Iona Glover on row 6, with Elliot Newton 13th and Madison Marley 14th and 15th, and the final rider on the grid, Elaine Moody. That will be it for your Moto Team Race 2. And well, this one, it's all eyes on that number 8. What can they do? They only need 6 points to bring home, well, realistically bring home, well, actually no, they need 7, because they'll have to go through Calback as well. So they need to finish 9th, essentially, in this race in order to be crowned champion at the end of race 3.
Yeah, they're going to need it, and it looks like all they're going to have to do really is stay on the bikes and get the result, because Chris Wells is such a quick rider. But of course, this grid being massive this time around for the Moto Team class. A lot of these riders coming over from the Free Tech Championship and trying something different, sprint racing on the Moto Team bikes. Jamie King there, well, Jamie King's bike with Sean Whittaker on it with the number 1 plate. They clinched the championship in race 1 yesterday, but the point to the flag is done. The flag rises in the air, and now it drops, and now we're racing. What a wheelie that was off the line from Darren Anderson, but he leads the way going into turn 1, and he tries to lead this race. We've seen from Darren Anderson that he doesn't mind a scrap all year. Him and Will Howarth has been sparring partners, but now it's Jack Van Eden that he's going to have to spar with. Jack Van Eden, a good start from him. We've seen yesterday he got a 3-second jump start penalty, so we didn't get to fully see what kind of race it was going to be. So now this is going to be the real telltale. What is race 3 going to be like? But before that, we still have 11 laps to go in this race, and what a race it's going to be. Malcolm Stein further back in the order, making up positions on this first lap. Scott Jewett in a fight right now, Phil Maplebeck, but Darren Anderson at the front leads the way, and he leads the way in a fine fashion on the 133. He's not rode the bike all year, he's got some help along the way, but that is Moto Team. There's 2 classes in this one race, 2 classes to be won and 2 champions to be crowned. 1 still to go. Darren Anderson leads the way, missed a couple of rounds, otherwise he would have been in contention for this championship. Now Scott Jewett is on the back of Jamie King's bike with Sean Whittaker on it, so Sean Whittaker is starting to get put under pressure with just 10 laps to go in this race. This is going to come thick and fast.
It is indeed. Anderson and Van Eden separated, well, by nothing at the line. The gap's a bit bigger visually, and new standard class champion Jamie King, that number 1 bike, moving up into P3. Of course, the overall positions really don't matter in this race. It's more for pride more than anything, because it's all about where you finish in class. So right now, Jamie King is first in class, so he's technically winning, even though he's finishing 3rd overall. But the second the riders go on track, all the maths goes out the window. They just race for pride. So you do get this really weird situation, but the two riders in different classes are swapping places left to right and centre, because they're just racing for pride. They want the overall positions. There is the number 8 bike with Chris Wells on it. As it stands, if they finish where they are, manage to stay on the bike, then they will take the championship lead heading into race 3. Again, I'm not calling them champions. There's still a mathematical chance, even though Will Howarth, unfortunately, is still out with that injury. Of course, Will, if you're watching along, we hope you're doing well. We can't wait to see you back next year. If you're coming back next year, please come back next year. Yeah, very interesting to see. But now the pressure is on for Chris Wells. He's got to stay on that thing. And Lewis, I don't know if you've been in this situation before, but when you're riding, and suddenly you're at the back of the mind, like the pressure's on you. It must be nerve-wracking for a rider.
Yeah, it certainly is. And a lot of these riders, it's very easy whenever you get nervous just to ride slightly tense, and that is when you start going slower, and you realise that you're riding slower when you see these people catching up onto the back of you, and that's when you start pushing even faster and thinking that you're pushing faster, but somehow your lap times just keep getting slower and slower, and it gets so frustrating, and it's almost like a mental block that can occur. So it's just trying to keep nice and relaxed and run your own lines, and almost just try and forget about it, because now Chris Wells is under immense pressure from Malcolm Stein. Malcolm Stein is wanting that position and wanting to get past him, and it's just so important for Chris Wells not to make a mistake, because of course this isn't even his bike, this is Jason Pugh's bike, so that'll be another added pressure, because although Jason Pugh, he will be wanting this championship, he will be wanting Chris Wells to try his hardest. Chris Wells will not want to drop the bike, he will feel bad for that, because of course in racing accidents can happen, but Chris Wells, he's putting in a great performance right now, very consistent performance, just like Darren Anderson at the front, who's just set the fastest lap of the race with a 50.7, and now has upped his gap to 4.2 seconds after just 4 laps of running.
Yeah, Darren Anderson, he's showing what he can do when he turns up the wick on that 133, and we know he's a brilliant talent on a motorcycle. But that is some gap to pull immediately, as we're still following around the championship hopeful, the number 8 bike Chris Wells behind the handlebars, under some serious pressure though at the moment from Malcolm Stein and Jamie Diss. They are pushing him hard, well, as you can quite clearly see, but there is the gap, you can just see it visually. Darren Anderson has departed from Jack Van Eden, who himself has got quite a healthy gap on Jamie King as well. So the front 3 well, the Free Tech guys, they say they're coming in for a sprint race, but they're turning it into an endurance race themselves by just having massive gaps and it just being about staying on the bike.
Yeah, they are, but the thing about Free Tech is it does teach you just to be consistent and run consistent race lap times that is still very, very quick, and that is exactly what these guys are doing at the same time. So it's so impressive to also see them try and switch it up and try and get their mind into a sprint race focus. Of course, the more they race here at FAB, the faster they are going to get in sprint races, because unlike endurance where maybe you can spend 1 or 2 laps getting everything up to the perfect working temperatures and then just consistently run laps and run times, and most importantly stay on the bike. Here you have to be 110% pushing from the word go, as we've seen with Darren Anderson off the line. He was wheeling off the line, and even whenever he wasn't on the bike this year, whenever Sam Klaus was on the bike returning after a 4-year break, straight away his mind was on the pace and his mind was pushing 110%. As talking about 110%, Chris Wells is still having to do that. Malcolm Stein is not letting up, and if anything happens, Jamie Diss on that Yamaha is just behind them, so Chris Wells is having to push and having to keep going on the number 8 and having to put on a great show for all of us here, because there's just 5 laps to go, and Malcolm Stein looking up the inside there but cannot make it work. These bikes are so big for these small go-kart tracks. These are the biggest wheels that we have, a lot of them running the slick tyres, a lot of them run actually motor-free scrub tyres that fit onto these machines to get the best grip possible, and conditions of course still being tricky. But there's a retirement of Paul Kelly. We've seen it a couple of times this year actually. Paul had some slight issues with his bike. That's what happens sadly, is that sometimes there's just little niggles that can end the race for you, and it's really not what you want, and really not what Chris Wills will be wanting. But he will not be thinking about that right now. He'll just be thinking about pushing 110%. But up front the gap is now 8.9 seconds.
Yeah, it's a shame for Paul Kelly. I mean, as you said though, it could just be little things. The famous 50p washer could be what does it. So that's a shame for him. And again, these are road-going bikes which have been, well, Frankensteined into race bikes with a race fairing basically, and some tyres and a number on the front of it. It's the most cost-effective form of racing that we have here at FAB-Racing, but it's sometimes it's, let's just say the bikes aren't exactly brand new out of the factory, I'll say that much. So sometimes you get older bikes and they're just not as happy anymore, which is a shame. And well, Paul Kelly, that'll be the end of his race too, but hopefully he'll be able to get back out there for race 3, of course, a little bit later on. Still got all of that to look forward to. We've got 3 laps left to go for this pack here, and Chris Wells still under pressure from Malcolm Stein and Jamie Diss. Just goes to show how hard it is to overtake here. Just no way through on Chris Wells, despite the fact that I think it's pretty clear at this point that Malcolm Stein has the pace to go. He just can't get a move done.
Yeah, he can. Chris Wells is doing his best at defending, making himself as wide as possible, making it so difficult to be able to get past Darren Anderson on the 133. Has just got 2 laps to go this time around at the line. He'll cross the line now, and there's just 2 laps to go, and 2 laps to negotiate around to beat Jack Van Eden. Once again, Jack Van Eden though this time around does not have a jump start penalty, so it's just pure pace this time around, and trying to get past that back mark as he sits Ellen Moody up, and Ellen Moody is back behind him now. So Darren Anderson, a great showing from him, and great consistency all season. The only thing that stopped his championship charge was missing 1 or 2 rounds. What a championship final we would have had otherwise. But Darren Anderson, great ride once again, and it's something that we've been seeing all year from him.
Yeah, I mean, we had the opportunity several times to have an absolutely fantastic championship finale. We had riders like Will Howarth, Jason Pugh, Darren Anderson in the Open Championship, all looking strong. Similarly in the standard class, we had Jamie King, Ian Jackson, Jack Andrews, Scott Jewett as well. We're all pretty fast. So we had the opportunity, but unfortunately some riders just, you can't make some rounds. You know, this isn't your full-time job for these guys. It's just a hobby they like to do on the weekends, and they like to go racing, which is why they're here. And it's a shame, because sometimes you can't make things. And Will Howarth also kind of had to have a back injury at Clandau, which means he's not here as well. And of course, Will, if you are watching on, we wish you the speediest of recoveries. But with 1 lap left to run, Darren Anderson looks set to take a dominant win in race 2 of the Moto Team. I mean, where even is Jack Van Eden? Like, I can't even see him. He's shot off into the distance, 10 seconds clear. That is light years light years in MiniMoto terms. What a performance it's been from Darren Anderson. He rounds the final corner. He will take victory in race 2 in stunning fashion. Brilliant stuff from the 133. Jacques Van Eden will bring it home in P2 with Jamie King, the new standard class champion, just behind. But our eyes go to the number 8 of Jason Pugh with Chris Wells behind the handlebars as we once again look at our race winner. Phil Mapper will bring it home in 4th with Scott Jewett in 5th, Jamie Diss in 6th. Where is Chris Wells? When does he cross the line to de facto win the championship? But to take the championship lead, and he does so now. Chris Wells has put one hand on the trophy because he's overtaken Will Howarth in the championship table. So the number 8 now leads the championship in the open class. Hasn't officially won it yet because there is still technically the mathematical possibility that the number 96 could jump it were it to turn up for race 3. But we're presuming that's not going to happen. So realistically, congratulations to Jason Pugh, who will save all the celebrations for after race 3. So interesting outcome to that one, I think is the way I'd put it. But Darren Anderson just disappeared into the distance.
Yeah, there was nothing that Jack Van Eden could have done there. Jamie King has a lonely 3rd place ride, but it's still 3rd place. Sean Whittaker was on board that time around, but Chris Wells, a very, very good ride from him, doing everything that he had to do. 7th position on the number 8 Jason Pugh motorcycle. So Chris Wells, great ride. He's a happy-go-lucky guy and be very, very happy with that result. But what a race that was for race 2 of the Moto Team, guys. Of course, they'll still have one more race later on today. The sun is out and the track is getting warmer every single second. Conditions, I am sure, will be even better for race 3, and we'll be seeing even faster lap times from these guys. The fastest lap of the race was by Darren Anderson, a 50.7 that time around, so very, very great from him.
Race 2 of the MK Mini GP50s about to come up, and of course, well, we crowned a new champion in race 1. Luke Fitchett joins the list of honours and gets his name on the trophy, and he's also got himself a number 1 sticker on the front of the bike as well, which he was very happy telling us about this morning, I can assure you, as the bikes head out on their formation lap. It is your new champion, Flat Cap Fitchett, from pole position, with vice champion to be Archie O'Brien alongside him. Finley Polehill starts from P3 with Byron Johnson in P4. Austin Johnson is 5th with Bill Harris in 6th. Frankie Watson and Bailey Lawrence make up row 4 with Beth Ashby, Oliver Hall and Sam Gardner, the remaining 3 riders on the grid. So championship's done and dusted. It's all to play for now, just for race wins for most of the riders, although there's still a few people that might be able to gain a position here or there. So maximum attack time, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the case. He's just going to go out there and have fun, because we've seen yesterday in the Mini GP50s, it was a very, very close race. It was a train race. Once again, the number 1 plate on the front of Luke Fitchett. Will that give him luck, or will it have the curse of the number 1 plate, the famous curse? But it is in 2nd position, Archie O'Brien. He's going to have a good start. He's going to have full attack. And Byron Johnson positions his bike towards the inside of the track to try and get the slingshot and get the inside line, because track position is so important. We wait for the race to start. We wait for tension to rise, and all riders are getting ready as we point to the flag. The flag will rise and the flag will drop, and what a start that is from Luke Fitchett. Luke Fitchett leading the way from turn 1. Archie O'Brien getting a very, very good start as well, straight onto the back of Luke Fitchett. He just pushed so hard through turn 1. His initial drive wasn't what he would have wanted, but Byron Johnson is in 3rd position at the moment. A great start. He positioned the bike perfectly to get past Finley Polehill at the start. Bill Harris just behind them two, brother of Ron, the younger brother. But now Luke Fitchett with the number 1 plate is leading up front. He is in 1st position as well. Very, very fit. Austin Johnson further back in the field, fighting with Frankie Watson at the moment, and at the back of the field at the moment is Bethany Ashby. She's still learning this bike. They're so tricky to ride, and it's so tricky to be this fast as Luke Fitchett leads the way past lap 1 into lap 2. Archie O'Brien, he's on the full attack. He's loading up the inside. He makes the move. He sets up Luke Fitchett. What a move that was, and what a pass that was into the race lead. The Spider-Man helmet, number 91, leads the way from Flat Cap Fitchett. Luke Fitchett is going to have to fight. He's going to have to find something special, because his speciality cannot be put to use right now, and that is his defending skills. The number 1 plate is wanted to take back that first position from Archie O'Brien.
What a move from Archie O'Brien, and that was exactly what he needed to do as well, because Fitchett obviously has his defending is his game, right? But one thing that Archie O'Brien really struggles with this year, and it's been his traction out of corners, and that's where that Fitchett's been getting all of his time, is his traction out of corners. As you see there, he's already drawn to the inside, trying to have a look into turn 1, but decides against it. So Archie O'Brien did exactly what he needed to do. He sat up Luke Fitchett so he couldn't get him on the corner exit with the traction, but it hasn't been long until Fitchett is on the back of the 91. We know it's quite easy actually to catch up to the back of people around here, to follow people, because there's so many lines, there's so many opportunities you can take. You can see where one rider's going and just take the other line, and there's Fitchett, and again he's ducking to the inside but not close enough for a move, just trying to put some pressure on the rider in front, playing some mind games. He knows he's the champion, nothing can stop that now, so may as well go out, have some fun, mess around with your opponents a little bit. Archie O'Brien, of course, locked into that vice champion spot as well, so that is also done and dusted. So these two, they're just fighting for pride and glory more than anything else, as Luke Fitchett again, superb traction down in the final corner, but can't make the gap appear down into turn 1. Archie quite sensibly taking a much tighter entry through centre to not leave the gap open, to face the same punishment that he delivered to Luke Fitchett a few laps ago.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the race for Archie O'Brien's in the race lead, but as you mentioned, Ross, he's just not able to get that initial drive and that initial punch out of the corners, because of course on the motorcycle you lean onto the side of the tyre, and the more further you go on the side of the tyre, the smaller the tyre gets in size, so whenever you do that the revs rise and you're able to get higher revs coming out of the corner as your rear wheel spins more times, so then he's able to get a better drive, as Luke Fitchett is, because he's a bigger rider, so he's able to get the bike leant over further. So because of that, he's on the side of the tyre further, and he's able just to get higher in the rev range, which then gives him that punch out of the corners compared to Archie O'Brien. He's a much smaller rider. But Byron Johnson, what a performance he's put in here. He's still in 3rd position. He's battling with Finlay Paul Hill. Finlay Paul Hill, of course, has had injuries this season, but although he's had injuries, he's got back up to 100% strength right now, and Byron Johnson, he is going to have to try, he's going to have to push to hold on to this podium. It's so impressive though, in his first couple of rounds in a Mini GP 50, he's already a front runner.
Yeah, well, you say that, he might not be for much longer in this race. A huge slide on the rear of the bike, very good save from Byron Johnson, but as you said, he's taken to the Mini GPs like a duck to water. I mean, you wouldn't expect from such a young lad the pros champion in MiniMoto, but he's out here against some much bigger boys and is doing a fantastic job, you know, holding on to that 3rd place for the time being from Finlay Polhill, who's looking for a way through, unable to find the gap for the time, and he's doing a great job. I mean, he did a great job yesterday, did a great job at the last round. Byron Johnson, you know, we could be looking at a potential superstar on the Mini GPs in the years to come, so remember the name. You should anyway, because he's the AC40 Pros champion, but he's doing a superb job on such a different style of motorcycle, and he's putting on a massive defensive effort from Finlay Polhill with a shake of the head there out of the corner from the 199. He's getting frustrated behind young Johnson and unable to find a way through as Luke Fitchett sets a fastest lap of 45.906, but Archie O'Brien still in the lead of the race as they head through the opening few corners, and it's very tight, and actually there are your leading pair. O'Brien still in the lead with 5 laps left to run. It is close between these two.
Yeah, certainly, as Archie O'Brien had the pace yesterday. He set the fastest lap of the race yesterday, and he actually set a new lap record yesterday with a 45.6, so we're currently 3/10 off that lap record, and right now he's going to have to push to keep Luke Fitchett behind him, because Luke Fitchett is looking racy. They're doing identical times every single time around. Luke Fitchett is trying up the inside, turn 1. Will he make it work? Yes, he will. It's a bump on the inside of that corner, but he makes it stick and he makes it work. But now Bethany Ashby, they're catching up to him. Will they get past her cleanly? No, it looks like he's getting held up. He's going to have to try and find any way past Bethany Ashby. Runs wide. Luke Fitchett gets past, he gets punched out of the corner, and now now. Archie O'Brien, he's looking to attack. He smells blood, and now he's wanting that race win. 4 laps to go in this race. Luke Fitchett sets another fastest lap of the race with 45.8 last time around. Does he have the pace to run off of it? Because Archie O'Brien, we know how fast he can adapt to race pace and how he can keep with other riders.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for both of these, really. It's going to be a titanic fight over the final 3 laps. And a huge wobble for Luke Fitchett. I think he just caught a bump on the brakes, but he's managed to keep it on the bike. Managed to keep it on 2 wheels. Great save there for old Flat Cap as they come through the middle sector. O'Brien close behind. O'Brien, he's only actually won 1 race this season at the last round. Took his first race win amid controversy, to say the least, as once again Fitchett getting held up by back markers. And I'm sure O'Brien would love to utilise this to try and add another win to his tally. And Fitchett just trying to run away through. They touch! O'Brien somehow saves it. I have no idea how he is not on the deck. Unbelievable. Archie O'Brien and Luke Fitchett touch. That's just a racing incident, unfortunately. Fitchett got held up by the back markers. Archie O'Brien couldn't see it, and he's already got through and looking to go on the attack again with 2 laps to go. Unreal save.
Yeah, it was a great save there from Archie O'Brien. He's piling on the pressure on Luke Fitchett. He had to be as close as possible, but that does run its risk. Whenever he got held up there mid-corner, it forced Archie O'Brien. His front tyre was not where he would have wanted, but somehow they both stay on, and that is the important thing. 2 laps to go in this race. It's Luke Fitchett, the number 1, usually number 7, inspired by Barry Sheehan, of course, a racing hero of his. But he was saying actually yesterday that it's very, very difficult to be able to run these laps by yourself and run fast laps by yourself, but he is doing it now. He says it's much easier to follow someone because you can just use them as your braking marker for practically every single corner, and he's just 1/10 off the lap record that was set yesterday by Archie O'Brien. We're on the last lap now. There's Byron Johnson and Finlay Paulhill headed on to the last lap, still battling out for that 3rd position, for that all-important final podium position. But the all-important win looks like it's going to go towards Luke Fitchett if he can keep it on 2 wheels for half a lap. He just needs to stay on it, stay on the pace, and not do anything silly. Archie O'Brien, he was 1 second that he lost in that save last time around, but in the final sector now is Luke Fitchett, is Archie O'Brien. They have 1 more corner left. He has 1 more corner to go around. He does it well. He punches the air. He's delighted with that victory. Luke Fitchett is the race winner for race 2. What a ride that was from him. And Archie O'Brien, he couldn't do anything there. He couldn't make up that time that he lost. But Byron Johnson gets 3rd place, and Finlay Paulhill loses time on the final lap from having to catch up onto a back marker at the wrong place. But what a race that was from the guys. They are fist bumping each other. They are delighted with that as Luke Fitchett takes yet again another victory.
Show of respect in the background between the champion and the vice champion. Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien 1st and 2nd, with Byron Johnson managing to round out the podium with a great performance. And there goes Luke, pointing to the number 1. He knows he is the man here this weekend at Red Lodge in the Mini GP 50s. But I mean, kudos, I think, there has to go to all 3 of the podium finish. Luke Fitchett for a fantastic performance, Archie O'Brien for a fantastic performance, and somehow not smashing his face into the floor after contact. That was an unreal save. I mean, Marquez-esque. And then Byron Johnson for finishing on the podium. That is a huge achievement for that young man. It is only his first few rounds in the Mini GP 50s. Luke Fitchett is confirmed your winner with Archie O'Brien in P2. Byron Johnson manages to get into P3 with Finlay Paulhill in P4. Bill Harris was 5th with Frankie Watson in 6th. Austin Johnson managed to get into 7th with Oliver Hull in 8th. Bailey Lawrence in 9th, and Beth Ashby rounding out the top 10. Unfortunately, the only other rider we lost early on, Sam Gardner, and actually there we see Beth Ashby. Looks like she's having a few issues, talking to one of the marshals, but bike's still running, so good to see it's still intact, and a good performance. They're getting into the top 10 as well. It's good stuff to see.
Yeah, it's just developing, just learning on these bikes. They're so tricky to ride, and such a steep learning curve for these guys. But of course, still 1 more race left for the Mini GP 50s, but that'll be later on. There's plenty of action to come.
Extreme 200s race 2, and well, we had a great race 1. Let's get a great race 2 in, shall we? well, as you can see, a real mishmash of bikes on the grid. It looks like on the left we've got Team Grand Prix, and on the right we've got Team Pit Bike Star Machine, because that's just the way the grid is oriented, it would seem. But a fantastic opening race, and well, one we have to talk about, and we have to talk about Richard Holmes-Williams. The man is an absolutely phenomenal, and he starts from pole position with Sullivan Mounsey starting alongside him. Sullivan's in a good run of form recently. Got to day 3 of the selection test for Red Bull rookies, so let's see if he can bring some of that form to Red Lodge today. Rossi Banham starts in P3 with Noah Guillory. A great ride from him yesterday. He starts 4th. It's Huntingford's on row 3, Charlie in 5th and Simon in 6th, with Jack Andrews 7th and Luca Allen in 8th. Samuel Munson and Owen Thomas round up the top 10, with Clayton Edmonds and Zach Tureen just behind them. Callum Wybrow is 13th with Nick Jurek in P14. Paul Clifford is 15th, Ben Ridgewell is 16th, and Ollie Vincent is P17, the final rider on the grid. There's problems there for the number 67, it would seem. Hopefully Callum Wybrow is all okay as we make our way to the final few corners and onto the grid. And, well, we all await. Well, it's a green flag this weekend because we're having some problems with the lights, unfortunately. But it's the start system. We all know what it means. It means we get the racing going, which is what we're all here for, really, isn't it? Let's be honest. Richard Holmes-Williams takes his slot in pole position with Sullivan Mounsey just alongside him and Rossi Banham third. A trio of absolutely spectacular riders. Just a field of spectacular riders that we've got here. And I think we are more than ready to go racing. Revving the engines, trying to get them clear, waiting for the final checks and balances to be performed. There's a rider with a few problems down the back, someone pointing to off screen. That's Owen Thomas in P10. I think someone might be having some problems further down the grid as we just wait to see what's going on. Hopefully all right. Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, just talking. There's the problem. Someone, what's going on? So Samuel Munson Samuel Munson's too short for the bike and stalled and couldn't get it going again. So that's what happened. But some great sportsmanship being shown there by, I believe that was Paul Clifford. But now eyes on the flag. It drops one way. Sullivan Mounsey gets a rocket start as Richard Holmes-Williams drops the front wheel up in the air. Sullivan Mounsey, wow, that was a blinding start. But it's Richard Holmes-Williams in second, Rossi Banham in third, and just behind them I think it's Charlie Huntingford, who's just got past Noah Guillory for P4. But that was an amazing start for Mounsey, wasn't it? Just shot away at the front, as there we see once again Samuel Munson having problems. That bike does not want to go.
Yeah, it doesn't want to go anywhere anytime soon, that is for sure. But one person who does is Sullivan Mounsey. Wants to get away, and he wants to get away from Richard Holmes-Williams as Samuel Munson manages to get that bike underway and get going. But Sullivan Mounsey, a change of machine mid-year from him. At the start of the year, he had a Moto 4 style machine. Now he's on the metric. It is so impressive to see he can quickly adapt to these bikes and quickly be straight on the pace. Same with Richard Holmes-Williams, the tractor. He's been so quick, not only in the MiniMotos, but here in the Extreme 200 straight away, as Noah Guillory manages to get past on Charlie Huntingford. Charlie Huntingford looks to be having a great race right now, a great fight. But up front, a great fight is forming. 11 laps to go in this race. Sullivan Mounsey leading the way. The British Talent Cup rider. Currently, Richard Holmes-Williams. Oh, there's a rider down there.
At the 284 has gone down of Nick Jurek.
Yeah, Nick Jurek falling there. Not what he would have wanted, but he's remounted. He looks to be all okay, and hopefully he can get back in the race. Sullivan Mounsey still leads the way, though, as he starts to get put under pressure from Richard Holmes-Williams, who sets the fastest lap of the race with 45.5. That is a great lap time from him, just 2 tenths off the lap record that was previously set by Richard Holmes-Williams himself.
Yeah, he loves his track. There you go, to the lead, unless Sullivan Mounsey fights back, which he does. Holmes-Williams tries to get the switch back onto the back straight, but unable to quite make it appear. I mean, this is metric against Pit Bike Style Machine. This is the most bizarre combination you'll ever see in a FAB-Racing event, and we are loving it. Richard Holmes-Williams loves this track. He is so at home here. And there's a reason when we interviewed the senior MiniMotos guys about who they all thought was going to dominate the weekend, they all trim Richard Holmes-Williams because he is so fast. But Sullivan Mounsey is not giving up without a fight. He's going to push all the way to the end, or as far as he can, as Holmes-Williams once again looking to the inside. Although Sullivan Mounsey, we know he likes to take wider entry lines. He likes to sweep and carry a lot of speed. through the corner. Holmes Williams, meanwhile, seems to be a fast exit and then deal with it later, as once again, same thing. Mounsey forced on the outside, then to the inside, but this time Holmes Williams gets the switch back but has to duck in because there's some lap traffic in the way. It's still Mounsey. Mounsey potentially is going to get held up by lap traffic here. So we're only a few laps into this race, 9 laps left to run, and already traffic potentially starting to cause problems for the front runners.
Yeah, the issue was that Samuel Munson, he's not usually a back marker. His bike couldn't get started, so he's at the back of the field. So it's so difficult to get past the rider that is already fast, that shouldn't be in that position. So luckily got out of the way, and Sullivan Mounsey leads the way with just 8 laps to go from Richard Holmes Williams. And now this battle will rage on to the end. I bet Richard Holmes Williams currently is just trying to suss out where he can get past, because we've seen that he looks fast through the set here onto the back straight. So can he line up any type of move? He might just be losing a little bit. Sullivan Mounsey is a twitch of the front end as he tips into the long left-hander. Has to be fully committed as Richard Holmes Williams on the 1-2-6 is powering it out, trying to get as tucked in as possible, just like the senior mini-motos. It's so tricky to do on this machine at the height that he is. But Sullivan Mounsey, he's put in a great performance, and Richard Holmes Williams sets the fast lap of the race once again. Rossi Banham still sitting in that 3rd position, waiting to pick up any pieces that may fall if anything happens at front.
Yeah, well, anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does, so we'll have to wait and see if said pieces do fall, as once again Richard Holmes Williams is the only place he can try, but it's not going to work, because time and time again Sullivan Mounsey's just been there on the outside, dives to the inside for the next corner, done, moves forward, so Mounsey stays in lead. So Holmes Williams, he's got 7 laps to figure out another place we can try and get past. He's not going to get him coming out of the corners. I think he's realised that Sully's drive out of the corners is just too good. So he needs to figure out, where am I braking later? Where am I getting on the throttle earlier? Where am I carrying more speed through the corners? He needs to figure out where Sully's having problems as they encounter back markers. This could be a problem for Sully as they try and get their way through. Does he try to dive inside? No. Holmes Williams decides against it. But he just needs to find a place where he can not just draw alongside, but get through that number 34, get through the young rider. But right now it's a real struggle for Holmes Williams.
Yeah, it certainly is, and now they're approaching even more back markers, and it's going to get even trickier as this race goes on. 6 laps to go. Sullivan Mounsey's going to have to work out how he's going to be able to do this. He is a British level rider though. He's just such a great talent, a talent of the future for sure. But Richard Holmes Williams dives down the inside, such an aggressive move. Sullivan Mounsey almost didn't expect that there, but it's such a fast place in the track to pass, and so is turn 1, and so does Sullivan Mounsey. Passes at turn 1 and makes the move that gets past the back markers. Richard Holmes Williams gets slightly held up there, it seems, but the gap is still absolutely nothing coming across the line. It was 90 thousandths of a second, nothing separating them. It is a great battle that we have forming. 5 laps to go in this race. Sullivan Mounsey is pushing on. He's going to have to push because Richard Holmes Williams is going to make him push on and have to make him try and find something special to keep the race win. Rossi Banham still in that 3rd position. Charlie Huntingford still in 4th, but can he do it again? Can he find the move? Sullivan Mounsey tries to cover off the line, tries to cover off the move. This time around he does. They come across the line this time around to make it just 4 laps to go for the number 4 for Sullivan Mounsey this time around. Usually using number 34 in the likes of the British Talent Cup, but this time around he's got number 4 in front of his bike and he's pushing on. Whoa. It looks like Richard Holmes Williams now is having to find something different, having to find something new and find a different line around this tight track.
Every single lap they're pushing beyond levels that we thought were the maximum, and it's just happening time and time again. These guys are at each other's throats and there is nothing to separate them. You couldn't fit a razor blade between the pair of them at the moment. Sullivan Mounsey defending like his life depends on it. Richard Holmes Williams just wants to get onto that top step, but he has got to get through that black, white and blue number 4. 3 laps left to run. Can he make the gap appear as they head down to turn 1? Sullivan Mounsey actually, when Holmes Williams last overtook him, actually dropped the bike in the middle of the corner for a brief moment. Managed to save it and carry on without any delay, but just goes to show how hard he's pushing, that he's made mistakes starting to come through, and that could be what decides this race, Lewis, a mistake.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see, because he is going to push him so to the absolute limit, and will he crack? He's had so much times in his career where he's had to handle pressure, so Sullivan Mounsey, he has experience, he's been racing racing almost all of his life, and you can just see that with his riding style. It's so perfect, and it's such a modern riding style, as you see with all of these riders. But Sullivan Mountsie, it's been so impressive this race. Just 2 laps to go, 2 laps to keep Richard Holmes-Williams behind him on the 126. What can he do? Will there be any back markers come into play? Oh, you can just see there Sullivan Mountsie. He's taken such a wide line. He's not even phased by Richard Holmes-Williams. He's leaving the door open. But now Richard Holmes-Williams, he's looking up the inside once again here, and once again he gets the door shut on him, and it looks like nothing can be done to stop Sullivan.
Sullivan Mountsie determined to hold on to the top spot, but Richard Holmes-Williams, he's looking left, he's looking right, he's looking everywhere for a way through the young rider. With 1.5 laps left to go, look who's there. Rossi Banham is starting to close in. If these two keep fighting, Rossi Banham's chopped about 1.5 seconds off them in the last couple of laps, and although the final lap has just begun, well, Rossi Banham, if these two make a mistake and it all comes, undone, it could be Rossi Banham comes in to inherit a cheeky victory. We'll just have to wait and see. One more tour of the circuit. Holmes-Williams has a look to the inside, decides against it. Is he going to try the same move again? Yes. Tries the drive out the corner. This time, almost Mountsie had to dive. He didn't get a very good drive out the corner this time, and it looked like he may have finally got through, but Sullivan Mountsie just able to hold on as they come through to the S's section. A very awkward flip-flop of a left-right. Can Holmes-Williams, he's got one last opportunity, trying to drag race down the straight. Sullivan Mountsie closes the door. Can he try and dive through the final corner? Gets the drive. It's a drag race. Who's it going to be to the line? Sullivan Mountsie wins race 2 of the Extreme 200s, but boy, oh boy, was it close. 93 hundredths of a second. That was ruthless from Richard Holmes-Williams. He gave it his all. Rossi Banham rounds out the podium. That was millimetres in it.
Yeah, there was nothing in it, and it was all based on one corner, that drive out the corner as Sullivan Mountsie tries to wheelie that bike to celebrate his race victory, but he can't make it work. He's still trying to work in his wheelies and still trying to perfect them. But one thing he doesn't have to perfect is his racecraft. What a race that was. Richard Holmes-Williams, he planned that attack and planned that move almost all race, but he didn't think about the fact that Sullivan Mountsie is so aggressive, and Sullivan Mountsie will just dive down the inside. What a great ride that was, and what a great race that was from these guys, as Sullivan Mountsie wins the race by 93 thousandths of a second from Richard Holmes-Williams. Rossi Banham comes home in 3rd place in that final podium position. Jack Andrews, a very, very good ride from him in 4th place. Noah Gilray, maybe not what he would have wanted in 5th compared to yesterday's results. Well, look at Allen, after coming back after having a leg injury, is in 6th. Charlie Huntingford comes home in 7th, with Simon Huntingford in 8th. Zach Tureen comes home in 9th, and Owen Thomas rounds out our top 10 for race 2 in the Extreme 200s. And what a race that was. Of course, there's still one more race left for the Extreme 200 guys.
Race 2 then for the LC40 Elites, the premier class for the junior riders in MiniMoto. And well, another championship that was done well before this round. Coming in, Austin Johnson had a huge gap in points. So this one, it's all about glory more than anything. And I've been joined by a very special guest. We have in the commentary booth the new FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion. What?
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. Congratulations. How you doing?
Good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good. Why don't you introduce yourself for the audience at home? Again, you're relatively a new rider, young rider. Some of them might not be too familiar, but, you're champion, so they know you now. But introduce yourself.
Like, just say
just say your name and what you've done.
I'm Taylor, and
You're FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion in 2022.
And then,
well, there you go. Taylor, I'm sorry, I thought you'd been told. Well, there you go. You've actually already won the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion. I'm sorry that you didn't realise that. But, of course, it needs to be confirmed by race control, but by our standings, you've done it, so congratulations. But, thank you for joining us for the Elites commentary as the riders get ready for their formation lap. And, it's been a great weekend of racing in the Minimotos. It's a tough track for these riders out there, though.
Yeah.
I mean, what makes it so difficult around here? Because it's tight, it's twisty, it's narrow, and it's really physically draining as well.
The overtaking, there's not much overtaking opportunities. I mean, around the top left-hander, long one, you can just about get around the outside of people there, and also the first corner there. Yeah. And that's for rookie bikes, though. I mean, I rid my 14 mil, but I don't know if you can.
Well, these things obviously a little bit more powerful with the liquid-cooled elite bikes, but it's roughly the same realistically. It will be Byron Johnson starting from pole position, the pros champion with elite champion Austin Johnson starting from second. Finley Polehill starts third with Matthew Thomas in fourth. Sam Gardner is fifth with Chloe Gleason sixth, and row four was Jensen Bishop and Ollie O'Gorman. George Ackerman starts now, Dylan Tureen in 10th with Bradley Curtis, Rex Austin and Callum Maxwell rounding out the grid for the LC40 Elites Race 2. Of course, they've still got one more to come after this as well, the final race of the season for the LC40 Elites, and as they round the final corner. Who have you got your eye on to win this one, Taylor?
Byron.
Oh, interesting. Well, he's been on good form this weekend and been on good form in general the last few rounds, so we'll have to wait and see. But now it's all eyes to the lies. There is Byron on the pole position. His brother, the champion of this category, alongside him. It's an all Johnson front row. Will it stay that way as the green flag drops and we go racing for the second time this weekend in the LC40 Elites? It's all eyes on the flag, and it drops. We're underway. It's a good start from Byron Johnson. Austin Johnson not away so well. And who is that shoots away at the start? I think it was Jensen Bishop who got an absolute lightning start and trying to slide into third place in front of Matthew Thomas, I think that was. Great start from him, but it is Byron Johnson that leads from his brother Austin Johnson. And there's P3. Honestly, I can't quite tell. I can't read the number, but great start for the red fairing bike. I think it might be Finley Polehill. It is Finley Polehill. It's red. I'm used to seeing him in orange. That's why I got confused. So Finley Polehill in P3 with an absolute rocket ship of a start. And it's all actually stationed at the front, holding on, moves being made in the background. Sam Gardner and Matthew Thomas trying to trade places, but Sam Gardner holds firm for the time being. But Matthew Thomas, we know he's fast around here. We know he loves this track. As we see there, Austin Johnson trying to punish his brother, trying to take the lead on the inside of Byron, but no, has to concede first place down the straight. Hasn't quite got the straight line advantage. He is the older rider. He is the one with the more physical frame. It's a disadvantage down the straight. And actually, Taylor, that's something we've talked about before this year in you and your kind of on-track rival with Sebastian Kozlowski. You've mentioned that Sebastian, he's younger, he's a bit smaller than you, and he's lighter. And how much of a difference does that make on a MiniMoto?
Very much. On the 10 mils there, really much, because on the straights he can get me.
And down there. That looks like George Ackerman that's had a full. Yeah, luckily he's up on his feet and all okay. But a shame to see him go down.
It's really difficult. Oh, Austin's in the lead. It's really difficult to say that. It's really difficult to get round him and stuff, because he's really light down the straights and stuff, so you can just get me on the straights and then overtake when he wants to. It's a red flag.
Oh, there is a red flag. Oh, so we've got a red flag situation. We had the red flag graphic come up briefly, but then it went away. But now we do have a red flag.
Wasn't George? No, it wasn't.
I don't think it was. Well, George is up on his feet and all okay, and that's normally not the call for a red flag. So unless there's been oil which has been dumped down, or there's been another incident that we're not aware of. Oh, very, very interesting. It was Byron Johnson leading the race at the time of the red flag. But up to that point, it was the Johnson brothers dominating and trading places. Finley Polehill with a great start into P3. But Sam Gardner, Matthew Thomas as well, P4 and 5. Battling and trading places as we wait just to confirm and check that everything is all okay before we get the green flag out once again. And you had your eyes on Byron Johnson at the start of this race, Taylor, but Austin Johnson, he's looking pacey at the moment.
The two Johnson brothers.
Yeah, well, they are fast, to say the least. We're going to have a race restart. I'm not sure if it'll be entire race restarts to be full distance. We'll find out shortly as they make their way back onto the grid. But we were a few laps into this race restart. It may be a shortened version. We could just be going from where we were. I suppose we'll find out in a few moments' time. Well, we had one of these starts a few moments ago, and Byron Johnson got away like a rocket, as did Finley Polehill. So it's all waiting to see what's going to happen. But the riders get ready to go racing. So we're having a fresh race start, so a complete and total race restart. All right, shake it up, bit interesting. Let's go racing again, shall we? Round 2, race 2. Flag drops, we're underway. It's a good start. It's a better start from Austin Johnson this time. And who's that shooting through? Wow, Sam Gardner trying to go to the outside. He's going to have to settle for 3rd place. But again, another lightning start for some of the riders in the mid-pack. That was an awesome launch from him, but it's still Byron Johnson from Austin Johnson up the front. Sam Gardner in P3 with Finley Polhill in 4th. And just behind them, we see the 1-2-8 of Matthew Thomas as the rest of the field make their way through and coming onto the back stretch. And that is Finley Polhill challenging Sam Gardner to the inside. He gets the move done just in the back of the shot, and there you see confirmation of Finley Polhill moving up into P3. That's a nice move there. And well, we know this track is difficult to overtake, but obviously on a MiniMoto there's not really a lot of bike going on, is there? So how difficult is it to try and kind of come up with an overtake and try and force your way around another rider?
It's not the easiest of things. It's like for sometimes, like, it's like saying, no, not saying, it's like doing I don't know. No,
it's just difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, really difficult.
I mean, racing is a difficult sport, nonetheless. But one thing that, well, now that you know you're the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion as well, which surprised I'm the person who told you that. I really thought that someone from FAB-Racing would have told you, but congratulations on all the same. What does it take to win a championship in FAB-Racing? I mean, obviously this is you've only been here not very long by the standards of some of the people here. You've come and you've won the Rookies Cup. How much of an effort have you had to put into that? How much struggle and grind have you put in to become a champion here in FAB-Racing?
Well, at the start of winter practice, because I did a bit last year, we had to go every other weekend to M4 for Sarah Harris, and then we go to like other tracks like track, and then we went to Spain in the middle of Spain for a week, so I skipped school. And then it's just
so it's a lot of effort going into it. And I mean,
a lot of money as well.
Yeah, a lot of money, and obviously big weekends as well. I mean, FAB-Racing is the most cost-effective form of racing in the country, but it's still not exactly cheap. As we focus back on the front, and Byron and Austin Johnson still fighting away. The two brothers, solid mates on track, not mates on it, to put it lightly. They will happily run each other out of road if they have to try and get a win, with Austin Johnson a new fastest lap of 48.618 on that last tour of the circuit. As we see there, another rider going down, Jensen Bishop, who's gone down there. And that's a shame for him, but luckily he's up on his feet and all okay, which is the main thing. Of course, safety absolutely paramount here at FAB-Racing and is the #1 priority during every single race weekend. And Austin Johnson looks like he's got the pace at this phase in the race. With 6 laps left to go, he's starting to close the gap on Byron. And when you're in this situation, Taylor, is it easier to be the person chasing or the person being chased? Because it's obviously two very different mindsets going on.
It's easier being the person being chased, because then there's loads of corners where you can look around, and like if they overtake you, you can just like lean on them, or if they try and overtake you, you can just lean on them. So then, not really lean on them, but you can like
push them out a bit.
Yeah, push them out the way. That's Sam Gardner.
Oh yeah, Sam Gardner's had a big crash
again.
Yeah, Sam Gardner. Ooh, that is not good. Taking a seat. The bike looks like I'm not sure what's happened, but looks like he's come down, coming out of the final corner somewhere. But he was up, which was the main thing. As we put our attention back to the front runners, still Byron holding on. Austin, though, another fastest lap last time. He's still churning them out. He's still a little way off the lap record, but he's churning out the fastest laps. A 48.469 on that last tour, pushing like crazy. And there is Sam Gardner getting up, which is great to see, and out of the way as well. 4 laps left to run of this race too, and the conditions likely at their peak for today. It's very warm, although you may be able to hear it's getting quite windy out there. And wind is another thing I think a lot of people don't realise, Taylor, is really effective on these mini-motors. Again, they're so small, it can be the slightest gust of wind and it can really hurt you.
It's like, because it all goes in your face and you can't really get slipstream on the MiniMoto. Well, on the MiniMoto, so it's like, it kind of like swerves you out of place and stuff sometimes.
and the worst one was Lind.
Yeah, well, it sounds windy on the anyway, as that was Austin Johnson having a look to the inside of Byron, coming into the final complex. Could have made the gap appear, but there's 3 laps left to go. And that's another fastest lap, this time of 48.432. He is pushing and pushing hard, is the older of the 2 Johnson brothers. Though Taylor believes Byron has the advantage. He says it's easier to defend, but, well, different riders say different things. It's all up to personal preference, really.
A bit lighter, but they got the same bike setups and everything, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's all down to skill, really. Of course, the age thing will come into Austin. Of course, the larger of the 2, the older of the 2 riders. But apart from that, it's all down to skill.
And now it's lap traffic.
Yeah, coming up to lap traffic. We've seen time and time again as they try and negotiate Callum Maxwell. That time and time again, lap traffic has flipped races on its head, and it nearly has here. Austin Johnson almost into the lead as a result of the delay that Byron Johnson had trying to get through the lap traffic. We've seen it so many times in the mini-motos, in FAB-Racing in 2022. You just come across the lap traffic, you catch them in the wrong place or at the wrong time, and it costs you positions, it costs you time. No blue flags in FAB-Racing. You've got to negotiate the lap traffic on your own. Sometimes they will be nice enough and they will get out of the way for you, and that's all lovely for them. But sometimes they won't. They just treat you like any other competitor. We've got 2.5 laps left to run here, and it's still Byron Johnson from Austin Johnson, your front 2. Austin has been looking the faster of the 2 riders for the last few laps now, but just cannot quite make the gap appear. It's one thing to chase a rider, it's another thing to overtake them. It is difficult as they come into the back section for the final time. It will be Byron Johnson leading the way onto the final lap. Last lap flag flapping in the breeze as they head into centre for the final time. And Byron's wide and Austin goes through. Byron runs wide. A slight mistake from the Pros champion allows his brother, the Elite champion, to slide on through. And that was what I was saying. All it takes is one little mistake, Taylor, and your dreams of a victory can be gone.
Like yesterday when I went out wide, it
was an impressive save, I'll say that much, on the grass. We didn't catch race 1 of the AC40 rookies yesterday. Oh, you missed an absolute cracker. But as we come through with half a lap left to go, Byron Johnson is trying to the inside of the Austin, trying to push him on the grass. Final corner, Byron takes the lead into the final corner. Oh, but he runs wide. It's going to be Austin Johnson who takes victory in race 2. But my, oh my, there was some toing and froing between the siblings there. Talk about brotherly love. Wow, it was Byron, then it was Austin, then it was Byron, then it was Austin. They were back and forth. Finley Polhill will round out the podium with a great ride, but it is Austin Johnson, the champion of the LC40 Elite, who takes victory. And unfortunately, Taylor, your prediction was wrong. It wasn't Byron, but it was a solid performance from the both of them nonetheless.
Yeah, nice battle as well.
Yeah.
Oh, over down.
Yeah, just showing off a little bit there, perhaps, from Byron Johnson, getting the elbow down in the corner. That will be it for race 2 of the LC40 Elite. But of course, they will be back a little bit later on for their final race of the season. It is Austin Johnson who takes victory with Byron Johnson in P2. Finley Polhill manages to come in home in 3rd with Matthew Thomas in 4th, and Chloe Gleeson, another strong result from her, in P5. Ollie O'Gorman was 6th, Bradley Curtis 7th, Rex Austin 8th, Dylan Towery in 9th, and Callum Maxwell in P10. Taylor Tomlinson, the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion of 2022. Thank you very much for joining us here in the commentary booth. What a great race that was.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, Taylor, for coming along, and best of luck for your race 3 later on. And of course, all of the race 3s that we've got to enjoy later on this afternoon. We've still got plenty to come.
Coming up is race 2 for the senior MiniMoto class. It is big riders but little bikes, but once again what we're going to see is immensely great racing and close racing. And what we've seen in race 1 was the championship completely changed up because it happened with Will Harf not turning up to this race and Matt Birkin winning by a margin from Richard Holmes-Williams. It was a great ride, and now the championship is 13 points back is Matt Birkin from Will Harf. So for Matt Birkin to take the championship lead, he has to finish 4th place and above. 4th place to be ahead of him, or 3rd place to be ahead of him, or 4th place to be joined on championship points heading into the final race. Of course, Will Harf not here, but Richard Holmes-Williams has put in a great show, and he is on pole position. Everyone thought that he was going to dominate this season, but now the riders head out on their warm-up lap. Richard Holmes-Williams will start in pole position from Matt Birkin, and Josh Birkin will start in 3rd position with Craig Ashall alongside him on the 2nd row of the grid. Rhys Gentry and Nick Bennett will start 5th and 6th place, with David Myatt and Chris Yeomans on the 4th row. Mark Payne and Callum White will be starting 9th and 10th, with Keaton Payne and Alberto Venteo will be starting 12th, and Lamar Morgan and Elliot Serley will be starting 14th, and Jerome Richards and Shannon King will be on our 8th row of the grid. Isaac Greenstreet and Steve Jones will be starting 17th and 18th, and Rob Gentry rounds off our 19 bike grid that we have here in the senior MiniMoto class. It's a big class. We've seen it all year around, and it's been very, very impressive racing from these guys.
It has indeed, but it's all eyes on the front row. Matt Birkin, what can he do to try and displace Will Howarth from the top spot of the championship? Can he take the championship lead this race? Will it have to go down to the final race of the season? We'll have to wait and see as the riders line up on the grid, getting ready to go racing. Richard Holmes-Williams was the man to beat yesterday, until he wasn't, with Matt Birkin taking victory at the last chance saloon. But he has been looking phenomenal all weekend long. And what could Josh Birkin do? He was looking strong yesterday until a slight mistake led to a damaged bike and an ended race as we wait for the green flag. It drops, we're underway. It's a great start from Matt Birkin. He looks to get the jump on Richard Holmes-Williams down into turn 1, and he does so. Great stuff from the championship hopeful. He will take the lead. Richard Holmes-Williams in 2nd, with Josh Birkin just behind them in P3. Craig Ashall home in P4 as well, with Rhys Gentry managing to hold on in P5. But it will be Matt Birkin leading the way. A great start for him. And again, he needs to maximise his points. It's all problems further back in the pack for some of the riders. Hopefully, luckily everyone back on the bike though, and everyone's feeling good, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen in the senior MiniMoto class. It is race 2, the second last race of the season. It's going to be an intense championship battle. Although Will Harf is still not here, it's going to have to be a great ride from Matt Birkin to be able to get, because he has to score points and he cannot afford to fall off. This championship can still change. It's still up for grabs at the moment, but 8 laps to go in this race. Matt Birkin leads the way by just half a second over Richard Holmes-Williams. Last race, race 1 yesterday, it went down to the final lap, went down to the final corner, and was a drag race to the line. It was an excellent race, but right now Richard Holmes-Williams is in a Birkin sandwich. It's such a tricky position to be in, because Josh, he is out the championship running after crashing out yesterday and having to finish 11th position. So now all he can do is help his brother Matt win the championship. Brotherly love, teammates on track right now. He has to use his head and just score points. Craig Ashall there coming round your picture. Craig Ashall in 4th position, quite a lonely 4th position actually at the moment, but this race is tending to bunch up as the race goes on. Backs further down the fields. Chris Yeomans is under immense pressure at the moment from Mark Payne. Mark Payne trying to pile on as much pressure as possible. All the fans watching on the bankings around the circuit. But up front, it's still Matt Birkin who leads the way, and now another fastest lap of the race, a 49.422. Chris Yeomans though running wide on the exit of the hairpin there and having to try and hook it up for a late apex, and there is Matt Birkin still under chase from Richard Holmes-Williams. You can just see how confident he is on that motorcycle and how confident he is around this circuit, and it's rightfully so. We see him in the Extreme 200s. He was battling for the race win to the final lap. He sussed it. He's such a smart rider. He tries to find Where are his rivals' weak points? Matt Birkin now still in the 49s, but 2 tenths faster was Richard Holmes-Williams. The gap is closing. The gap is now just 6 tenths of a second, and that's Richard Holmes-Williams. Richard Holmes-Williams has crashed out a second position at the moment, so that's made it a Birkin 1-2. How much time has he lost? How much positions has he lost? And there's another rider, I believe that's Isaac Greenstreet also. He was sitting in 18th position, but he's ran into a mechanical issue. He had a mechanical issue earlier on in warm-up, but now positions are falling, championship points are falling for his championship chart. Richard Holmes-Williams, every single position matters. Rhys Gentry now trying to make up some positions, trying to make some passes on the likes of Nick Bennett and Craig Ashall. Craig Ashall now though looks like he's being closed in by Nick Bennett. Nick Bennett just looks faster in that mid corner, but is losing it on that punch out. Maybe he's just sacrificing that corner exit, because at the circuit it's back-to-back corners. There's not that much straights. You can afford to maybe lose a little bit of drive, because it's so easy to defend around this circuit with such tall and such wide riders on these kids' bikes. But Richard Holmes-Williams has dropped down to 6th position at the moment, so he's lost positions. 5 laps to go in this race. So Richard Holmes-Williams, that's not what he would have been wanting to do. He would have been wanting to take that on to the final lap of the race, like he did in race 1 yesterday. But Matt Birkin leads the way from his brother Johnson. That's Rhys Gentry having some kind of mechanical issue, so Rhys Gentry out of the running as well. That's not what he would have wanted at all, but the race still goes on at the front. Craig Ashall is still going round. It looks like he's managed to bridge a gap from the force that is Nick Bennett just behind him on the 711. That place is now for 3rd position, the final place on the podium, the all-important podium position. It brings home the prizes. It's what you want to finish in, and around this circuit it's so tricky to be at the front. Every single braking marker, every single meter that you break later matters around this circuit. It can change everything up. Further back down the field, Shannon Kittings having a pretty good ride in 13th position at the moment. She's been doing quite a lot of training on the Pit Bike 140 later on in the season. I believe next year she's hoping to be racing the Pit Bike 140 at FAB, and potentially even going on to riding a Ninja 300 in the BMC series. So it's so great to see these young riders developing and moving up through the ranks and moving up through bike categories here at FAB. It just shows it's the place to be. It's where you want to be if you want to be a star of the future. But these riders are just out here, and they're just out here having fun. Nick Bennett is piling on the pressure at the moment. Chris Yeomans is up into 5th position, and dropping down the order is Richard Holmes-Williams once again, actually. So Richard Holmes-Williams potentially having another bike issue or another fall. He's back down to 11th position at the moment. So Craig Ashall trying to get past some back markers. It looks like now the gap is massive between himself and Nick Bennett, so all he has to do is stay on the bike for 3 more laps around this circuit to claim that 3rd position ahead of both the Birkin brothers. Heading in to this weekend, we spoke to the senior MiniMoto guys. They said that they thought that Richard Holmes-Williams would be the guy to beat. He would be so consistent and so quick. We know he is, because he has 2 lap records around this circuit, but it was not to be in race 2. 2 laps to go in race 2, and it's Nick Bennett who's going to have to find something special if he wants to be in that podium roster with both the Birkin brothers. So we're going to have to wait and find out, as there we have one of the Birkins coming around our picture. That is Matt Birkin. That is the race leader. 2 laps to go in this race, 1.5 laps to go in this race in Matt Birkin's case, and he just needs to keep it on 2 wheels. It's going to be a fine point taken for him, because if he can finish where he is right now, he will take the championship lead from Will Harrop, who is not here this round, and he'll take it by 12 points. And of course, he will not be crowned champion, because mathematically, if the likes of Will Harrop was to turn up for race 3, it would still be possible. But Matt Birkin's done the impossible, and he has 1 lap to go before he sees the checker flag, and he sees 25 glorious championship points. Half a lap to go in this race. He is such a tricky sector left. It's a long left-hander. He has a couple back markers ahead of him. It will not face him at all. call. He tips in and he goes round confidently. It looks like he's on a Sunday ride. He's enjoying it now. If he didn't have a dark visor on, you could see the smile behind his helmet. But now, half a lap to go. He comes into the final sector now. He's just relaxed. He's just enjoying it. He's just cruising at this point. He comes round the final corner. He takes the checker flag. It's been a super ride from Super Birkin. Matt Birkin takes the race win and takes the championship lead by 12 points. Headed into the final race of the season. Craig Ashall gets the better of Nick Bennett, but Nick Bennett is not giving up at all. Nick Bennett closes that gap on the final lap of the race, and he's actually almost 1.5 seconds faster on that last lap than Craig Ashall. So Nick Bennett having a good last lap. There is Richard Holmes-Williams. So Richard Holmes-Williams is a DNF from that race. That is something you wouldn't expect it going into it, but there is the race winner, and there is Matt Birkins in fine fashion. A wave to the crowd, a wave to the fans, and he is enjoying that one. He'll go back to the motorhome and both the Birkins will be happy, but this time it is Matt who will have bragging rights at the table tonight. Matt Birkin, it's not unusual to see some of the last riders now coming across the checker flag, coming across the line, and now we wait for these guys to come into the pit lane after what was a great race. Matt Birkin takes the race win by 9.2 seconds over his brother Josh. Craig Ashall defending from Nick Bennett in third place, and Chris Yeomans coming home in fifth. Keaton Payne and Mark Payne come home in 6th and 7th, and David Mayak comes home in 8th. Alberto Venteo gets that 9th position, and finally Callum White rounds out our top 10 for race 2 in the senior mini-motos. What a race that was. A couple riders now just trying to get back to the pit lane after having a DNF in that race, a slight bike issue, trying to get the bike restarted for one of the riders there. Sounds like they've got it started. It sounds like they're making the way back to the pit lane after what was a great race for the senior mini-moto guys. Now it is time for the Mini F1 sidecars. This race was meant to happen after lunch, but we are ahead of schedule here in these glorious conditions that we have. So now it is time for the sidecar guys to shine in the sunshine, and it's been Mick Williams who's been shining through it all season. It's been a very dominant performance. He's changed passengers, but that's not affected him. Although his win streak was broken earlier on in the season in the wet conditions, he has still put on a great show, and it looks like all the riders now are just heading their way to the grid. But I do not see the green streets. There is the green streets just coming to the grid and just waiting for the race to start. Elena Glover at the back of your picture, making her return back to Mini F1 sidecar racing after having a period out, after having a crash. But I believe the passenger is Elliot Newton in Elena Glover's sidecar. So we will wait for these riders to head out on their warm-up lap. One warm-up lap before we get underway. It will be Mick Williams who will be starting in pole position with the green streaks alongside them, something that we've been very used to seeing all this season. Vince Bailey on the 369 will be starting in third, with Chris Impey fourth. Mark Parker will be starting fifth, and John Hosker on the yellow sidecar will be starting second. Iona Glover rounds off our short but sweet grid in the sidecars in 7th position. This season in the sidecars we've seen some great racing, even at this circuit. Although you may think it's been very hard to pass, which it is, these sidecar passengers and riders make it work. They make it work, and they make a gap appear. It's been a telling season for Mick Williams. It's been showing how they handle pressure, and they handle it well. And now, as they all pull up to the grid, tension is rising in the Mini F1 sidecar for the race 2. Mick Williams will be on pole position. They wait for the flag to drop. The flag's in the air, and the flag is dropped, and the flag is away, and now we are racing. Mick Williams gets the race lead, and it looks like Vince Bailey is in second position, but straight away the green streaks makes it work. It makes a gap appear. These guys just go straight on and towards the long left-handers. A much shorter lap for these sidecar guys. They are flat out for so long. Mick Williams, though, they've been so strong all season, and they're so strong in this race. They're already leading the away from the green streets. The green streets on the number 90, the blue and black sidecar. They've been so used to this all season, just being behind McWilliams, not being able to find that couple tenth of a second. But can they make it work? Can they find something new? And can they get a dry race victory? Chris Impey there on the 4.57 with the passenger this weekend being Jack Andrews. Jack Andrews trying something different this weekend, and I may say he's doing a great job of it. Jason Greenstreet's at the line this time around with 7/10 back from McWilliams. So McWilliams has to find something different here, because 7/10 is not enough to rest. They really have to push on and create a gap if they want to get away. The Greenstreets are going to have to keep up this pace for the whole race, which is very, very tricky to do. It's such a physical track here at Red Lodge. It's corner after corner, and you get no rest by even on the straight going onto it. It's a sweeping left-hander, and you're trying to adjust your body position. By the time these tall riders have adjusted their body position, it's time to turn in for turn 1, which is a gap right in the middle of the corner. It's a crack in the track, a joint, and it's so bumpy for these guys. And it's all about the feel. It's all about confidence. And right now, McWilliams will have the confidence, because they have the fastest lap of the race, a 35.8 from McWilliams on the 26th. The Red Bull Sidecar outfit has been so impressive this year. They raise the outside wheel in the air on 2 wheels. We've seen it so many times. They're pushing so hard, but yet they make it look so easy for us at home. They've won many championships, and they already won the championship this year with many races to spare. It's so impressive what they've done. You can just hear actually the sidecars bouncing off the rev limiter as they tip in down the back straight. It's so impressive what they do in the sidecars. All of these bikes are basically hand built in someone's shed. It's so impressive. They're all one of a kind, but it's McWilliams who leads the way at the front with 4 laps to go from the green streets, and now we come across the line making it 3 laps to go. The green streets are 2.2 seconds back, so not as big of a gap as what we usually see.
Yeah, the green streets have they've closed that down actually, which is really great to see from them. And you know, I'm sure they'd love to end the season off with adding another win to the tally, making it 3 this year. They've had an amazing season. They've been the biggest challenger to the 26 outfit in years, and it's been great to see their progress and great to see them take a pole position at Wilton Mill. It's great to see them take some wins here and there as well, and I'm sure they'd like to add another one to the tally. But Mick Williams here at Red Lodge has been absolutely dominant, but again, it's only 2.4 seconds. That's not that big of a gap by Williams standards, so they're actually quite close by that. And as we see further back in the pack, fighting going on as there always is in mini F1 sidecars. Mark Parker and John Hosker duking it out for glory and P5, and the gap still staying the same. So Mick Williams and the green streets right now lapping very similarly. So the last time for Mick Williams was a little bit faster than the green streets, but overall it's still pretty close between the pair of them. As there we see round the outside goes the Hoskers. A great move into the S's there to take P5, and up on 2 wheels the sidecar desperately trying to keep it in contact with the ground as one of them runs off into the grass as well. As Mick Williams begins his final lap, it will be coming through. So this is the final lap of the race for these riders as they come through now into the opening few turns, and it will be John Hosker. Oh, and Mick Williams wins. There we go. He was so far ahead. Mick Williams takes race 2. We were focusing so much on that tight battle for 5th place that we didn't realise that Mick Williams was actually half around the track. The 26 takes victory with the green streets in tow. A thumbs up between all of them. Now you know that was a tough race. It's getting quite warm out there as well, so getting a bit of a sweat on, I presume. It is very physically tough. And is that the Hoskers who've gone off? And that looks like something's broken off it, and then it's buried after they've broken off it. Or have they... Oh, that is not good. Oh dear. What's happened here then? So have they gone off, or was there contact, or I don't know. Oh dear, that's not good for the Hoskers. Hopefully they're all okay. And they have been classified as a DNF, so I think there's been a racing incident here.
Yeah, no one there with the wide there. The fairing is definitely broken. There is another sidecar rider coming to check on them, so maybe some contact, or maybe there's been a slight mistake and checking they're all right. Great camaraderie there. But that's Vince Bailey, his outfit, checking that the Hoskers are okay, because that bike is definitely second hand.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. The thing is in a few pieces, I think we'll say that much. But they'll make their way back off, they'll get a push round, and then we'll be able to carry on with the day's worth of racing. But a big shame for the Hosker. Oh, that is not healthy, is it? The Hoskermobile has taken a bit of a beating, to put it mildly. But a great race we've just had there in the Mini F1 sidecars, and we should have one more race for you before the lunch break, and that will be the Pit Bike 140s race 2. But the Mini F1 sidecars have been providing some fantastic racing all weekend long. It's been great to see the camaraderie there between the two outfits. You often get reports of there's some stigma, some aggression in the sidecar paddock, shall we say, that they sometimes have their disagreements, but it's also great to see that they do help each other out when they do need to. So that is absolutely fantastic to see, and they'll be hopefully off the grid shortly, and we can go racing in the other classes, which we still have to come. And of course, the sidecars and all the other classes, they'll be back out in their race 3s later on, as Dale Baldwin, the championship photographer, hands over another piece of bodywork that's broken off the sidecar. Hello and welcome if you're just joining us. You're watching someone getting pushed back to the pits after the Mini F1 sidecar race 2 here at the FAB finale at the fantastic Red Lodge, the final round of the 2022 FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship season. And it's been an amazing weekend of racing so far, and well, we are really looking forward to all of the race 3s that are coming our way later.
Well, now we'll have race 2 for the Pit Bike 140s. It is Sunday and it is their morning race. This track temperature is rising. It's sunny conditions for these guys, but the championship is already decided. Rossi Banham has taken the championship win and taken the championship victory and is running the number 1 plate on his bike. We've seen a great race 1. Rossi Banham, he just looked unstoppable. There was nothing that Lucas Brown could have done. Even back markers came into play, but that nothing could have stopped Rossi Banham. Rossi Banham said he was just out there to have some fun, and he didn't want to clear off or push too hard or make any mistakes. But even if he didn't want to make any mistakes, he still broke his own lap record. So such an impressive race from Rossi Banham, and it's definitely going to be one to look out for race 2.
Well, he even admitted to us in race 1 that he wasn't even pushing that hard. He knew there was a lot more time on the table, but there was no reason to push. He was up the front, there was no reason to risk a crash, so he was just holding back. We've been told in our ear that apparently something, I'm not really sure what's going on, but we'll find out in a minute. Race control aren't sounding too happy about something in our ear, but as we get underway on the formation lap, it's Lucas Brown from pole position with Rossi Banham, your champion, alongside him. Reece Peacock starts in P3 with Chris Wells alongside. Samuel Munson is P5 and Jamie King, the 5-time FAB-Racing champion, is P6 as someone's gone down there on the formation lap. Well, I'm used to seeing that in wet conditions, maybe not so much in the dry. And the throttle's stuck open as well, but a bizarre incident there. Well, I've never seen that. I think, was there just a coming together? I don't know if, I think it's Cameron Saul who's gone down. Well, he was supposed to be starting in 7th, so we'll find out where he's starting in a moment. Zach Torian in 8th. Liam Wood and Clayton Edmonds round out the top 10 with Elliot Crosby and Sean Whittaker on row 6. And there's Chapley White, followed by Alex Vella. Keaton Payne is 15th and Steve Moody 16th. Ollie Vincent 17th. Alan Lowe's 18th. Ben Ridgewell 19th. Paul Clifford 20th. Dave Glover 21st. Charlie Eagle 22nd. Row 12 is Caelan Calvert and Simon Porter. That is your grid for race 2 of the Pit Bike 140s. And, well, I assume Cameron Saul will be allowed to rejoin the grid in the correct position, so I suppose we'll find out. But I'm not really sure what happened with the incident, but we'll wait and see. The riders on the grid. Wave from Rossi Banham. Hello, Rossi. Looking cool and collected as ever. And, well, maybe he'll try and hang back and have a fight today. Who knows? We know that that's what he sometimes does. Such has been his dominance this season. He sometimes holds off just to relish any action he can get, because he's basically just been hot lapping all year long, which can get quite dull sometimes. He wants a challenge, and the problem is that in this year of the Pit Bike 140s, that challenge has not arrived. he has been the man to beat. As Cameron Saul makes his way back in. He's not looking too happy, is he? Interesting. Well, it's time to go racing. Flag Marshal Lee Clowes almost sets him off. She's not happy about something yet. Oh, Cameron Saul, that is broken. Cameron Saul pulls off. He takes himself out of the race. Now we're ready to go racing. We're away. It's a great start from Rossi Banham. A very short wait time for that flag. Lucas Brown also a good start, but not good enough. Banham takes the lead of the race, with Brown in second, Reese Peacock and Chris Wells following them. Jamie King got held up at the start there. I think he's dropped a few places, unfortunately for him. But it will be Banham that leads as Cameron Saul hauls his bike away from the start-finish straight. And look at the gap that Rossi Banham has. I mean, these two is massive. Why do we bother?
Yeah, certainly. Rossi Banham is looking so strong. We seen yesterday, even Lucas Brown couldn't catch up to him and couldn't keep the pace. But overnight, you have quite a lot to think about. You have quite a lot that you know you can work on. So maybe he's just put his mind to it, and now he's going full attack mode. Is 2 more races left this season, so Lucas Brown, if he wants a race victory at this round, he's going to have to find something special. He's going to have to find something special now. There's 11 laps to go in this race. It's such a short race for the pit bike guys. They're doing about 48-second lap times. The lap record was broken yesterday by Rossi Banham, even though he said he wasn't even pushed in. He did a 46.384. That is the time to beat for today. But what is going to happen is Jamie King battles with Chris Wells further down the order for that 5th position. A very respectable position for these riders. But at the front, Rossi Banham leading the way. It's something that it's not unusual to say for him, but it's unusual for the gap to not be this big at this round. But he's just there having fun and enjoying this time for the final round of BSB.
Well, Lucas Brown does need a good result because he's actually fighting with Reese Peacock, who's currently in 3rd, for the Vice Championship. After race 1, Lucas Brown did vault Reese Peacock and go into 2nd in the championship standings, but it's very minimal margins in it, so he needs to maximise his results in this weekend if he does want to be declared the Vice Champion of the Pit Bike 140s. And he's on track to do that at the moment. 2 second places compared to 2 third places for Reese Peacock even is a good stead, to say the least, as we see some action further back in the pack. Fighting all the way through is Peacock and Munson, trying to force a gap. And actually, I think Samuel Munson's got through Reese Peacock, and he has. So, interesting there. That's Reese Peacock, though, trying to poke it to the inside. Or Chris Wells, rather, should I say. There's Chris Wells and Samuel Munson. Hang on. Oh, that's why. Everyone shot off into the distance. I'm getting confused. But that is Chris Wells, Samuel Munson, Jamie King in the background there as well. And actually holding on to the back of Jamie King is Clayton Edmonds, a name who we haven't seen in FAB-Racing in a very long time. It's great to have him back here. He's been racing off in Spain the past year, if I believe. Also, there's a British Talent Cup as well, of course, but also off doing some stuff in Spain. And, well, hope he's had some fun doing that. It's been a pretty successful year for him. But as we turn our attention to the front, it is Rossi Banham who leads by a long way, although not long. Oh, my words! Wow! Puts his hand up to say sorry. Jamie King capitalises, but goodness me, Chris Wells. Whoa, that could have been massive. Samuel Munson got a huge wobble on. Chris Wells nearly hits the deck. Jamie King up to 5th place there. Rossi Banham, fastest lap, 46.482. Is that a new lap record? I don't think so. But I'll let my co-commentator check. No, it's not. He's only a 10th off his lap record, though. And he's also now streaking away from Lucas Brown at the rate of a second a lap. He is absolutely flying. Rossi Banham in his element.
Yeah, he certainly is. It's perfect conditions for him, so he's going to be in his element. But now they're reaching back markers as Samuel Munson goes round the outside of a back marker. Jamie King gets slightly held up, and Chris Wells also round the outside. I know it's like Clayton Edmonds might just slightly get held up, and he has. But now it is time of back markers. You have to use your head in this stage in the game. You have to know who you're racing and who you just have to get past cleanly. And Samuel Munson, he's a very clean rider, and that's why he put his hand up, apologising for that move and apologising because he likes his moves to be done cleanly. But Rossi Banham has just set a new lap record of a 46.3 0.346, just slightly faster than yesterday's lap record. But Rossi Banham, he does it in style and he does it again. Rossi Banham, he's been so strong this race. Now the gap is 3.7 seconds from Lucas Brown in second position. So Lucas Brown, he has to find something special, and the only way he's going to be able to respond is from a mistake from Rossi Banham or creating another lap record. But Rossi Banham, the lap record pace, and he's just enjoying himself with that number 1 plate on that Pit Bike 140 machine. He's had quite a few mechanicals this season. At one point in the season, it was shooting out some sort of smoke of the exhaust, but he's fixed it all now, and he's never looked back. He's not looking back this race, as the gap is now 3.6 seconds, and there's confirmation of that new lap record.
Just rapid pace, and again, we know there's more in his locker that he's not showing us because he doesn't see the point. Your champion of 2022, Rossi Banham, showing us what he does best, just ripping a pit bike around kart tracks around the UK. He's just such a talent on these things, isn't he? And such a joy to watch. It's just so mesmerising to watch how he hauls this thing around a racetrack. And the way he does it, it is just superb and absolutely in his element. I think he might have just missed a gear there, actually. It just looks a bit slow coming out of the corner in the kind of exit to the middle of the corner. But hasn't stopped him. Where actually is Lucas Brown on circuit? There he is, just at the back of your shot now. So big is the gap. 6 seconds is the size of the gap that Rossi Banham has opened up in about 4 laps. I don't even know what to say. I mean, we've seen it time and time again this year. It's happened countless times, and every single time it leaves everyone in shock and all. The guy is just fast.
He is fast, and he's just even faster. 46.1 from Rossi Banham. That is a special lap time, 2/10 faster than the lap time that he just broke just 1 lap ago. Rossi Banham, unstoppable at the moment. A 7.3 second gap back to Lucas Brown. So Rossi Banham putting in the paces, and I think he'll even be surprised at himself at this point in the race. He said he wasn't going to push that hard. He said he didn't want to do anything stupid this round. He just wanted to bring it home and enjoy himself. But battles further down the field at the moment of just 4 laps to go in this race. Samuel Muncie coming for your picture now in that 4th position. Reese Peacock still in 3rd at the moment, in quite a lonely 3rd place. But Rossi Banham this time around, it's not another lap record, but it is a 46.2, still very, very impressive. Lucas Brown comes across the line now, and he sets a 47.3. So Rossi Banham is 1.1 seconds faster a lap. That is incredible.
It's just, the numbers speak for themselves, don't they? What a performance we are watching from your champion. It is a champion's ride. It is a race for the ages for Rossi Banham. Just phenomenal performance. He has been so superb this season. It didn't get underway completely cleanly. The first round at Lyd, he had a few problems, got caught up in an accident in one of the races as he comes around to start the penultimate lap. And it wasn't quite his weekend, but since then he has swept every weekend bar Raura, because he didn't show up because he'd already won the championship. He won 18 races in a row, I think, if my math serves me right. Just unbelievable. I mean, you can see why he's in junior superstock. He's clearly a talent, and next year I think is going to be a massive year for Rossi. I think he's going to have an amazing career ahead of him in the BSB paddock and potentially elsewhere. And another thing, he's a great showcase of what FAB-Racing is all about. It's about developing and nurturing young talent into superstars, and that's what we're seeing here in Rossi Banham. He's one of Britain's next big things in motorcycle racing, getting his start here as he begins his final lap.
Yeah, final lap for race 2, and the final lap before Rossi Banham wins yet again another race. He just needs to get around 1 more lap around this circuit on the number 1 plate machine. It's such a special weekend for him. It's been so impressive from the junior stock rider, and you just seen how confident he looks on that motorcycle. It really helps him develop, but some smoke there it looks like. But he comes around now, the long left-hander, he's celebrating now. now, it seems. He just looks like he's cruising at this point. He knows he has such a big victory and he has such a big lead that he can just relax. And yeah, there's where the smoke is coming from. A bike has expired and the rider is not happy about it, but Rossi Banham, so impressive. He comes around the final corner, Rossi in the name, Rossi on track, and he wins the race with a wheelie. Rossi Banham wins the race by a massive gap from Lucas Brown, number 7, Lucas Brown. It was a 7-second gap a couple of laps ago, but what is it now? 9.7 seconds from Rossi Banham. Lucas Brown couldn't do anything. Reece Peacock comes home in that third. The bike expired for someone on that final lap, made them just slow up slightly. So Rossi Banham, what a performance from him. You can see how happy he is. He is enjoying this.
Yeah, you can see he means a lot. He's staring straight at the camera while wheeling, which is mildly intimidating, to be honest. And yeah, there you go, elbow to the floor, whipping out all the all the tricks out for Rossi Banham. Just shows, I mean, even when you've won everything there is to win in Pit Bike 140s, it just shows when you put in a performance like that, it does mean a lot. What a performance from Rossi Banham, who takes victory in the second race of the Pit Bike 140s with a dominant display. He takes victory, confirmed there by 9.72 seconds from Lucas Brown, with Reece Peacock rounding out the podium. Samuel Munson brings it home in P4 with Jamie King in P5. Clayton Edmonds managed to hold on for P6. Chris Wells is 7th with Liam Wood in 8th, Zach Tureen 9th, and Sean Whittaker rounding out the top 10. That's all the time we've got then for the morning sessions for the race 2s here at the Fab finale at Red Lodge. But of course, we'll be back after lunch break for the final races of the season. Just 10 races left, all of the race 3s, and then we're done for 2022. So make sure you stick around, we won't be too long, and then we'll be back for the final races of the year.
Hello and welcome to the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. It is the final round here at Red Lodge, where we have 30 fantastic races still to come, where championships are yet to be decided. But before we get into that, let's have a chat to some of the riders in the paddock. So we're here with Finlay Paul Hill. Finlay, how have you felt like your seasons went on both the 50s and in the elites?
Oh, it's gone brilliant. I couldn't have asked for anything else. The 50's been brilliant. Got a couple of podiums and won a couple of the mini races. I don't know what else I'd really need.
And well, we've been keeping up to date with you over the course of the season. Are you fully healed now? Is there nothing holding you back as a rider physically?
No, nothing really. Just can't straighten it and get a bit more strength in it, then I'll be fine.
And on your MiniMoto, has it been the season that you've wanted?
Yeah. Well, probably not going to do it next year because we're selling the bike, but it would have been nice to win it, but can't help that I broke my arm.
And whenever you've been on track, of course you've had quite a lot of times off track with your injury and quite a lot of rebuilding of your arm. So when you've been on track, have you got the results that you've been wanted, or has there been a point in the season, a track of the season, that you've really struggled with?
Well, the track that I've struggled with the most is probably Landau. Even though it was probably my best results, it's such a physical track that it's hard to get around, if you see what I mean.
And talking about physicality on your Mini GP 50, has it been quite a tough bike to ride?
It's a lot harder than the Mini. The gear change is a bit different around every track. You've got to figure that out, and yeah, just get ready for the races this weekend.
And looking forward to this weekend, what is your hopes for this weekend? Are you hoping to get some race wins, maybe even in the 50s?
Yeah. Well, I'm not too far off the lap times at the minute, so I could win a couple in the Mini and a couple in the 50, which would be nice.
And is there a point of the track that maybe is a weak spot at the moment that you still need to work on?
Well, it's my favourite track, so it can't be that weak.
And finally, next year, you've mentioned that you're selling the MiniMoto. Is it just all in the 50s, or maybe can we see towards the end of the season maybe even a little shot in the 70s?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is mainly do the 50s, but then do some of the 70 practices.
Well, good luck, and we can't wait to see you on a MiniGP 70.
Thank you.
So we're here with Annabelle McCarthy, who's been racing in the rookies all year and is making the step up to the pros this round. Annabelle, how are you feeling going into the final weekend?
It's nerve-wracking because I'm on a pro bike, but it's actually it's a shame because I've enjoyed doing this whole season, but at least I've enjoyed it.
And what's been the biggest difference between the rookie bike and the pro bike so far?
The biggest difference is that there's difference in power. There's a lot more concentration on the pro bike than there is the rookie.
And how have you felt like your seasons went as a whole in the rookie class?
I think it's gone really well, but of course I've got a disadvantage because how tall I am.
And with you being so tall, how do you have to change up your riding? Do you have to push harder for the corners?
I had to push harder down the straights, the corners, basically nearly everything. I had to duck down more than everybody else.
And with the pros, have you got any aims for yourself this weekend since you're stepping up to a new class?
I've got some aims, which is don't crash, have fun, and enjoy the whole weekend.
And have you had any tips so far off any other pro riders or any of your parents?
My dad's saying give it all you've got and duck down, go around the corners, be flow, don't be static, and that's it really.
And although it's just the start of your racing career, where do you hope to be in the future? Where's your dreams in racing?
My dreams in racing is to just have fun, don't muck up, don't embarrass yourself, and to come fast.
Is there any particular series that you would want to get into in the future? Any championship?
Probably Moto GP.
And do you have any heroes currently in Moto GP at the moment?
No, not really.
Well, good luck for this round, and good luck on the pro bike. We all hope it goes well for you.
Thank you.
So we're here with Matthew Thomas. Matthew, how are you feeling this weekend and heading into the final round of the FAB-Racing Championship?
Quite good. This is my favourite track, and so far I'm in second. So I'm trying to get first, but I'm second, third, fastest.
And conditions today on track has been quite windy. So how is it like riding a MiniMoto in the windy conditions? Do you feel it at all?
No, because you're quite low down. For the bigger bikes, I think you would, because more wind are going to hit you. And for the minis, you'll more go close to the ground, so you won't feel it.
And with it being the end of the season, you've done 8 rounds after this weekend. What's been the biggest thing that you've learned from this season?
Don't crash, and don't get the throttle on too early. Too late, I mean.
So consistency is absolute key.
Yes.
And outside of the racing, how have you felt like the FAB paddock's been? Has it been a paddock you've enjoyed and had a lot of fun in?
Yes.
And do you have many friends here at FAB?
Yeah.
And on track, who would you say is your biggest competitor?
Byron.
And why is that?
Because he's, I'm getting quite, or at Ella I got quite close to him, but he just nipped me on the last lap. I tried to get him back on the second corner, but I put it on too early and it flung me up.
And looking back on this season finally, what has been your standout moment? What's been your favourite moment of this season?
Probably the race to Ella Park.
And why is that?
Because I was quite close to coming first.
Well, good luck for this final round, and we hope to see you back next year.
Thank you.
So we're here with Rex Austin. Rex, how are you this weekend? You have a smile on your face. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
And what's been the thing you've enjoyed most about this weekend? Is it a track that you like?
Sort of. Not my favourite.
And why is that?
I'm just not very good in the tight chicane bits.
And looking back in the season, has there been any points of the season that really stand out as the favourite point, the favourite round maybe?
Wilton Mill, I got a second. It's my first ever podium in the Pro, so I think that was the more of the up bit than the down bit.
And how have you found the wet conditions this year? Because weather's been changing quite a lot.
I found out that I'm better in the wet than I am in the dry, but I've been working on trying to get a wet and dry podium this year.
And what do you feel like you're slightly missing in the dry that gives you that half a second?
I don't actually know. My dad's trying to improve the bike for me, and I'm really excited for the final round.
And a flip side to that question, in the wet, what makes you different from everyone else? What makes you so confident in the wet conditions?
Because I got my first win in the wet, because Matthew Thomas crashed out the lead at Landau last year, and then I won, and that just boosted my confidence in the wet. But ever since then, I've been close to podiums in the wet, then more than closer to the dry.
And finally, how have you found the FAB paddock this season with all your friends?
Very, very nice. I really like it. I think it's better than being at home. Watching my sister riding around the village on my sister's bike, which is annoying because it makes my legs really tired.
Well, good luck for this weekend and good luck next year.
Thank you.
So we're here with Kai Holcomb racing in the AC40 rookies. Kai, how have you felt like your season's went?
Good.
And why is that?
Because I've had some good results, and 5th is my best result so far.
And heading into this weekend, have you got any objectives on where you want to finish?
Top 5.
And based on the practice times, do you feel like that's a possibility this weekend?
Yes.
And how have you found FAB this year in the paddock and with all your friends?
Really good.
And next year, have you got any plans set in stone and maybe moving up a class?
No, I'm going to stay in the rookies and try and win the championship.
So is next year full-on championship attack?
Yeah.
And how have you felt like this season's went compared to what you thought it was going to go at the start of the year? Has it went the way that you expected?
Not really. I didn't think I'll get this good.
And so have you surprised yourself with your times every single round?
Yes.
And where do you aspire to be in the future? Where do you want to go with your racing career?
BSB.
In the British Superbike class? And who do you look up to in the British Superbikes at the moment?
Jason O'Halloran.
Well, good luck this season. Hopefully we can see you in the British Superbike paddock in the future.
Yeah, thanks.
So we're here with Max Johnson. Max, how have you felt like your season's went?
It's going okay. 12th in the championship, and we're here in Wed Lodge, and Wed Lodge is a really narrow track, and yeah, I just like all the corners, and yeah, it's just a fast track.
And this season we've seen some outshining performance from you, and we've seen even leading a race at Clay Pigeon. So tell us, what was that like leading your first ever race?
It was a bit like nervous, to be fair. I felt a bit like nervous leading the race, and yeah, I pushed as hard as I can, but unfortunately I crashed. But like at Wilton Mill, started 13th on the grid and I finished 5th, which was good.
And how do you deal with that pressure while you're on the bike?
Well, sometimes I change like different sprockets on my bike, and every practice just see how it is. Like some sprockets could be fast and some sprockets could be slow.
And talking about Clay Pigeon and Wilton Mill, of course it was wet conditions there, so tell us, why do you think you're so good in the wet?
I don't know, it's just on the corners. I'm probably faster and on the streets, and not to be nervous about the wet, and I just like in the wet.
And do you change anything up with your riding style from wet to the dry?
Well, I just take it steady sometimes, but some tracks are grippy where you can literally go flat out, and some tracks like Clay Pigeon, Wilton Mill are really slippy.
Well, good luck this weekend, and we wish you all the best for the final round of the season.
Thank you very much.
So we're here with Mason Fredericks, racing in the AC40 Rookies. Mason, how have you found this year here at FAB?
Good. I haven't been here for the whole year. I started this year at Ella.
And how has the learning curve been? Has it been very tricky to get up to the times?
Yeah. At Landau, I got my first 105, and then now I'm getting like 104s, and I'm only like 5 seconds off the leader.
And have you got any aims for this weekend since it's the final round?
I'm trying to get into the top 10, and yeah.
And outside of FAB, how has school been with you having to take so much time off school to race here?
Good, but for this round, I forgot to take my reading book time, so I'll probably be in trouble.
Well, I'm sure it'll all be worth it. This weekend, how are you feeling? Are you a bit nervous since it's the final round?
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous going into last rounds.
And how have you found this track here at Red Lodge?
Quite a lot of the chicanes. On the first one you go around that bit and then go on the left-hander and then the right-hander, and then on that right-hander I'm like, no, because I keep clipping the curb. But that's really the only part I'm struggling with.
Well, good luck this weekend, and we wish you all the best, and hopefully you can improve on your times and your lines around this circuit.
Thank you.
So we're here with Austin Johnson, brother of Byron. Austin, how have you felt like your seasons went? Because of course you wrapped up the championship already in the LC40 Elites.
It's been good. I've had a DNF or two at Wilton, but that's in the past now.
And has that really been your weak point this season, Wilton Mill? Has that been a round that you look back on and think that you could have done better in?
Yeah, I think I could have done better, but mechanical issues don't help either.
And you've obviously had a shot on the Mini GP50 this year, and you've been looking very, very strong in it. What has that been like to ride?
It's been all right. I've just managed today to catch up to my brother's lap times and Finny pole hills. So hopefully in the race I can be up with them.
And talking about your brother, what is it like racing with your brother on track?
He's very quick and hard to overtake.
On track, do you treat your brother like anyone else, just make moves when you can?
Yeah, probably.
And with the LC40 Elites, will you be moving on from it next year, or will you be trying to defend your crown?
I'm going to be moving up onto the MK50s, but if there's no one in the Elites, I may go back for a weekend.
Well, we wish you luck for that, and we hope to see you up the front in the Mini GP50s next year and this weekend.
Thank you.
So we're here with Byron Johnson, the AC40 Pro Championship winner for 2022. Byron, just tell us, how did you win the championship this year? How were you so dominant?
I'm not sure. I just try my best.
And in the LC40 Elite class that you've also been racing in, how have you felt like that's went, getting second place in the championship?
Good.
And how have you had to race differently? Because of course you've been on a different style of bike to your brother Austin.
I'm not sure.
And with the MiniMotos this year, you've also had a go on the Metrikit Mini GP50. What's been the biggest difference racing a MiniMoto to the bigger bike?
The bigger bikes are a lot bigger and a bit faster than the other ones, and you have to carry a lot more corner speed.
And how have you found the gears?
I found it all right. I got a few false neutrals.
And last round you were very, very fast, at very quick time straight away. Why would you say that is? Is that just your experience that you've had already, or are you just suited to that bike?
I don't know, I quite like those bikes. I quite like the wet on those as well. I haven't done much wet riding, but when I first did it, it was quite fun in the wet.
And heading into the season, did you expect to be so dominant in the AC40 Pros?
Not really.
And finally, next year, what is your plans for next season? Will you be on the Metrikit again, in the LC40 Elites again? What's your plans?
I do the 50s and the Elites.
And what's your objectives in both them championships? Where do you want to finish?
I want to set maybe third, second in the 50s and first in the elites.
Well, good luck for next season. We wish you all the best for then and this weekend.
Thank you.
So we're here with Bethany Ashby. Bethany, I've been seeing that you've been testing the Mini GP 50 quite a few times this year. How have you felt like that's went?
It's been going good. It's just difficult learning all the gears, but overall it's been going really well.
And what's been the learning curve of the Mini GP 50? What's been the hardest part to adapt to while you're on the track?
Learning the gears and how to use the clutch properly.
And have you had to change your riding style at all to suit the bigger bike?
Yes.
What have you had to change differently?
I've had to change the way my arms are positioned and my legs.
And are you planning on doing any races on it this year? Are you planning on racing it this weekend?
Yeah, we're racing it this weekend.
And with you still being quite a rookie to the Mini GP 50 class, what aims are you setting yourself?
Just trying to overtake someone and get in a good qualify.
And do you think you can learn quite a lot of other riders just following them around? What have you learned so far from your other competitors?
I've learned where they're braking and what their lines they're taking and what gears they're in through the corners.
And finally, next season, is it a full season on the Mini GP 50? Is that what you're aiming for?
Yeah, we're hoping to do the full season next year on the 50.
And have you got any aims for that?
Trying to get the top 5 in the 50s next year.
Well, good luck and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So we're here with Frankie Watson and Archie O'Brien racing in both the 50s, and Archie's racing in the 70s. So first of all, Archie, you got your first ever race win last time out. How do you feel about that? Because obviously it was quite controversial circumstances.
Well, it's still a win, and really glad that we managed to get it last time out, and there's no pressure for this round, but it was a bit controversial, but there's no hard feelings in the paddock about it.
Yeah, it's just a part of racing, sadly. But Archie, because you've got that first win now, do you feel like maybe you can start getting more race wins now that you no longer have that pressure?
Well, we'll just take it as it comes. If we don't win, then it's not a big deal, but hopefully we can push on for some wins this weekend.
And next to you is Frankie Watson, racing in the 50s as well. So, Frankie, how have you felt like your seasons went?
It's a good rookie season. 5th in championship. 5th. It's good.
And what would you say has been the biggest thing that you've learnt this year on the Mini GP 50?
Definitely leaning off the bike a lot more and a lot more physically like that.
And heading into this weekend, how are you feeling towards it?
Just no pressure, just like any normal weekend, really.
And talking about the final weekend, Archie, you're in a championship fight with Luke Fitchett right now. Are you under some sort of pressure for that? Do you feel like you have to really get them results now?
Not at all. We're just going to take it as a normal weekend, and hopefully we get some wins, then we can take it to the second race, but if not, then Luke wins the championship. So
do you feel like there's still a chance for you to win the championship? Do you feel like there's still a realistic chance?
There's obviously a mathematical chance, but realistically I think we're kind of out of it, but we can still go out there and have fun.
And how have you found the 70 practicing here at Red Lodge? How have you felt like the Mini GP 70 is going?
Yeah, it's going pretty well so far. We're only 2/10 off second, really, so hopefully we can push on and maybe get my first podium on the 70 this weekend.
So finally, a question to both of you. Archie, you first. What is your aim for this weekend, and are you just aiming to get the points home and get that championship positions locked in?
Well, we're just going to go out there, secure the points and see if we can get some wins. If not, we're not going to be too sad because we've always got next year to focus on.
And Frankie, where are you planning on finishing this weekend? Where do you hope that you're going to finish?
Hopefully podium, so yeah.
Well, good luck to the both of you. I hope you all get the results you want, and I can guarantee that you guys are going to put on a cracking race for everyone at home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So some Mini GP 70 riders just waiting to go out for one of their sessions right now, so let's have a quick chat with them. Guys, I know you're just about to head out, but how are you feeling going into this weekend as it's the final round?
I'm feeling quite good because it's quite a tight and twisty track, and I started at like M4 karting, so it's a bit different to all the other tracks, but in the last session I topped the 70s and the 50s, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
And how are you feeling as well?
Pretty good about this weekend. I've been here quite a bit before and feeling ready.
And Ronnie, you've been doing wildcards in the British Talent Cup. How has that went for you, and how have you found the Moto3 style machine?
I see the bike a lot better, and we did really well last weekend, and we were only 1.2 seconds off the leaders, so hopefully going into it next year we could get top 10s and top 15s, so looking forward to it.
And how are you feeling? Because you've had quite some crashes this year. At Clandau you had quite a big crash. Are you fully recovered from that?
Yeah, I fractured my shoulder, but I'm fully recovered now, and we're struggling a bit with gearing, but we're not too far off the pace, so hopefully finish the season nicely.
And finally, a question to all three of you is, it's the end of 2022, what are the plans for 2023?
We'll try and do the Talent Cup, but I will still do FAB, probably the Extreme 200s for track time, and I might even do the Senior MiniMotos, it's a bit of fun.
And look, will we see you back in the MiniGP 70s next year, or maybe even the 50s?
Yes, our main goal next year is to be up the front in the 70s, but I think we're doing the 50s as well, just because there's not another class I can run in, and it's just you get a lot more track time, so I think I'm doing both again, so hopefully we can win one championship next year.
And plans for next year?
I think either 70s or Moto 5 in Spain.
Well, good luck. I can see now they're just heading out for their bikes, so you better get out there. Good luck for the rest of the season. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
So here Scott Jurett riding in the Moto Team standard class. So Scott, final weekend of the year, how are you feeling heading into it?
Okay. Some slight issues with the bike so far, but hopefully get them resolved for race day. Otherwise, yeah, it's my home circuit, so I know it quite well. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And what sort of issues have you been having with the bike so far in practice?
I just threw my chain in the last practice, so that's not ideal. So hopefully I've sorted that out now, got the tensioning right on it. Otherwise, yeah, it's going all right.
A Moto Team this year, of course, it's two classes in one race, and somehow it still creates some excellent racing for us to watch. So why don't you tell us what is it exactly like riding one of these motorcycles around these go-kart tracks?
What's it like? So obviously they're quite a lot longer than the other bikes, so you have to take like more sweepy lines rather than on the smaller wheel bikes and shorter wheelbase. They turn a lot quicker. Yeah, so you've got to take different lines. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, obviously they don't have the power of the 140s, so it's all about trying to carry more corner speed as well. Yeah, so it's a little bit different to your pit bikes.
And of course, championship positions are on the line. Are you feeling any pressure going into the weekend because of that?
Yeah, a little bit. So if I finish third in all races, I can steal third place by 1 point. So yeah, it's all on the line this weekend. No pressure.
And who would you say your main contenders and rivals are going to be actually in the race itself this weekend based on the times in practice?
Right, so that would be my stepbrother riding this one, Dissy, 357. Yeah, I like to say we're both local, so we both know the track quite well. Both very different bikes. So lap times as well, they're almost identical, so it's going to be very tight.
And of course, this being your home track, is it a track that you enjoy racing at, and what is it like to race on as a circuit?
I do enjoy the track, yeah. Obviously I know it quite well. What's it like? It's very physical. Like I said, the infield is quite tight, especially for these longer bikes. So you really have to wrestle the bikes around the infield. Even with the back straight, you don't get a lot of respite. So yeah, it's a very, very physical track.
Well, good luck this weekend, and we wish you all the best, and hopefully you can get that third place in the championship.
Lovely, thank you very much.
So we're here with Simon Portis. It's his first ever FAB-Racing weekend. So first of all, Simon, how are you today and how are you finding your first weekend here at FAB?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Everyone's very quick. I've not had a lot of practice, but I'm getting there slowly but surely.
And how are you finding the circuit? I'm guessing it's probably your first time here at Red Lodge.
It is my first time here. Yeah, I'm gelling with it quite well. I'm struggling with this top corner here. I don't know where to get my gear changing down.
And what's been your biggest challenge this season? Because you've said that you've raced in other championships this year, but overall you've not had too much track time.
Yeah, I've raced in the B&B for one round. My biggest challenge has been getting rained on quite a lot last weekend.
And how have you found racing with these guys? Because the pit bike classes are so hard racing.
Yeah, they're quick. I've done a few track days and sort of the tail end of the quick group, and I wasn't really prepared for quite how quick everyone's going in the pit bike class. I'm sort of clinging on to the back of the pack, but I guess it is what it is, being my first weekend. I'm sure we'll get there eventually.
And it's your first ever weekend. Have you got any aims or objectives heading into it, or are you just going to go out there and have some fun?
I'm hoping not to come last. I came last the weekend before. If I come anywhere but last, I'll consider that a victory.
And before coming on the pit bikes, have you had any motorbike racing experience at all?
I've done a few track days on the road bike, but I've never raced before, and then I got a dirt bike as well. So,
well, we wish you all luck for this weekend, and hopefully you don't come last.
Well, thank you very much. Hopefully I'll need a bit of luck not to come last, but God willing. Cheers. Cheers.
So we're here with Lucas Brown, British Talent Cup rider, and he's been racing at FAB pretty much all year. So Lucas, how are you this weekend?
Feeling good. I've just been out with the pit bike lot for a few sessions, and yeah, we're getting there. I think we're still quite well for times, but the track's pretty cold, so.
And how have you found this track so far?
I've been here, I think, 3 times this year already, which is the most I've been to any track in the UK, so it's been pretty good.
And obviously you've been racing for quite a long time, you have quite a lot of experience under your belt at such a young age, so what would you say is the most difficult part about this circuit?
Probably the infield, just trying to get the bike to flow from side to side. It's like, if it's a lot not flowing, it's not very fast, which is kind of a weird sensation. But.
And of course you've been racing the British Talent Cup this season. You were racing at Donington Park last weekend for the last round of the championship. How did that weekend go for you, and how was the season as a whole?
The weekend went brilliantly. I know we were a little bit off in practice. We only got one session, but in qualifying we managed to make it up for the 5th, and then in the race 1 I think we went up to 4th and finished 4th, and then I finished 5th I think with like a huge group in which I even led the race, which was a good start. So yeah, and then the season's gone pretty well. I finished every race in the points. I finished every race apart from the first 2 in the top 10, so it's been a great year.
And would you say you've got exactly what you've hoped for this season, or were you hoping for maybe some more podiums?
I'd say we got everything ticked off apart from the podium. We wanted a podium this year, but it wasn't meant to be. So.
And looking forward to 2023, what is your plans for next year? Have you got anything set in stone just yet?
I'm going to be racing British Talent Cup again, I know, but I don't know after that. We're not quite sure, but at the moment it's British Talent Cup for next year.
And we were just speaking before this interview that you are quite a tall rider, especially compared to some of our riders in the British Talent Cup. How do you adapt to the motorcycle whenever you have to compete with such smaller riders?
Well, first off, we have a different bike. We have we have different parts, not a different bike. We have like an extended seat unit and stuff like that. But it's hard to tuck, especially with the smaller riders not punching a big of a hole. But it's not too bad. We have the strength through the corners. They have the strength down the straights, but it's fine.
And heading into the winter, how are you planning on keeping fit for FAB and for British Talent Cup for next season?
I'm going to be doing a lot of bike training, a lot of training on a 600, but I will also be doing a lot of gym work. Whenever I'm not in the Spain, hopefully I'll just be in the gym, just training. But yeah, it should be.
Well, good luck for this weekend and good luck for next year.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're here in the paddock at the moment, and the senior MiniMoto guys are having a little discussion over maybe what's happened or trying to fix an issue with the bike. So let's find out what is going on and what's happening with them. So guys, what's going on at the moment?
Well, he doesn't know what he's doing, so we're helping him out.
And what exactly are you changing with the bike?
His steering dampener, because he crashes all the time and he doesn't know what he's doing, really. He was crying earlier. Couldn't fix it on his own.
And guys, how are you feeling heading into the weekend? Of course, you're competing for the championship.
Yeah, Will's not coming though. Will's he's done now, so
Back is broken.
So how does that change your approach at all?
We're going to take transponders off because Will deserves to win it.
so we're just going to ride around
And let Will win.
Yeah.
You did that as well?
Maybe, yeah. Been told though if I do well, then G-Tech Racing's going to buy me a new bike.
Well, how are you feeling at this track? Is it a track you enjoy?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind any of them. It's tight, but I'm fat, so it helps me out.
And let's have a little chat to your friend here. So, are you new into racing?
Yeah, so first season this year.
And what has these boys taught you?
Nothing. Yeah, how to crash. No, they've been great though. Helping with the bike and stuff. I've rode indoor for a while. Yeah, there you go. That's what I brought, and they had to give me this. No, it's been really good first season. Taught me a lot of things. Know how to do a clutch now.
And what's been the biggest thing you've learned on the track?
Carrying more speed, but then I crash.
And what's it like riding one of these bikes? Well, you're quite tall for this bike, so what's it like riding it?
It's not too bad. It's all right. Get used to it.
And Reese, how are you feeling yourself?
Yeah, I feel alright to be fair. Yeah, and I feel too bad. Matt and Nat showed me how the better line and that, but I feel alright, feel good. So good weather, so can't complain at the minute. So still early days, but a good weekend so far.
And it's been quite windy today. With you being such a tall rider on this bike, does that affect it more?
Down the straight a little bit, but it's not too bad on the bike to be fair. I'll be honest, not too bad. It's alright, yeah, so far so good. Not like lid anyway, so all good. Yeah, can't mind too much.
And if we look back at your season, how have you felt like it's went?
Yeah, didn't expect a third last round and that, and it's peaked all the way through to be honest with you. This year I wanted top 10, getting top 3s now, so I can't mind at all. Can't mind. It's been a good progression forward, but like I said, everyone has been helping, and can't mind at all. It's been a good season. Looking for.
Jump the start though.
Yeah, I do. Apparently I jump starts, but
You got done for jumping the start.
So is that some cheating going on in the seniors?
He could have had a third overall last round, but he jumped the start, and that was it. Weekend done for him.
And what would you say has been your highlight of this season and your low point of the season?
Last round, getting my first third, my first podium, a genuine third, and then low point. Do you know what? This season I can't really low point. I ain't really got one, to be honest with you. I genuinely haven't got one this season. Last season, like, it was a bit shit with the engines and stuff. I'm just having like problem after problem. But this season, like, genuine mechanical issues have been fine, and just slow progressions. This season, I can't really. Yeah, I haven't got like a specific moment where I say like, oh, that was really crap. That weekend was crap. Like, I didn't have it at all. So genuinely, this year's been. I've been really lucky. I think. Yeah, had a good round, good year. So yeah, all in all, it's been good. So I can't really give you an answer to the last question, but. Last round was my best one so far, two I remember anyway. But yeah, all been good.
And finally, who do you think is going to be the winner this weekend? Who do you all guys think that's going to be the race winner this weekend? Who do you think is going to have the upper hand on everyone?
Richard Holmes Williams.
Yeah, it's going to be the same, isn't it? Yeah. Tractor boy.
Do you guys agree? Richard Holmes Williams for the win in the seniors?
Definitely, yeah.
Do you agree as well?
Yeah, definitely.
And just a quick nod of the head or shake, yep. Everyone in the senior MiniMoto class thinking Richard Holmes Williams, the tractor boy, is going to take the race win this weekend. It's going to be an action-packed weekend for the senior MiniMoto guys, I am sure. Close, hard racing and friends off track.
So here we are then with Marco Holt, who, well, for obvious reasons, unfortunately, won't be competing for the Mini GP 50s Championship this weekend. But Marco, first things first, how's the recovery going?
Yeah, it's going well. It feels a lot better, which is a good thing. Well, hopefully we can return for Lydden Hill, which will be good if we can. So we'll see if we can.
And well, again, despite the fact that obviously you're not competing for the championship this weekend, I think, you know, it's been a real season for you again. You were the vice champion from last year. You were leading the way for a long time this year, putting some great results. Has it been a season you've been happy with?
Yeah, I've enjoyed the season. I'm happy with it, but I think it could have been a bit better.
And what's the plan looking forward to 2023 then? You still going to be hanging around FAB-Racing, maybe moving up to the 70s?
Yeah, I think we're going to stick in the 70s and maybe do the 50s again, and then Spain. We've got a team looking at us in Moto 4, possibly we might do it, but we most like to stay on the Moto 5 and just learn some more.
So finally get your hands on that 50s title then?
Yeah.
And well, I mean, obviously it must be a bit weird for you being at the track and, not being on the bike and just watching from the sides, but what's that like, seeing all your friends out there, racing, and you're just kind of sat there watching? Are you maybe trying to learn anything from just watching, or?
Yeah, you could learn like lines and see what they're doing for next year, but it's just a bit of a teaser really, because it's just boring just sitting there watching them when you've not been riding for so long.
Well, the real racer's mind. Thank you very much, Marco, and well, great to see you back in the paddock.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to FAB-Racing. Welcome back to the season finale, round 8 of 8, and we are here on Sunday afternoon at Red Lodge for the final 10 races of the season. Each class gets one more moment in the sun, and then that's it. We're done and dusted for 2022. My name is Ross McIntyre. Alongside me is Lewis Ray. And Lewis, we've had a great weekend of racing so far. Still a few championships to wrap up this afternoon as well, but, it's a bittersweet ending.
Yeah, it certainly is. Perfect conditions, to be honest, for these riders. Track conditions is constantly rising for them. So whenever we get into these final races of the year, it's going to be perfect conditions for racing. We're going to see the best MiniMoto riders in the country duking it out for one final time this year before the all focus goes on to 2023.
Absolutely. And 2023, this year has just flown by, hasn't it? 8 rounds gone just like that. Blink and you'll miss it stuff in FAB-Racing. We're just waiting for the end of the lunch period before we get going with the final AC40 Pros race of the day. Hello and welcome wherever you're watching around the globe, whatever you're watching on social medias, be it that of FAB-Racing or that of Motorsport Radio. Please make sure you like, share, subscribe, follow, do everything you want to the stream. It really helps us out here and helps out FAB-Racing massively, and your generosity is massively appreciated by everyone. But we're just waiting, should be a couple more minutes, and then the AC40 Pros will be making their way out onto the grid for their final race of the season, which is, I just can't, it's just flown by, and it's been an amazing season, don't get me wrong. I just wish there was some more to look forward to be honest.
Yeah, it's been an amazing season with amazing talent coming through the ranks and showing their worth. It's been great. In the AC40 Pros, we've had Byron Johnson competing at the front and dominating at the front. But this round, he qualified in 3rd position, which we'll see soon as we see a small clean-up going on the track at the moment in our Pit Bike 140 race. Just before the lunch break, there was a bike that sadly expired and blew up on the final lap of the race. So now they're just cleaning any fluids that may have came off that motorcycle after it blew up. So the marshals doing a great job as always, as they've done all season, as have the medics and the race officials and everyone here that makes this event possible. It's been a great championship, greatly run, and this year's been some mixed conditions, some tricky conditions, but yet they pushed through it, and it's been a great year with great racing. But if this is your first time watching here at FAB and think you want to if you want to join in on the action and start competing and get yourself involved in the sport of motorcycle racing, just head over to the FAB-Racing website or contact any one of these riders. They'll be happy to help. FAB-Racing is like a big, massive family. Everyone here wants to help each other, and now we're just waiting for the track to get cleared, and then we can hopefully get underway for the final race of the year for the AC40 Pros. Of course, some of these riders will be out later in the LC40 Elites as FAB-Racing. It's a championship where we always try and keep costs down whenever we can, so these riders are able to use their AC40 Pro bikes in the LC40 Elite class so they can get double the track time at a weekend. So it's great to see so many young riders coming through the ranks. I mean, in the rookies this year, what a grid we have had. For example, in the rookies we've had amazing talents coming through, and always it's been about 20 riders per weekend, if not more.
It has indeed. Mini motos are always popular, because loads of kids want to give it a go because it looks cool, and it is cool. But when you just see the amount of entries we've had into series like the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, the opening series for young riders, it's the first taste of motorcycle racing for many. And then you look at other championships like the Extreme 200s, we've had over 50 riders enter. Pit Bike 140, which is the most popular class we have here at FAB. It's had over 72 riders compete in that championship this year. They've had to start taking booking in advance if you want to be at a weekend, because they've got too many people that want to turn up and go racing. It's absolutely insane, the amount of people that are coming to FAB, and we want even more, so please do come and sign up. It's a fantastic series. It is where the young superstars of tomorrow get their start in motorcycle racing. Of course, FAB-Racing is the official partner series to the Bennett's British Superbike Championship, and has been awarded the Road to MotoGP accolade by Dorna since every year since 2019. Over 60% of the Honda British Talent Cup field have all come from FAB-Racing. Just insane numbers. And we've had stars such as Scott Redding, Scott Ogden, Danny Kent up in MotoGP. We've had riders in WSBK. We've had riders obviously in BSB and all the classes there. We've got two riders in Red Bull Rookies Cup this season. We've got riders in European Talent Cup, Junior GP, who've all come from FAB-Racing. American, apparently. We've got an American flag. It's the first time I've seen that this season. So just going to show the international scope that this series brings. We're attracting riders from across the pond, which is great to see. But of course, FAB-Racing, it's a great championship, and of course plenty of action to be in store for next year. Keep an eye on their website and on the FAB-Racing Facebook page. Of course, the announcements for next year moving forward will be made in due course. And we'll, looks like we're about to get ready to go racing, Lewis.
Yeah, it looks like it. Just final adjustments to be done for the track and for the grid, and then we can get underway for the final race of the year for the AC40 Pro guys. But plenty of action still to come up today before we start looking towards 2023, as there's still some championships to be wrapped up. The senior MiniMotos has now changed for Matt Birkin's lead. It's now a 12-point lead that Matt Birkin has over Will Howarth, and Will Howarth is not attending this round, so all he has to do is just finish the race, or even
it doesn't even have to finish.
It doesn't even have to finish. If Will Howarth is not there and not on the starting grid, Matt Birkin will get a championship, and it's so great to see Matt Birkin be in this position.
Yeah, Matt Birkin, he's a great rider. I mean, all those guys who were traditionally up the front of the senior mini motos, they're all fantastic riders, and Matt Birkin this season, he's not been the pick of the bunch. Of course, Will Howarth he's missed the last few rounds after an injury picked up at round 6 at Clandau, which is obviously a massive shame, and it means that he's lost out, or he will lose out after today has been completed on not one but 2 championships he was leading, which is a massive shame. And of course, Will, if you're watching, we hope your recovery goes smoothly. We can't wait to see you back out on track as soon as possible. And hope it all goes well as a clean-up in its final stages after a bike decided to dump it all over the track for the funny. And but Matt Birkin, I mean, realistically he has won the championship because Will Howarth is not here, but mathematically, because Will Howarth can do it, we can't call it until the final race has started or ended, so basically we have to wait for race 3 to get underway to confirm all of the championships. But so realistically, you're looking at Matt Birkin and Jason Pugh. They've won the they've won the senior mini moto championship. They've won the Moto Team open class championship, but we can't call it yet because mathematically there's still the chance that Will Howarth, who isn't here, could do them. So have to wait and see. Time then for the final race of the season for the AC40 Pros, and what a season it has been. as we get ready to rumble for one final time. Byron Johnson, we were looking to cap off his championship winning year with a fantastic performance. He's got a special shirt on to mark the occasion. I believe all of the championship winning riders will have a special shirt on to mark the occasion, to show that the fact that they are champion, just in case you can't tell who they are. And of course, after all the racing has concluded, there will be a championship ceremony on the main straight, where we will be awarding championship trophies and helmets and the like, which will be great to see. But one final time, AC40 Pros, what have they got in the locker for us this time?
We're going to have great racing, I can say that much, because it's been such a great field all year. It's only 13 riders in the pro class, but it is highly competitive, and we've seen train races actually all year. And then race one, a highlight of the race for me was the battle between Lewis Hull and Matthew Thomas. It was so aggressive, and it was so great to see young riders just going for it and taking so much risks for that position, for that second position, because of course Byron Johnson had some issues in race 2 earlier today.
He did indeed. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for Byron Johnson, having some issues with the bike, dropping him off the podium. So hopefully that's all sorted. He doesn't want to end his championship winning season on a sour note. Looks like the marshals are all happy. They're all clearing their brooms away, so hopefully we can go racing shortly. Of course, a big thank you to the marshals. They've been doing a spectacular job both this weekend and all weekend. They've been absolutely superb in making sure that everything runs smoothly. So a big thank you to all of the marshals who've helped out with FAB throughout this season. Final discussions taking place. There we can see now 5-time FAB-Racing champion Jamie King talking with some other members of the paddock. Of course, Jamie, a 3-time pit bike champion, and as of yesterday, a 2-time Moto Team standard champion. Real haul of achievements, and so great to see. They just having a little bit of a chat, to be honest, aren't they? What's for dinner? What time are we getting home? How far's the drive? Etc. etc. You know, it's a real. It is very casual here in the FAB-Racing paddock. You know, if you ever get the chance to come to a FAB event, please do, because obviously it's great seeing the riders trackside. But you know, you can just get to talk to people. Everyone's lovely, everyone's quite funny, and it's just very casual. You know, there's no argy-bargy, there's no racing politics under the surface. It's just pure grassroots motorsport at its finest.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're just talking in the paddock, having a laugh before they will go on track later on for the final race of the year. Chris Wells also there involved in that discussion. But yeah, the riders now just relaxing. It is the lunch break. It's the point of the day that the riders are feeling the most relaxed. And yeah, just had a quick bite to eat maybe, and now just relaxing with some friends in the paddock. But I believe we will not be too far away before we can get underway for the final race of the year for the AC40 Pro guys. It's race 3 time for the AC40 Pros. It's the final race of the year. It's the one that everyone wants to win. It's the one that will be remembered going into 2023. Champion Byron Johnson will be wanting to transform his championship victory into a race victory this time around. He had issues in race 2, but now it is time to go. They're making their way towards the grid. Byron Johnson has a special t-shirt to mark the occasion. The sun visor is down on his helmet. It's a sunny day here at Red Lodge, and it's going to be perfect conditions for racing. The track is nice and sticky, and it's ready to race. These riders are now getting their minds focused and getting onto the grid before we can get underway for one warm-up lap. You can just see Brandley and Lucy Curtis there at the back. Their dad just having a discussion to both of them there. Jensen Bishop just pulling in behind our champion Byron Johnson, who has had an excellent season. He's developed all the way throughout the year. Ollie O'Gorman returning this round as Lewis Hull makes his way onto the grid after having an amazing battle between himself and Matthew Thomas earlier on in race 2. But these riders will be waiting for Sam Gardner to come onto the grid. Sam has had quite an up and down year, but he's shown some great potential and some great talent for the future. Byron Johnson, focused, heads out on his warm-up lap. It's going to be Matthew Thomas who leads the way because he is in pole position. Sam Gardner will be starting in second position, and Byron Johnson and Lewis Hull will be starting on the second row of our grid. Jameson Bishop and Ollie O'Gorman will be next to each other in the third row of the grid, with Dylan Tureen and Bradley Curtis in 7th and 8th position. George Ackerman will be starting 9th, with Lucy Curtis 10th. Annabelle McCarthy, making her step up to the AC40 Pro class, will be starting in 11th position, with Rex Austin 12th. And finally, Callum Maxwell will round off our 13 bike grid for the AC40 Pros, and for the final race of the year, and for the final time, they head out on their warm-up lap.
2 warm-up laps to take place, likely just due to the cement dust that's been put down because of the oil, to just give the riders a chance to get used to that, and for the track maybe just to clear it up a little bit. So they will be going around for one more lap, but then, well, it's 9 laps, and then that's it for 2022. No more AC40 Pros. Just cannot believe how far these guys have come this season. You can really see the development of all of these riders across the year, which is part of the joy of FAB-Racing, being primarily a junior series, that primarily promotes getting people into motorcycle racing at a young age, and then, pushing them on to other series when it's time for them to go up to things like the Honda British Talent Cup. And you can see that development take place across the season, and it has been absolutely wonderful to see. But this season was all about one man, and that man was Byron Johnson. 4 clean sweeps across the board, just utter domination. And he's been superb. The whole Johnson family, his brother as well in the elites, have been superb. And, well, he's got one last chance to show us how he does it, what it's all about for the reigning champion, Byron Johnson. Riders making their way onto the grid now for the final time. Last checks with the marshals and the parents, making sure that everything is all okay. There's no championship places on the line by now. This is all about honour and glory out on the racetrack. As we wait for the final few riders, there is your pole sitter, Matthew Thomas, the 128, just getting ready to go racing that lean green racing machine. And here we go, getting ready. Flag marshal points for the final time this season. The AC40 Pros are go. It's a good start from Sam Gardner. Byron Johnson gets away well, but Gardner cuts across and holds the lead into someone. But there goes the champion up the inside. Byron Johnson gets the lead at turn 2 at Senna. Can Sam Gardner respond? He's had an up and down weekend. He'd love to end it on a win as they head into the twisty middle section of the track. It's a good start for Lewis Hull as well. He's back on the back of the leading pack. We've seen this weekend that front 4, the FAB-4, the leading pack just breaking away with each other and racing hard all race long. And that's what we're set to have here again, as Lewis Hull taking a slightly wider line. I think he may have just missed his braking point ever so slightly for the S's, and is there down the back straight for the first time. It's Byron Johnson with an already fairly comfortable lead with Sam Gardner in P2 after that lightning start. And there is Lewis Hull. Now he's going in the attack. He was riding super aggressive in race 2. Let's see what he's got in his locker this time.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Lewis Hull's looking strong, and actually it looks like they've bridged that gap just slightly to Byron Johnson. So Byron Johnson with them issues in race 2 earlier on. It's Sam Gardner who is starting just to get close to him and potentially close enough to make a move. Not now though, so Sam Gardner will have to tuck in and hopefully get some sort of slipstream, because he's slightly smaller than Byron Johnson, and you can just see he's not letting him away this time. In race 2, Sam Gardner did take the race victory, but Byron Johnson did have issues before that. Byron Johnson cleared off into the distance. Oh, Sam Gardner there getting all the way almost onto the grass as Matthew Thomas is sitting behind this pack once again. So Matthew Thomas, he's going to have to try and find a way past Lewis Hull. The battle between them was incredible in race 2, but now Sam Gardner is looking to be on the attack. He's looking to find any sort of weak spot from the current champion. Now Lewis Hull is using all of his body, trying to muscle his way past Sam Gardner. Now Matthew Thomas peeks his front nose in, but he cannot make it work. Now Byron Johnson leading the way on this 4-bike train. It's something that I've been so used to seeing here at Red Lodge, and this track just creates trains. And Sam Gardner having a little look there, but he cannot make it work as they head into the S's.
Well, on that last lap, Matthew Thomas was actually the fastest out of all 3 of them. He's at the fastest lap of the race, so Matthew Thomas potentially with the pace early on, but there's still a fair way to go, 7 laps to be exact. And there goes Sam Gardner trying to have a look to the outside of Byron Johnson as they head through the final final section of this Red Lodge karting circuit, a very tight and twisty karting circuit. It's super narrow, super technical, as Lewis Hull has a big look, but Sam Gardner slams the door in his face at the very last possible second. Lewis Hull, he's weaving this way, he's weaving that way, he's trying to find a way through, but because he's in this train, if he makes a mistake trying to find a way through, he's at the mercy of Matthew Thomas behind him. He's got to attack and defend at the same time, and ducking out of the slipstream goes Sam Gardner to the inside. Byron Johnson cuts across him. Can Lewis Hull now go on the attack? He looks to the inside, now he looks to the outside, he has to back off, actually loses the front of the bike a little bit, but it's all okay, it would seem. Gets good drive out of the corner, but it's still holding station for the time being. It's attacking, it's defending, it's attacking, it's defending. 6 laps, soon to be 5 laps left to go. Johnson still leads.
He certainly does, but Sam Gardner's going down the inside turn 1, but he has to back out of that last minute because Byron Johnson is doing a superb job at defending from him. It's so difficult to make a pass, and Lewis Hull always seems to have the better drive there. He's trying to find a way past Sam Gardner, but he cannot make it work because it's corner after corner here at Red Lodge. Lewis Hull now looking up the inside, round the long right-hander before we tip into the left, down the back straight now, before we go into a long left-hander, the trickiest corner of the track, because you really have to get your line right, although there is plenty of lines. It's all trying to set it up for your exit out to the S's, and now Sam Gardner looks like he's got it hooked up and looks like he's back on charge, and Lewis Hull has a little look, sees Matthew Thomas dives down the inside. Matthew Thomas and Lewis Hull are sparring once again in race 3. Lewis Hull is not going to let him pass, and these guys are going to duke out right to the end. 4 laps to go in the final AC40 Pro race of the year.
A bit of a gap forming now between Gardner and Lewis Hull as Byron Johnson sets the fastest lap of the race, but it's not much faster than the other 4 up the front with him. Can Lewis Hull bridge that gap back to Sam Gardner? We'll have to wait and see. But these two fighting is just going to drop them back into the 2 riders in 3rd and 4th. And Sam Gardner, another look to the inside. Byron takes a wide sweeping line in, enables him to carry more apex speed and keeps him in the lead of the race as well. Lewis Hull still on the defensive from Matthew Thomas. Thomas pushing hard but can't quite find the way through. But Sam Gardner again just looking to the inside. He's got the pace to have the look to the inside. He just doesn't quite have the pace, it would seem, to actually make the move stick. He's going to need to pull something magical out of his back pocket. Does he send it? No. Decides against it. Takes the wide sweeping line in as well. He's just following Byron Johnson at the moment. He's learning from Byron Johnson at the moment and just cannot seem to find a way past. But Byron Johnson is also very quick. We know this. He's the champion for a reason, and he's just doing his thing out the front, just not pushing too hard either. It looks pretty cool and collected as Sam Gardner to the outside. Can he sweep round? No. Has to stand the bike up a little bit. Maybe the switchback as Johnson runs wide on the exit. No. Johnson maintains the lead still, and Lewis Hull looking a lot closer this time. Matthew Thomas and Lewis Hull, it's a similar story to Sam Gardner and Byron Johnson, but maybe not for much longer. No. Gardner backs off. I think he should have just kept it there. I think he would have got the position. And now, because it's compromised his exit, he's under attack from Lewis Hull. He's trying to go around the outside of Byron Johnson. 2 laps left to go. Lewis Hull to the inside. Lewis Hull to second. Great move. Gardner forced out wide. Matthew Thomas squeezes through as well. And now, Lewis Hull trying to get the win. But oh, there goes Matthew Thomas. Almost contact between the pair of them. Lewis Hull looking for what would be his best result of the season if he took the win. But can he find the way through on Byron Johnson, who hasn't been looking his usual self, hasn't been looking as fast as he was in race 2 before his engine trouble. And Lewis Hull, no! I was just about to say Lewis Hull was going to pull off the unthinkable with a huge move around the outside. But something had to give, be it Byron Johnson or Hull's rear wheel, and it was Hull's back end, a low side, and down he goes. Then there was 3, final lap of the race.
Yeah, just pushed too hard, not what Lewis Hull would have been wanting, just lost the rear, and down he went. Byron Johnson probably will know that Lewis Hull has crashed and is no longer there. Now Matthew Thomas is in that second position, but Sam Gardner is wanting to get back up there and wanting to be able to fight his rival. These guys, Byron Johnson and Sam Gardner, all the way throughout the year have been so close and so competitive to each other. Now Sam Gardner is trying to find any way past. He looks so confident through this part of the track, but he just cannot find any way past. I think Byron Johnson's almost trying to treat it like a double apex corner and run really wide. mid-corner, which is really giving these guys an opportunity to try and make a move. But it's last lap time, and Byron Johnson is looking like he's getting a race victory. He's done it. The champion's done it in the final race of the year. Byron Johnson wins the race. Sam Gardner pipped in second place just across the line. Matthew Thomas comes home in third. Byron Johnson has put on a perfect show in there. He didn't let the pressure get to him. He looks like he was struggling with something during that race. But once again, it shows why he's champion. That was a champion's ride.
Struggle or no struggle, it doesn't matter to Byron Johnson. A champion's ride, as you said, Lewis, bringing it home for one final time in 2022 on the top step of the podium. What a performance, what a season for the champion, Byron Johnson. Simply superb stuff from the young man, and now surely comes the showboating from him. Is further back, there's still action. Dylan Terrene, Callum Maxwell, Lucy Curtis and Annabelle McCarthy all crossing the line. No one can achieve any last ditch manoeuvres, so they will all finish as they were running at the back end of the field. And that's it, that is it for 2022 and the AC40 Pro class. They're done and dusted, and well, the man taking home the spoils is that one, Byron Johnson. What a season, what a performance. Yes. That was absolutely brilliant.
It certainly was. It was perfect. It was a masterclass from him. He is just going to enjoy that, and he's going to enjoy this race victory. He won by 0.2 of a second from Sam Gardner. Matthew Thomas coming home in third and taking the final place on the podium. Lewis Hill, after his crash, comes home in fourth. He'll not be too disappointed. And Bradley Curtis comes home in fifth. Jensen Bishop was sixth, with George Ackerman seventh. Rex Austin was eighth, with Ollie O'Gorman on his return to FAB came home in ninth. And Dylan Terrene rounds out our top 10 for the final time of the year for the AC40 Pros. It is the final race of the year. It's the final race of the weekend for the Premier Class of FAB. It's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. This is the race that they all want to win. It's been great racing all weekend. It's been close racing. We've seen the riders go all at it for all the race. We've seen new race winners. Luke Fitchett has looked so good this weekend on the 70. He won race 2. He was fifth in race 1. As in race 1, Wilson Dilks won the race. It was a surprise race victory. Ethan Sparks, we had in commentary at the time, was surprised himself, but it is the one they're all going to want to win. It's the big one. It's the Mini GP70s. Luke Fitchett, the man in pole position, the man with the number 7 on his bike. The guys are waiting for Archie O'Brien to come to the grid, and then they should get underway on their warm-up lap before we can start the race. Wilson Dilks getting one last word of encouragement, and now they set off. It's going to be Luke Fitchett in pole position from Henry McCartney in second. Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien will be starting on the second row of the grid, with Ronnie Harris and Blake Wilson in fifth and sixth, and Harry Payne will be starting in seventh place, and that will round off our grid. But although there is only 7 bikes, this is one of the closest classes that we have here at FAB. There's nothing between these riders. I mean, it's been so impressive all weekend, and the amount of talent that is on this grid is incredible.
Oh, I mean, you watch race 1. There was 5 riders in a train from start to finish. It was brilliant. We've had reports of so many riders in the MiniMoto classes buying Metrokit bikes to be used in these championships, the 50s and the 70s next year. So we're expecting an absolute boom in the popularity of these classes. And they're coming in to their grid slots now for the final time in 2022. Of course, the double champion, the back-to-back champion, Ethan Sparks, a no-show this round. He got a wild card coming up, so he needs to protect himself. But now it's time for the final time of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship to get underway. It's green flag and it's go, and it's a great start from Henry McCartney. Luke Fitchett will maintain the lead into turn 1 behind him. Wilson Dilks had a look but couldn't try anything. Henry McCartney has to stand the bike up to not smash into the side of Luke Fitchett. Further back as well, Archie O'Brien and Ronnie Harris getting some good starts in there. Blake Wilson, another fast starting charger. But it will be Luke Fitchett that leads the way on the first half lap. but follow him closely, Henry McCarthy. And once again, this 5-6 rider train is forming. We saw it in race 1, we saw it to a degree in race 2. Looks like we're going to get it in race 3. As Henry McCarthy has a look to the inside, can't get the drive off the corner though. Fitchett, his traction off corners is where he's been so strong all year, and we know he can put on a defensive masterclass race after race. So we're going to have to wait and see if anyone can challenge that number 7 flat cap Fitchett.
Yeah, we have to wait and see. This track really suits his riding style. All he has to do is defend, and that is what he's great at. That is what he has been focusing all year on. But Henry McCarthy now in second place looks like he's just starting to bridge that gap ever so slightly to Luke Fitchett to try and make a move. There's only 11 laps in their final race of the year. Wilson Dilks is sitting in third place at the moment, sitting there very, very comfortably. We're speaking to Ethan Sparks.
McCarthy's got a problem.
Henry McCarthy there just trying to get the bike down gears. It looks like they just didn't want to get down. A lot of these guys struggling with the gears. Of course, it's a massive learning curve going onto these bikes from the MiniMotos, as the MiniMotos do not have gears, but Henry McCarthy now powering out the corner, and now has Wilson Dilks on his tail. 10 laps to go. Luke Fitchett still leads, and now Blake Wilson is wanted to get onto that podium roster. Blake Wilson has had an incredible season.
He has had an incredible season, and now he's on to the podium and looking to maybe try and challenge McCarthy and Fitchett in front. McCarthy having a moment off the S's last time as Fitchett gets all sort of out of shape on the power. Let's see if they can make it through the S's cleanly. This is where McCarthy had his problem last time. He had to stand the bike up for a moment. What wasn't too bad last time, but he's definitely struggling through the first left there. Flat cap Fitchett once again using his supreme traction just to pull away at the start of the straights. And look at that, Dilks is looking for a move, potentially down into turn 1. No, decides against it, but Wilson Dilks is flying at the moment. His last lap was only a little bit off of Henry McCarthy, who set the fastest lap last time out. Not the fastest lap of the race, just his own personal best. So, and there we go. That's Henry McCarthy looking to the inside. Can't make the move appear, but Luke Fitchett now under serious pressure with 9 laps to go. The 5-bike train has become a 4-bike train. Archie O'Brien has dropped off a little bit back in P5. Him and Ronnie Harris had a titanic scrap. Oh my goodness me. Wilson Dilks and Blake Wilson almost coming together through the S's. This is tight racing. You can't fit anything between them. They are taking risks that they don't need to take. The championship's not even up for grabs anymore. This is all just hard racing for honour and glory.
Yes, certainly. This is all for pride as Blake Wilson sets the fastest lap of the race with a 44.6 in race 2. It was a great race, and in race 2 we were into the 43 barrier for the first ever time in history for the Mini GP70 guys. So it's so impressive to see them constantly progressing with lap times, and every single year they're having to up their own game because everyone else is just getting faster year on year. Henry McCarthy looks like he's trying something new there through the S's, but it does not work. Luke Fitchett is still out front, and Luke Fitchett is doing it in a great fashion right now. Wilson Dilks looks like he has more corner speed actually than Henry McCarthy through the final corner, but Henry McCarthy cannot make anything of it. Henry McCarthy cannot catch up to Luke Fitchett. There's still a gap for Henry McCarthy, but Luke Fitchett now sits the fast lap of a race of 44.5, so great lap time still, as Archie O'Brien is still trying to catch up to this train and catch up to this pack, because once you have someone to chase him, someone really to go into the back on, it's so easy to follow this track. We're speaking to Luke Fitchett, and he says it's so difficult to be able to do this, but Henry McCarthy there very wide, but he manages just to keep it and just to keep that second place position. Wilson Dilks trying new lines, he's trying to find any way past, and that's really what you got to do around the circuit.
It is indeed 6 laps left remaining in the final race of the Mini GP70 season here at FAB-Racing. Oh my goodness me, Blake Wilson sets the fastest lap and then immediately nearly takes everybody out with a last minute dive up the inside at turn 1, which did not come into fruition. And it's all about just trying to stay consistent. If you make one little mistake in a train, you're gone, you're done, that's it. You're out of the contention for the win, because you can't afford to, because look how close everyone is. Look at the pace that everyone's carrying. You can't afford to make a mistake. You can't afford to lose time here and there. You just have to be on it lap after lap after lap for 12 solid laps here at Wilton Mill. And well, it's going to be tough for these guys, to say the least. 5 laps left remaining. And once again, Luke Fitchett still in the lead of the race. But again, it's just McCartney, Dilks, Wilson, those three behind him just applying constant pressure, but just unable to quite make the gap appear as they head into the middle. The twisty section of very slow, awkward right-hand hairpin before this short right left and then a blast up the back straight. And McCartney just can't quite get the traction, can't quite get the straight line speed that Luke Fitchett is able just to absolutely destroy everyone else. As they head onto the straight and McCartney's run wide. McCartney runs wide, he's made the mistake that I feared he would, and that allows Wilson Dilks into second. Henry McCartney feels the pressure and just runs a little bit wide. We know he's been struggling in that part of the racetrack all weekend, and it finally comes into fruition. Unfortunately for Henry McCartney, he drops down to third and potentially fourth because Blake Wilson is still pushing.
Yeah, Blake Wilson is still pushing on. He still wants on that podium roster. It's Wilson Dilks that is now challenging for the race lead. Luke Fitchett now is a new contender to try and defend from, because Wilson Dilks is so strong on the brakes. That's his speciality. So what can he do? You can just see some time there gained on the braking zone, but then we come round to the S's. It's a short burst out. They really don't get to use the full potential of the Mini GP70 power wise around this circuit, but chassis wise it just shows how great these bikes are. Getting them turned in, get the power on and shot out of the corner, and we're able to do a 44.3 in this race from Wilson. That's the fastest lap of the race, and Luke Fitchett is under so much pressure right now. At the line it was a 3/10 of a second gap, and what's been so impressive this weekend about Luke Fitchett is just the fact that in race 1 he was all the way down in 5th position, but then race 2 he finds something new, he finds something different, and he makes that good start and gets that good track position and ends up winning it. And now in race 3, in the final race of the year, he leads it once again, but it does 3 bikes right up his tail.
Well, that being said, if you want anyone to perform under pressure, you want the defensive mastermind that is Luke Flatcap Fitchett. The amount of times we've seen this season as they come across the line to start the penultimate lap, Fitchett and Dilks have started to break away from McCartney, and that's a big crash. Big crash there, someone going down. Hopefully everyone is okay. But for now, Fitchett and Fitchett and Dilks continue. I think McCartney and Wilson have had a coming together, and I believe so. Red flag is out here at Red Lodge with 2 laps to go. That'll probably be it, and Luke Fitchett will be declared the winner. That is in no way how we wanted this season to end in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship under red flag. Well, I'm afraid it has happened. Great to see riders up on their feet after what looked like quite a big accident. That is fantastic stuff. But yeah, that's a big accident, but judging from it, and a red flag. So that will be it then. The final race of the season, ending prematurely, unfortunately. But Luke Fitchett has taken 2 wins here in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 Championship. He's had a good weekend overall. Took the 50 title, 2 wins in the 70s. It's not bad going, I don't think. Yeah, I think he's done all right. I think he'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, he's certainly will. He takes the race win from Wilson Dilks, who follows him into pit lane. Archie O'Brien comes home in 3rd, it's showing our time and monitor after all that happened on the final lap, with Ronnie Harris in 4th. Henry McCartney will come home in 5th after running into some sort of issues or was involved in any sort of incident, or we don't know quite yet, but he finishes in 5th. As our time screens actually just changed, so Henry McCartney will come home in 3rd in the official results, and Blake Wilson will come home in 4th. Archie O'Brien will come home in 5th, Ronnie Harris 6th, and Harry Payne will come home in 7th, because the race will be brought back a lap due to the red flag. So what a race that was up to that point, and it's been a real track that has been great to see for the Mini GP70s. And it was a shame we ended our season that way, but that was the last race for the Premier Class of FAB, and that was the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. That was the end of the season for them guys, and they've put on a great show all the way throughout the year.
For the final time this season, the AC40 rookies getting ready to rumble and getting ready to put on a great display. The championship done and dusted. Taylor Tomlinson didn't even realise that he won the title until he did some co-commentary in with us for another class afterwards. So hopefully he's got a championship t-shirt on. He should have a championship t-shirt on, but the title's done. It's all over. this is just a final race to put on a display for all of us here as the roving marshals head out onto circuit. You maybe have been seeing these guys throughout the season. They do a fantastic job. These are basically just the parents of the riders. They go out and they just provide assistance with the other marshals. They're distinguishable because they wear a yellow high-vis instead of an orange one. And they do a great job, so big thanks to them, and of course, and big thanks to them to bankrolling their children and enabling them to go racing as someone's actually had an accident in the pit lane. Quite impressive, to say the least. But we get going, and out come all of the riders. And there is Taylor Tomlinson with the number 1 on the front of his bike, with the number 1 shirt. Champion. It's been an amazing season for the young man. He's put in some amazing performances. And when he hasn't done it without challenge, Sebastian Kozlowski, especially in the latter half of this year, has provided a real title hunt. But it was Tomlinson's to lose coming into this round, and he delivered when he needed to.
Yeah, he certainly did. It's been a great year for him. He's progressed so much as a rider, and there he is, the number 1 plate on his bike and the number 1 on his t-shirt, and he will go from the number 1 position. Pole position is Taylor Tomlinson. Alongside him for this weekend will be Preston Baker. Logan Cousins will be starting in 3rd, with Sebastian Kozlowski, who's now finishing in 2nd place in the championship. He will be starting 4th. Tyler Hartley and Nicholas Dunwoody will be starting on the 3rd row of the grid, with Josh Perkins and Seth Hayward in 7th and 8th. Kai Hawken and Archie Hooper will be starting 9th and 10th, with Caelan Ratcliffe 11th and Max Johnson 12th. Jensen Ansell will be starting 13th, with Matthew Jennings 14th. Mason Fedrick and Daisy Polden will be starting on our 8th row of our grid, with Jensen Cedris and Oliver Wilson in 17th and 18th. Daniel Longhurst will be starting 19th, with Emerson Oakley rounding out our top 20. Reed Saxelway will be starting 21st, with Henry Brody 22nd, and Freddie Taylor will be rounding off our 23 bike grid for the AC40 rookies. And for the final time this year, we will go racing.
We will indeed. The AC40 rookies has been a fantastic year for this class. It's been a superbly popular class this year, which is fantastic, especially given the pandemic in the last few years. And well, it's great to see so many people coming in and getting ready to go racing from such a young age. Riders as young as 6 allowed to compete in this championship, and it is amazing to see. And there is the champion, the man on pole position, the 70, well, would say the 70, the now number 1 of Taylor Tomlinson. His eyes staring at the flag, waiting to go racing. Let's get on with it, shall we? Waiting for the final few riders. Flag Marshal Lee Clowes points to Roger Keys, the race director, who for the final time sets them on their way. We are racing for the last time in the Rookies Cup, and it's a really good start from Preston Baker. He's going to take the lead through turn 1. Can Taylor Tomlinson mount a comeback? No. So it's Baker from Tomlinson, from Cousins, from Kozlowski, from Hartley, your top 5. And Taylor Tomlinson already looking for a way through. He wants to end his championship winning season with a victory. He wants that number 1 to be in the number 1 position, but he's got to find his way through Preston Baker first. Similar thing happened in race 2. Preston Baker got past early on and put up a bit of a challenge, and Taylor Tomlinson was made to work for it as he tries to look to the outside but can't make the gap appear. Kozlowski struggling in this early portion of the race. He's just been done by Tyler Hartley, so problems maybe for Kozlowski, who unfortunately after a superbly hot run of form has just not quite come together for him this weekend. But it will be Preston Baker that leads lap 1. Taylor Tomlinson close in tow, just behind them. Logan Cousins rounding out the podium. Can Tomlinson try and mount a challenge around the outside? He's going to give it a go. Taylor Tomlinson to the outside. Wow! Wow, that is amazing! Taylor Tomlinson with the move of the day. Unreal stuff. Round the outside, sweeping through. That is superb.
Yeah, it was an amazing move. It was perfectly done, and he just managed to stay around the outside and really just use all of his skill, use all of his ability and his bravery. But now Preston Baker is looking up the inside to get his own back, get that race win back. But once again, Taylor Tomlinson tries to stick around the outside. Can he make it work? No, he cannot. Taylor Tomlinson drops back down to second place with the number 1 plate on his bike. Josh Perkins up into that third position. A great ride from him, and Logan Cousins just behind. Josh Perkins actually has the fastest lap of the race, so a 56.6. A great lap time, but Taylor Tomlinson now is trying to find enemy pass. Will he repeat the move? He's done it once. Can he do it again? And it looks like he's going to try it, but no, he cannot this time around. He was not close enough, and he was not alongside, but he's trying every way he can to try and get past. He's trying a different line every single corner to try something new and try to invent something. But Preston Baker, it doesn't look like he's cracking under the pressure at all, as Josh Perkins once again sets the fastest lap of the race with a 54.3. So Josh Perkins could be a real threat here if these guys keep fighting.
This is superb stuff. Trading blows, Baker and Tomlinson. A heavyweight bout for the ages as they go back and forth. Two brilliant moves by the pair of them just to end up exactly where they started. And it'll shortly be 5 laps to go, not just of the race, but of the season for the Rookies Cup. And these guys, they're almost having a moment there. Preston Baker, you could see when he put his knee down, it was just a big wobble. Managed to save though and save his lead, but Taylor Tomlinson looking to the inside, no, decides against him. And who's that behind them? It's Josh Perkins who's poking a wheel up the inside. Josh has been smashing out the fastest lap of the race the last couple of laps, and suddenly he fancies a go for the win. So now this two-way fight for the lead as Tomlinson pulls to the outside. Has become a three-way fight. Traffic could get interesting here. They're having to go the long way round, so Tomlinson backs out of his move, but it still cost them all time. Preston Baker holds on to the lead. Can Tomlinson find a way through? Can Perkins upset the apple cart and find his way into this fight proper instead of just tailing along? And it will be, once again, Preston Baker leading the way. We'll have 4 laps to go this time, but Taylor Tomlinson is very, very close. He's going to try a similar thing he tried a few laps ago. He is. Pulls to the outside. Can he sweep? Oh, there's traffic. There's traffic. Oh, that is the worst possible timing for Preston Baker. Disaster. Gets held up by the traffic. He's dropped to P3 at least. Oh, what a shame. What a shame for Preston Baker. And that leaves Taylor Tomlinson a clear run home.
Yeah, now we're going to have to wait and see. Can Josh Perkins catch back up? Because he has had quite a few fast laps, but Taylor Tomlinson is unleashed. So we're going to see what times he can do by himself. Josh Perkins runs wide and lets Preston Baker first. So now Preston Baker is going to be the man in charge, trying to catch back up to Taylor Tomlinson. Just behind the leading trio, it is Logan Cousins, and Sebastian Gieslowski is in 5th position. He's nowhere to be seen right now though, but Preston Baker, he's going to have to find something special to catch up, because Taylor Tomlinson just set his personal best lap of the race, a 54.3. Almost the fastest lap of the race, not too far off, a couple hundredths of a second off the fastest lap of the race. So Preston Baker now is going to have to push for his life basically to be able to catch up as we run into some more back markers now, and hopefully they will not get held up once again. But of course the opposite can happen. Taylor Tomlinson could potentially be held up by back markers. It works both ways. It's all about luck here, and there's Taylor Tomlinson trying to get some back markers, as so is Josh Perkins and Preston Baker. And Preston Baker was held up slightly once again there, so not what he would be wanting, as the number 1 plate manages to get through and tried to battle in the second and place positions for Preston Baker and Josh Perkins to go either side of the back marker as we come across the line to make it 2 laps to go in this race.
This is tense stuff. Preston Baker, once again the traffic, it's just everywhere where Preston Baker looks. It's a nightmare for the boy. Can't escape this stuff. Just getting a bad rub of the green, unfortunately, is Preston Baker. Josh Perkins has dropped back a little bit of that traffic as well. So looks like they are split up. Finally a gap forming in the train. Unless Preston Baker can unleash his pace and find a way onto the back of Taylor Tomlinson in the next lap and a half, although Tomlinson has been forced wide by that traffic, so not all potentially doom and gloom for Preston Baker if he can find a way through. But as we're about to go on to the final lap, one last tour of the circuit and then it's done for 2022, and it's all about this man, the number 1, the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion, Taylor Tomlinson. He's had a fantastic season, don't get me wrong. He's won countless races. He's been so dominant. You can see his development coming along, especially in the wet, when obviously we had so many rounds in the wet this year. You can just see him improving at each and every race. And there's a reason he's got that #1 shot on. There's a reason he's got the #1 slapped on the front of the fairing. It's because he's the champion, and deservedly so. He's been superb all season long. And, well, I won't say faultless. I wouldn't say it was that good, but it was certainly very, very strong. And as he comes in to the final corner for the final time, it's the champion, Taylor Tomlinson, who ends the season on a high. He wins the final race of the season with a superb performance. He had to fight for it, but it came his way in the end. Preston Baker brings it home in P2, and Josh Perkins is able to get onto the podium and round out that top 3 with Logan Cousins in 4th and Sebastian Kozlowski in his final race of the year, only managing a disappointing 5th for the vice champion. What a shame for him. It's not been his weekend. But Taylor Tomlinson, what a victory, what a season, what a rider. He's one to watch for the future.
Yeah, he certainly is. He'll be moving up to the pros next year, I believe, so it's been great to watch him in there and great to see what he can do. Final couple of riders coming across the line now to finish off their season. It's been a great season. Mason Frederick and Matthew Jennings crossing the line there, taking the checker flag for the final time as the riders now come back in to pit lane to then celebrate and take a long deserved rest, because what a season it has been. The improvement that all these riders have made throughout the year has been so great. I mean, Taylor Tomlinson, he was only 4/10 off the lap record on his final lap there. He's pushing right till the end of the season, even though he wrapped up the championship 1 race ago. It just shows who Taylor Tomlinson is and what a season we have had in 2022 from the rookies. I mean, that is not the result that Sebastian Kozlowski would have wanted, but it's been a very, very consistent season. He's had a great couple of rounds, and it's just showing signs of things to come, not only for these riders moving up in 2023, but for this class in 2023. I mean, the amount of talent that we've had has just been so impressive this year that next year we're going to have a whole field of new talent. It's going to be so exciting to watch.
Oh, it absolutely will be. I cannot wait for what 2023 brings. And while it brings me sadness that 2022 has come to an end for the rookies, we'll have to wait and see what next year holds. For the final time this year, Moto Team are getting ready to go racing. And there is still one championship that in practice has been decided, but on paper is still up for grabs. It is, of course, the open class. The number 8 of Jason Pugh, which has Chris Wells riding it this weekend, did take the championship lead from the 96 of Will Howarth, who's still out with his injury after race 2. And because Will Howarth is still out with his injury after race 2, no one can now catch the number 8 of Jason Pugh with Chris Wells riding it. However, because there's technically still a mathematical chance that Howarth could catch the number 8 of Jason Pugh, until the race gets underway, he's not champion. So he's champion the second the green flag drops. We'll just pretend it's after the checkered flag for dramatic effect, but officially, when the green flag drops at the start of the race, we crown the number 8, the Jason Pugh team, as the champions of the open class and Moto Team. Get your head around that one.
Yeah, it's quite a confusing class at times, this Moto Team, but it produces some great racing. I'm sure it will once again in the final race of the year. And the final race of the year is going to have Darren Anderson on pole position with Jack Van Eden alongside him. Jamie King, 5-time FAB-Racing champion, will be starting in 3rd place. I believe it's Sean Whitaker on his bike, taking it out for one final time this year with Phil Maplebeck alongside them. Chris Wells and Scott Jewett will be on the 3rd row of the grid with Malcolm Stein and Jamie Diss in 7th and 8th. Paul Kelly will be starting 9th with Linton D'Amelio in 10th. Philip Joyce will be starting at 11th, 5th. Iona Glover alongside her, and then Elliot Newton will be starting 13th with Madison Martlew 14th, and finally Elaine Moody will be starting on the 8th row of the grid in 15th position and rounding off our Moto Team grid. And we are getting ready to get underway for Moto Team for what is going to be an excellent race for these guys. The tension is starting to build on the grid. The tension is starting to build on the paddock, and we are getting ready to get underway for one final time for these guys. These guys are just doing one final check to the bike, to the helmets, to their minds, and then the green flag will drop and we can get underway in the sunny conditions here at Red Lodge. And one of the bikes having an issue once again, Phil Maplebeck having an issue once again getting his bike started, but looks like he's got it started once again, so he should be able to start this race and make the race start. We wait, the flag rises, the flag drops, and we go racing, and Darren Anderson gets a better start this time round. He does not wheelie off the line. Darren Anderson leads the way through turn 1, and Jack Van Eden just behind Chris Wells is dropping back down the order, currently in 5th place at the moment, but Darren Anderson leads the way from Jack Van Eden. What can Jack Van Eden do? Chris Wells has Scott Jewett just in front of him, and just behind them is Jamie Dess. Jamie Dess on the Yamaha has the championship leader in front of him, but it is going to be Darren Anderson in the race lead in the 133. It's something that we've said multiple times this year. He's been so impressive to watch on and off the track. He's been so strong. He's had Sam Klaus on his bike for a couple of rounds, and even then the bike was competitive. Sam Klaus was competitive, and if only didn't miss a couple of rounds, we would have had a very dramatic end to the season. Jamie King's bike there further back down the field, currently in 3rd position, trying to catch up to this leading two of Jack Van Eden and Darren Anderson. What can they do in this 10-lap race? There's 10 laps to go.
Yeah, the number 1 of Jamie King, of course, maintaining their Moto Team standard title in race 1 and putting the number 1 on the bike again for next season. I'm sure they'll want to be getting the overall win. I mean, again, they're in different classes. These front two are in the open class. Jamie King's in that number 1 bike with Jay King on it is in the standard class. So them fighting has no effect on the result at all. But they still want to fight because they want the honour and the glory of winning overall or something. I suppose that's how the theory goes. So it's going to be interesting to see, and I know that they'll want to be stood on the theoretical top step of the overall podium, but we'll have to wait and see. It is still Darren Anderson leading from Jack Van Eden. A new fastest lap for Darren Anderson, that time of 51.500. Pretty competitive times there, but Van Eden only a tenth or so off of that, so similar pace from all of them. Of course, a big congratulations to the number 8, to the Jason Pugh team. They are now officially the champions of the Moto Team Open class, so that is fantastic for them. Chris Wells on the bike this weekend as well. He's been doing a sublime job. But up the front, it's still Anderson, Van Eden, King, Scott Jewett, your top 4, and then there is the champion of the Open class, Chris Wells, just behind this top 4, just coming into your screen there in P5 overall. But right now, it's all just about getting the laps down. There's still 9 laps to go. Long way in this race, and it's just about the riders just getting through the race. It's getting pretty sticky outside, it's warm, it's windy, it seems nice on camera, but the conditions are actually not the most pleasant in the world. So it's just about getting through this race, just getting your head down, getting focused and fighting your way through the race into the final few laps and towards the checkered flag. Yeah, conditions have improved throughout the day though, so it's not as bad as what it was in race 2 earlier on. But Darren Anderson leads the way with the fastest lap of the race. A 51.3 is his fastest lap. Jack Van Eden in 2nd position at the moment is 2 seconds back. He has quite a distance to be able to catch up, but Jack Van Eden, he's been looking strong, although he's not done every single round this year. He's been looking strong whenever he was here. He's been up front consistently, learning the tracks and putting in the laps. But further down the field, Philip Joyce and Dave Glover just got past Paul Kelly for 10th position. But there's Chris Wells. There's Chris Wells looking very strong. They've already got the number 1 on their bike. They've already realised that they've won it as soon as that one drops. That's technically illegal because they weren't officially the champion until the green flag dropped. I mean, obviously, realistically, they were the champions because Will Howarth isn't here. He's in hospital, I assume, or at home or something like that. So unless they've had a quick pit stop and put the number on, I'll pretend I haven't seen that. There's no shirt on. There's no champion shirt, so I'll allow it. Of course, a big congratulations to that. We'll treat the end of this race as the championship winning race. And, of course, they'll come out for the championship celebrations after all of the races have been completed this afternoon as well. A few trophies to be handed out there, some photos to be taken, etc., etc. All the normal spiel, really. But yeah, so feeling confident. So we've now got 2 number 1s on the grid, which is not, well, on the timing, they're still registered as the number 8 transponder, so it's still the number 8, but obviously on screen, you can see it as the number 1. So now there's 2 number 1s, which makes it confusing for race control. You get my point. There's 5 laps to go. No, 6 laps to go. And they've preemptively put them on the car for some reason.
Yeah, they have, and they're hoping that they're going to win the championship. Well, they will actually after this race. But Chris Wells has been a great ride. He's looked so strong. Been racing in the pit bikes as well this year. So this is something slightly different for him in the Moto Team class. Something slightly different for him to race. He's just subbing at the moment. This should have been Jason Pugh on the bike, but Jason Pugh had quite a hefty accident. But now Scott Jewett is under immense pressure from Chris Wells, and Scott Jewett on that triple free motorcycle on that Honda in 4th position is going to want to try and find something, because it is Chris Wells that's closing very fast. Darren Anderson on the 133 in the lead has set in our fastest lap of the race, a 50.9 this time around, so very impressive. Jamie King will win his class this time around, currently in 3rd place overall, 1st place in his class. Chris Wells, although obviously on the time screen he's 5th position, he will be 3rd place in the open class, so he will still get a class podium, so that's great for him, great for the team, and great morale heading into 2023. But Darren Anderson looking strong, and all these riders, really, you've seen how much this class has grown over the past couple of years. We went from just having a couple of bikes to now having a 14 bike packed field. A lot of these guys now coming through from Free Tech in the spare time and thinking they want to go with something different, wanting to go off sprint races in such a professional championship. But Darren Anderson still leads the way in this race. But there is Triple Free making a mistake coming out the final corner, and Chris Wells shaking the head, comes past into turn 1, and he takes that position and he goes up into 4th place. What a great move there from Chris Wells. Chris Wells has to try and escape. These bikes are so big for these go-kart circuits. The wheels are massive on them, so they really have to muscle them about, get them turned, and try to crack on the power. But Chris Wells, a great move there. Of course, they're in different classes. Chris Wells is in the open class, while Scott Jewett is in the standard class. And there's Darren Anderson on your screen. There is the race leader after such a great race. He has 4 laps to get round, and that'll be at 3 laps at the line this time around.
Not long left to run now for Darren Anderson, who has been absolutely superb this weekend. He just feels right at home. There's a few riders you can tell just absolutely love Red Lodge. And look at this gaggle of bikes we've got going on here. Oh my goodness me. That's the most Moto Team bikes we've seen in one shot since the start line, as they're all getting through the lapped traffic there. There's Elliot Newton, Paul Kelly was in there as well, I think. But as I was saying, Darren Anderson, he's just been the class of the field. You can tell he loves this track. You can tell he's having a great time on that 133. And you can tell he's feeling right at home on that motorcycle. And he's going to come across the line this time to start the penultimate lap of the season, of the race of the day and of the weekend for Moto Team. The clear visor on. My personal favourite style of visor, because it means you can see exactly where the rider is looking, what they're feeling, what they're thinking. And all I was seeing there was a cheeky smile and sheer determination behind the eyes. He's just pushing and he wants to get the fastest lap. He wants to go as far ahead as he can. The gap at the moment, 9.4 seconds. When he starts the final lap, we'll tell you what it is again, because I can guarantee you he is gaining on Jacques Van Eden every corner, every lap, every straight, every time. The bike just looks so settled in the corners. It just looks completely planted. There's not any issues, not any wobbles. He's just out there riding that thing as one. And pretty soon he's going to be starting the final lap of the 2022 Moto Team season. And well, I think he'll take it with style.
Yeah, I think he will. The 133 of Darren Anderson will start the final lap of the race this time around. He just has to get past Paul Kelly right now, one of the lap traffic. He's trying to casually find a way past because he has a massive lead. Jack Van Eden is yet to cross line. Now he does 10.5 4 seconds is the gap at the line, as there's some more riders coming out the final corner. Scott Jewett slow once again out of that final corner, maybe having some slight issues, but Darren Anderson, our race leader, on the final lap of the race, is yet to get past Paul Kelly. There he does now. So round this long left-hander before we tip into the S's on the flip-flop. He's really technical as part of this track, and he does it perfectly. He gets on the power, he powers it out, and just has a quarter of a lap to go. He enters the last sector of the circuit and will come as a race winner once again. A 1-3-3 as number one. He takes the race win. Darren Anderson, a wave to the camera once again, and once again a race winner. Jack Van Eden should come home in second, but there is Chris Wells. There he is on Jason Pugh's bike. He will become champion. Chris Wells wins the Moto Team Open champion for Jason Pugh's team, and what a ride that was. A very consistent race. 3rd place in class, 4th place overall. Well done to them after such a hefty crash. It looked like Jason Pugh's season would be over. The way the Moto Team champion works means that they could come back in and they could still win the championship. But there is Darren Anderson, and there he is after such a dominant victory once again.
What a race there for Darren Anderson. Just absolutely perfect. Didn't put a wheel wrong. Just did his thing. Had some battles early on. They went right by. He's just been sublime all weekend long. Definitely one of the riders of the weekend, one of the riders of the season for sure. Not just in Moto Team, but in the whole FAB-Racing paddock. And that was a beautiful performance from the 1-3-3 to cap off what has been a brilliant season of Moto Team, where the regulations have been overhauled for this year. There was questions over the quality, over the size, over everything, and Moto Team has turned those doubters around. It has proven that those regulation changes were for the better, and it has been amazing for it as we wait for the last riders to make their way off the grid. It's been an amazing season in Moto Team, and a big thank you to all the teams for being able to put this on, and of course we'll see you in 2023. Now then, time for the final race of the year for the Mini GP 50s, the junior of our Metric Kit classes on the Mini GPs, and we've seen 2 brilliant races so far, and it's all about the 2 riders at the front of the grid, the champion and the vice champion, Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien. 2 titanic battles, 2 awesome races, and well, hopefully a 3rd on the way.
Yeah, hopefully so. We're going to have to wait and find out. Luke Fitchett has been looking so quick this weekend, so strong, on pole position, our champion. He was crowned champion, and he's done it in great fashion. I mean, Archie O'Brien, he has got his first race win of the year, of his Mini GP 50 career. We've seen it last round, and now we're hoping he's going to be able to replicate. He has one more chance this year, and we see everyone looking on, everyone waiting. Jamie King just watched his bike race, and he's just watched his bike do a fine performance, 3rd place overall, and winning the standard class. So Jamie Kim will be a happy bunny right now as he waits and watches on for the Mini GP 50s. The riders now heading on to the grid before we can get underway on our warm-up lap.
Absolutely. Luke Fitchett, the number 1, the champion, with his now shirt on. He already had the number 1 numbers on the bike. And Archie O'Brien, the number 91, the vice champion, there on the front row of the grid with Luke Fitchett on pole, and O'Brien starting in second. Pole Hill starts from P3 with Byron Johnson in P4. He's been in a couple of spectacular performances this weekend. Can he end it on a high? With Austin Johnson, his older brother, starting P5. Bill Harris is 6th, with Frankie Watson in 7th and Bailey Lawrence 8th. Beth Ashby and Oliver Hall round out the top 10. And last but definitely not least, it is the one and only Sam Gardner in P11. That is your grid for the final race of the season for the Metric Kit Mini GP 50 category. And once again, it's all eyes on those front 2. I think Fitch and O'Brien, you've got to watch the Johnson boys and Pole Hill. They've been fast all weekend as well. And Frankie Watson, he's had a great season. I'm very interested to see if he can end it with a solid result. But, well, Fitchett and O'Brien, they've been the classes of this season. Of course, Marco Holt was there or thereabouts, but after his injury, he had to pull out. He's watching along from the sidelines today. I'm sure he's cheering on his friends. But it's Fitchett, the champion, O'Brien, the vice-champion, Fitchett on pole, O'Brien is from P2. Who will be on the top step for the final time this season. Flat Cap Fitchett looking calm and collected with his champion shirt on. As we wait, all of the riders are in position. Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, will point to the green flag. It's go. It's a good start from Luke Fitchett. Archie O'Brien away well, but not well enough. Finley Polehill will try to slot inside, but that's the sense for third. Archie O'Brien. Can he sweep round? No. Fitchett already on the defensive, but is clean on the first few corners. What a start that was, though, from Luke Fitchett. He was away like an absolute rocket ship, and now O'Brien doing what he's been doing all season long, looking for a way past the defensive mastermind that is Luke Fitchett. But Fitchett, he's been fast this weekend. He's got his defensive cap on, and he's doing a solid job. Let's see if he can keep O'Brien behind him in this race as well, or can Spider-Man find a way through on that number 91 Vision Track Academy bike? We'll have to wait and see, as Finley Polehill already starting to bridge the gap a little bit that was formed. He's made his way past Byron Johnson at the start, but it will be Luke Fitchett, the champion, that leads the first lap from Archie O'Brien, the vice champion, in tow. And these two looking like they're going to have one last battle for the ages in the 2022 Mini GP 50 season.
Yeah, so it seems like the top four are still in their grid positions where they started the race. So right now, they're just waiting to build up. Finley Polehill got a better start. Oh, Finley Polehill, they're almost high-sided. Got flicked out of the seat, but he's still on it. And now that is like Byron Johnson get onto the back of him and get close enough to be able to attack Byron Johnson. He's been looking so confident. No number one plate and no t-shirt this time around, because this is the 50s. He's just a rookie in this class, and you wouldn't think it watching it, because he's so impressive. Archie O'Brien, also a rookie this year, is right on the back of Luke Fitchett still, but Finley Polehill, he's came back from injuries, and now he's putting in a great performance, a great show. It's not affected his confidence at all as they go into turn two. Oh, Byron Johnson!
Oh no! That's a big crash. Byron Johnson misses his braking zone, leaves it too late, and clips Finley Polehill, and they both go down. Luckily, both up on their feet. Johnson looking to try and resume, but that bike looks in a sorry state, and Finley Polehill not looking too happy with his machinery either. Byron Johnson gets back going with what is surely a very broken bike, and that looks like Finley Polehill is out. What a shame, what a terrible way to end your season, but accidents do happen, unfortunately, in motorsport. Yellow flags will be out, so Archie O'Brien won't be able to dive for a move down into turn one. Luke Fitchett too far ahead anyway as they go past the stricken bike of Finley Polehill. What a shame for him. Byron Johnson able to get going again, but has rapidly fallen down the order, leaves in about P7 at the moment as a result of that. But we now cast our attention back to the battle for the lead as Bill Harris inherits P3 on track as Finley Polehill watches on from the tyres, and Archie O'Brien looking like he's starting to turn up the wick. He's starting to get aggressive, starting to make some moves potentially. Just can't quite make the gap appear at the moment. We know Archie O'Brien is a spectacular talent. He's only taken one win this season in this class. He's just been unlucky for a variety of reasons. He hasn't had more. Let's see if he can double that tally in the final race of the season.
Yeah, we have to wait and see. And Byron Johnson pulls into the pit lane to retire from this race. It's not he the one. Finley Polehill just broke a little bit too late, trying to make a move, lost the front, and sadly Finley Polehill was there and he got collected. It's not how you want to end your season at all, heading into the winter. But Finley Polehill, one thing he can take out of it is that he could have done nothing else there. It was not his fault. So now at the front, Luke Fitchett leads the way. He's put himself in this position, and that is in first. 46.1, the fastest lap of the race from Luke Fitchett. Archie O'Brien in second place still in his tow, watching his competitor, seeing him where he can get the upper hand and make a move and make a pass to try and take another race win this year, because of course Archie O'Brien's first race win was quite controversial, but as he said at the start of the weekend, a race win is a race win, and Luke Fitchett, he knows how to win a race, and he knows how to win a championship now in the Mini GP 50s. He's put on a great show. He just loves this circuit. Even in the 70s, he's won 2 races this weekend in the 70s, and in the 50s dominant as always for the number 1 place. It's so great seeing them do this. It's so great seeing them so confident on the motorcycles. We tip in through the S's, powering it out through using all the Metro Kit's power. These bikes are so quick for these youngsters. It's so great to see so many talents that have came on from this series, because it just sets you up perfectly for your motorcycle racing career. It teaches you how to be the best rider possible, how to not be a lazy rider, how to really get the best out of your motorcycle. Archie O'Brien runs slightly wide there, but managed to cut back for a late apex and try to bridge that gap. Archie O'Brien at the line, it was 3/10, but he was 3/10 further back than the likes of Luke Fitchett. So Luke Fitchett, he's still under pressure, and we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen in this Mini GP 50s. And race 2, of course, Luke Fitchett won the race, and it looks like we're not too far off the lap records here, just slightly off, as Frankie Watson is following Austin Johnson, brother Byron retiring from this race. But at the front, nothing has changed from the start. It's still Luke Fitchett at the front of Archie O'Brien chasing behind. Is Archie O'Brien planning an attack?
I'd be surprised if he wasn't, to be honest. There's a win on the line here to round off the 2022 season. Number 91, the Vision Track Academy rider of Archie O'Brien, looking this way and that way for a way past. Traffic gets out the way. Very polite of them. Of course, no blue flags here in FAB-Racing. And just look at them in tandem. They're just completely in sync with each other. I mean, they've been like this so often this season, with Fitchett in front of O'Brien, that they may as well just be hooked up and towed, to be honest. It's crazy how often this happens. You just see them running identical lines. You see them running identical things. I think maybe O'Brien may have made a bit of a mistake somewhere, as we see there is the 3rd place man now, Bill Harris, brother of Ronnie Harris up in the 70s, also on the Vision Track Academy. And Archie O'Brien just dropping back a little bit, so I think a mistake was made on that last lap. But Bill Harris just in an absolute no man's land. I mean, of course, he hasn't fought his way into 3rd. He was gifted it after the accident between Johnson and Polehill. But he's he's taken that opportunity. He's 18 seconds back, but he's then 4 seconds ahead of the next rider of Austin Johnson. So he's taking this opportunity with open hands and is making the absolute most of it here. As we see, there we go, further back, Austin Johnson and Frankie Watson duking it out for 4th place. Of course, Austin Johnson much more familiar with a MiniMoto than a Mini GP, and just as I say that, he's missed a gear and he's had to go on the defensive. Oh my goodness me. Frankie Watson smacking the curb and nearly getting sent from the motorcycle. How has he stayed on that?
Yeah, very, very impressive. Just clipped the inside curb and it almost went down, but somehow Frankie Watson is still on the bike and still in his position and still in that 5th place. But Bill Harris, a great 3rd place, to be very happy with that. Although, as you said, he didn't necessarily overtake them on the circuit. It's a part of racing. Incidents can happen. You've got to seize every single opportunity possible. Bailey Lawrence now coming through your picture as we wait to see where the race leaders are. Just coming into the final sector now is Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien. Still nothing between them at the line last time around. It was 9/10 of a second. What is it going to be this time around? We come across the line that's even less. It's almost 8/10 of a second. The last lap flag is out. The championship leader is out in force, and he's showing why he's the championship leader, as Archie O'Brien is trying to show why he deserves another race win. 1 lap to go to decide it. Can Luke Fitchett hold on, or can Archie O'Brien invent something special as we head down the back straight? Power it on, shifting up the gears towards the braking zone, then tip it in for this long-winded left-hander before we go into the S's and power it out through down towards the final sector of the circuit. Luke Fitchett, the champion in 2022, is showing everyone why he was crowned champion and why he deserves this race win. He crosses the line and wins the race in fine fashion from Archie O'Brien. A 1.1 second gap at the line. These guys are very, very happy with that. It was a great race. Bill Harris should come home in that 3rd place. A great finishing position for him. He just has to get past Bethany Ashby, and he's going to have to finish in fine fashion. He's just steadily coming through. He's in no man's land right now. He comes across the line, takes the checker flag, and takes that final place on the podium. Bill Harris back in the podium roster.
Great stuff there from Bill Harris again. He, others in the paddock will feel like it wasn't his for the taking, but he took the opportunity. But it is Luke Fitchett in his final appearance of the season, well, in all of their final appearances of the season. he takes victory. Archie O'Brien will have to settle for just the one win this year, although bearing in mind he's vice champion with it being his debut year, as there we see Finley Polehill gifted a lift by Flat Cap Fitchett, your champion and race winner. Of course, Polehill was on track for a podium until that accident with Byron Johnson, but getting a lift back at least. Great sportsmanship shown in the paddock there. But it will be Luke Fitchett who takes victory here in the final race of the season at Red Lodge. Archie O'Brien brings it home in P2 with Bill Harris rounding out the podium. Austin Johnson was 4th with Frankie Watson in 6th, followed by Oliver Hall in 6th, with Baylor in 7th, Beth Ashby 8th, and unfortunately we lost Finley Polehill and Byron Johnson. That is it then for the Mini GP 50s. It's done, it's gone, it's finished. It's never coming back until next year, of course. But what a season that they've had. It's been brilliant racing, it's been brilliant drama, it's been a tough championship scrap, and well, I can't wait to see what they're doing next year.
It is time now. It's the final race of the year for the Extreme 200 class. It's going to be a superb race for them, and we've seen in race 1, Richard Holmes-Williams is showing why he is so great around this circuit. And race 2, Sullivan Mitzi came back and took the race win off him. It is experience versus youth. What is going to happen in race 3? It will decide it all. Last race this season, Richard Holmes-Williams will start in pole position from Sullivan Mountsey in 2nd. Rossi Banham and Noah Guillory will be next to each other in the 2nd row of the grid, with Charlie Huntingford and Simon Huntingford will be starting the 3rd row of the grid. Jack Andrews will be starting 7th, with Luca Allen, who will be racing in the GP2 next year. He'll be starting 8th. Samuel Munson will be starting 9th, with Owen Thomas in 10th. Clayton Edmonds will be starting in 11th, with Zach Tureen 12th. Callum Wybrow will be starting 13th, with Nick Jurek 14th. Paul Clifford 15th, and Ben Ridwell will be starting on the 8th row of the grid in 16th, and Ollie Vincent will be rounded off our Extreme 200 grid in 17th position. So a very, very healthy Extreme 200 grid this time around.
It is indeed. I think once again the story of this race is going to be Holmes-Williams against Mounsey. Those two were just quicker than everyone else in race 2. But Rossi Banham, he's had a good weekend. He's picking up the Pit Bike 140 Championship. Let's see if the junior Superstock rider can bring home a decent result today. Noah Guillory as well has been having a great weekend on his Mini GP 70 bike, and the Huntingford as well doing well. But now we wait for the green flag. For the final time this season, Extreme 200 is underway, and it's another lightning start for the number 4 of Sullivan Mounsey. He takes the lead away from the line, much like he did in race 2. Holmes-Williams holds on to 2nd, and there's that Charlie Huntingford that shot up into 3rd place, so another great start for him, and he's got through Noah Guillory as well. Rossi Banham dropping to 5th there, a disappointing start from your Pit Bike 140 champion. But I'm sure he'll be able to make his way back through, as I saw Jack Andrews making a move to the outside there. But it is Sullivan Mounsey that leads the way as they head into the long looping left-hander before the S is just one permanent apex that gets tighter and tighter and tighter before we finally flick it back to the right, around the hairpin and onto the back straight away. Sullivan Mounsey into the final corner. He will lead the opening lap, but Holmes-Williams is close, and actually not far then. It is indeed Charlie Huntingford on the 76 who's got himself a lightning start. Noah Guillory still following suit with Rossi Banham there. Simon Huntingford just about holding on to P6. They haven't quite broken away enough yet for me to consider them a separate pack, but they're all kind of there or thereabouts. And it will be Sullivan Mounsey once again putting on a defensive display.
Yeah, Sullivan Mounsey has to go defensive now. Richard Holmes-Williams is right on his tail, but what a start that was from Sullivan Mounsey. It was a perfect launch. He managed just to slip the clutch perfectly, get the bike into the power bank, get it into the rev range to get the maximum power out of it, and then he led the way to turn 1, which really surprised me. With Richard Holmes-Williams being on a 4-stroke, you would think he would have a bit more torque lower down in the res, but Sullivan Mounsey is using his talent, and he's using it perfectly. He's using it to lead the way with 10 laps to go in this race. Charlie Huntingford still in 3rd place, but Noah Guillory is starting to chase him down. Noah Guillory has had an excellent weekend here at Red Lodge on his Mini GP 70, and it's so great to see him progressing, get up the ranks. Jack Andrews this weekend also as a sidecar passenger is battling with Simon Huntingford, who I believe is on a Bucky Moto, which is one of our Italian brands that we race in this championship. this championship is an open class pretty much. You can race almost whatever you want, as we see here with a Mini GP70 racing against a pit bike style machine. It's so great. And even up front, a Supermoto against a Metro kit and youth against experience. It's so great to see, and it's so great to see with 9 laps to go, because it's 0.2 of a second at the line at the front. But Noah Gilray is trying to chase down Charlie Huntingford for 3rd place.
But he's got to be wary of Rossi Bannon behind him as well. He was thinking about a move heading into the left-hander, but he couldn't quite make the gap appear. As up front, once again, Holmes Williams trying the same old tactics up the inside, use the torque, but Mounty having absolutely none of it. The number 4, the British Talent Cup rider, who made it today 3 of the Red Bull rookie selection test this year, which obviously a fantastic result for him and a good stead for any future Red Bull rookie selection tests he goes to. He's been doing a fantastic job this season in all the categories and in all the classes and championships that he's entered in, and once again he's showing us why he should be on top in this race, though he's running slightly wide there. Manages to bring the bike, the trajectory back in for a late apex, but that's allowed Holmes Williams to close back up, and this is where Holmes Williams is lethal, getting on the power on the exit of the hairpin. This time it's not too bad. I think he may have backed off there because he knew the same thing would happen again. It happened about 5 times in race 1. He'd try for the move there and Mounty would just shove him off now once he was on the outside for the left. But it's very close, and once again it's Mounty against Holmes Williams, the front 2 pulling away and doing what they do best, putting on a display, putting on a fantastic race, putting on a fantastic effort. Mounty will lead them onto the next lap with 7 laps remaining, but Holmes Williams, he's still there, but you can just see how different these things are. I mean, you were talking about it a moment ago, Lewis, but you've got the Metrica against the Supermoto, and it's just so different. The riding styles needed, the lines needed are so different. It's fascinating to watch.
Yes, certainly is. It's fascinating to see Sullivan Mounty not cracking under pressure right now, and how he is going to defend as this race progresses, because if he takes the same line, takes the same brake markers, does everything the same every single lap, the likes of Holmes Williams, who's such a smart motorcycle racer, will learn that, as Noah Gilray has been overtaken by Rossi Bannon, and Rossi Bannon has started to bridge a gap between the two, but Holmes Williams, he's so experienced that he's able just to use his head during the race and work out by the end of the race where he can pass Sullivan Mounty. He tried to do it in race 2, but Sullivan stuck it round the outside into the flip-flop and managed to take back the position. 6 laps to go in this race. Rossi Bannon, our Pit Bike 140 champion, sits in 4th position. Further down the order, Jack Andrews has just got ahead of Simon Huntingford for 7th position, and Zach Tureen currently still sits in 9th, but Sullivan Mounty is still under so much pressure, 0.2 of a second at the line last time around, so the gap is not getting any bigger. That is certainly for sure. The guys now coming around the back section of the circuit through the S's and then powering it out through to the Simpson Straight and then towards the back sector, towards the last sector, and they come across the line. Now the gap is definitely bigger. Back markers now coming into play, 0.9 of a second at the line, starting all the way even at lid. At round 1 we were talking about how back markers can affect your race, and now in the final race of the season for these guys we're still talking about it's such a crucial point of your race.
It is indeed, as they head onto the back stretch. The front 2 once again. Mounty still leading Holmes Williams. He's unable to find a way through Huntingford in P3, and there is Rossi Bannon closing down on the number 76. And look at that, Holmes Williams is right on the tail of Sullivan Mounty, who's doing an awesome job right now keeping Holmes Williams behind. But with 4 laps to go, can he keep him behind for much longer? Because Holmes Williams wants another win on his home soil. He's just set the fastest lap of the race at 44.963. It's the first lap in the 44s we've had all weekend in the Extreme 200s class, and he is pushing like a madman. He wants this race win. He wants to end his season on a high with a win at one of his favourite tracks, a track he knows like the back of his hand. And the only thing standing in between him and that is Sullivan Mounty on the 4. If he can find a way through, he'll be on top of the world, but he needs to find that way through. It's one thing to follow a rider, it's another thing to try and overtake them. It's a whole different ballpark.
Yeah, it certainly is. And 4 laps to go, and the number 4 leads the way. Sullivan Mounty is not cracking under pressure, but Richard Holmes Williams, the past 2 laps, he's managed to bridge a 1 second gap to get all the way back down to 10. Oh, and Richard Holmes Williams tries to make a move, but he backs out of it, and Sullivan Metsu just leans on him. Absolutely ruthless from the youngster. Now they power it out, and Rich Holmes-Williams is on the attack. We see it here in race 2. Is he trying to line up a move once again for the final lap? Line up a drive down this straight towards the S's, and now it looks like he's not going to be able to make it work. He's actually almost on the inside of the grass there. He's really having to push this Richard Holmes-Williams. The track to the column in the paddock, but now look at him. He is going, he's motoring, and the 1-2-6 is wanting that race win. Is wanting that race lead to try and show Sullivan Metsu what he can do, as there's just 2 laps to go and the clock is ticking.
We'll have to wait and see if Holmes-Williams is able to poke a nose. We know he can certainly have a look, but can he make it stick? Sullivan Mounsey is doing an awesome job right now, keeping the 1-2-6 behind him. And here goes Holmes-Williams once again, but we know that this move doesn't work, although he's a lot closer this time than he has been before. Maybe the switchback down the back straight, but nah, Sullivan Mounsey just uses the power of that 2-stroke, the power of that Metrokit Mini GP70 to just fly on by the supermoto of Richard Holmes-Williams. And Mounsey's, there's a few places he's running wide, there's a few places he's a bit late on the brakes, but overall his lap is very solid, and Richard Holmes-Williams can do nothing as they begin the final lap. One more tour of any circuit in 2022, one more tour of Red Lodge this weekend for these two. Who is going to hold on? Holmes-Williams looking to the outside of Mounsey, but Mounsey holds firm. Holmes-Williams, is he going to try the same trick again? Yes, he is, but Mounsey gets a better drive out the corner, so Holmes-Williams will have to settle for second for the time being. He won't get the pull down the straight because Mounsey is faster in a straight line. As they head through the final corners, fed through the S's for the final time. Holmes-Williams actually had to stand the bike up there a little bit. Just too much turning. He's going to touch the grass actually down the back stretch for the final time. Just one more corner to go. Can Sullivan Mounsey keep it in front? Yes, he does. It will be Sullivan Mounsey. No, maybe not. Yes, it will be Sullivan Mounsey. Almost a drag race to the line, but Mounsey is the winner in the final race of the season in 2022. Richard Holmes-Williams gave it a good go, but nothing came of it. What a race we've just had.
Yeah, great race, a great performance from Sullivan Mounsey as he tries to wheelie that Metrokit once again. He's still trying to improve on the wheels he was saying last night, trying to improve his skills, his showboating skills anyway. Whenever he gets a result like this, a great result, because it was just 1.5 tenths of a second separating the top 2 at the line. So a great result from Sullivan Mounsey. He stops actually at the side of the track. Is he going to try to do a burnout with the Metrokit? Yes, he is. He's enjoying this. He's showboating for us here, showboating for the camera, Sullivan Mounsey style. We love it, and he loves it as well. A great weekend for him, and a great result. Trying not to burn out the engine too much, as of course that will have to do some more running at some point, even for some training over the winter. But great result from Sullivan Mounsey. Great race from the Extreme 200 guys. That is them done for the year, and you can tell. Yeah, that is a great way to end the season. I can tell they've enjoyed every single minute of it. But of course, the Extreme 200s, they'll be back next year, of course they will. It's an absolute mishmash of an open pit bike class as it's known in the paddock. They'll be back, there'll be famous names, there'll be new names, hopefully. We'll have to wait and see. But that is it for 2022 for the Extreme 200s. For the final time, the LC40 Elites get ready to go racing in 2022 as a crowd forms at the side of the circuit. It's been a very strong crowd this weekend actually, which is great to see. I mean, it is the FAB-Racing finale after all. And well, one more lap to go. One more race rather, should I say, for the LC40 Elites. We've had a few strong races this weekend from these guys. And, well, I say we end it on an absolute cracker. Yeah, I think we will. It's been great all year from these guys. Finlay Paul Hill just had that incident in the Mini GP50 class, and now he'll be looking for redemption in the LC40 Elite race. Ollie O'Gorman will be starting this race as well in that 8th position. You can see a couple of these guys haven't made the way to the grid quite yet, but Ollie O'Gorman, after missing a couple of rounds, he is back, and he is back in force force. He's looking so confident. Of course, brother of Casey O'Gorman, who we all wish the best of luck to, qualifying third at Aragon for the European Talent Cup with the Junior GP. So it's so great to see these riders progressing through the ranks and bringing their family into the racing. And talking about families and racing, we have the Austin Johnson and Byron Johnson, who are waiting to line up on the front row of the grid. And now we set off, and it's Byron who has qualified ahead of his brother Austin Johnson on the front row of the grid. Byron will go from pole and Austin in second. Finlay Paulhill will start in third with Matthew Thomas in fourth. Sam Gardner will be starting in fifth with Chloe Gleeson in sixth. Jensen Bishop and Ollie O'Gorman will be starting on the fourth row of the grid. George Ackerman and Dylan Tureen on the fifth row of the grid, and Bradley Curtis will be starting in 11th alongside Rex Austin, and Cal Maxwell rounds out our grid for the LC40 Elite. So great class that we have here. This is the premier class of MiniMoto racing in the UK. This is where you want to be. This is the final step before these guys go into the likes of the Metrikit machines with the gears. It's really where we see the best talent come from in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, FAB-Racing is the place to be for young riders in the UK. Of course, we are the official partner Series 2, the Bennett's British Superbike Championship, and a member of the Dorners Road to Moto GP programme. We were rewarded with that accolade after 2019, when in 2019 and then every season beyond that, over 60% of the British Talent Cup grid have graduated from FAB-Racing. Who from this field will be in Talent Cup in a few years? I can guarantee you it'll definitely be some of them, but for now they've just got to focus on the final race of the season in the LC40 Elite, which gets underway now. It's go. It's a good start from Byron Johnson. Finlay Paulhill as well after his disappointing end to his Mini GP 50 race, almost sliding into second, but Austin Johnson, the reigning champion, doing what he did in race one, shutting off Paulhill, then sliding up the inside of Byron Johnson, and with his champion shirt on, celebrating his championship. That'll be that. He goes off into the distance. Can Byron follow him, or will it be all about Austin today? Can Finlay Paulhill stick with them? Can Matthew Thomas do something, or Logan Cousins, or Jensen Bishop, or any of them? Can they all try and get onto the back of the Johnson brothers, or is it once again a weekend of their dominance?
Yeah, the Johnson brothers have been so impressive all weekend. Even in qualifying, there was just 15,000 of a second separating Byron and Austin. So these guys, there's nothing separating the two Johnson brothers. But then there was a further 6 tenths back to Finlay Paulhill in third. So Finlay Paulhill really has to dig deep. He's had a disaster in his last Mini GP 50 race of the season. Hopefully he can get something out of this. Hopefully he can get a podium out of this LC40 Elite class. There's Chloe Gleeson having a battle with Jensen Bishop further back down the field. Chloe Gleeson currently in 4th position, just off the podium roster. Jensen Bishop in the top 5. He would be happy with that, but it's racing. This is trying to get the best position possible. Jensen Bishop trying to get as tucked in as possible. He hits one of the bumps going into the long super left-hander before they go into the S's and power it out. These MiniMotos, it's all about your corner speed, carrying it through, keeping your revs up, and then powering it out the corners and trying to get a better drive. And Jensen Bishop has just got a better drive, a perfect example of that, and now comes through the final corner and then goes on to what is 7 laps to go in the LC40 Elites. It's Austin Johnson leading his brother Byron, who has the fastest lap of the race by just 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, but well, Byron may be faster, but is Austin going to let him through? This is his championship celebrating race, Lewis. Come on, he's not going to have any of it. Further back in the field, some action going on wherever you look. You see George Ackerman, Rex Austin, Dylan Torian, Callum Maxwell, Ollie O'Gorman, all those guys back there duking it out. And there we can see the moving forward. Oh, a big wobble there for one of the riders coming into the corner. Rex Austin having a bit of a moment. These three fighting for 8th place, I believe. But it's been, yeah, that was a big moment heading into the S's down the bottom end of the circuit. Ollie O'Gorman leading this pack, with George Ackerman and Rex Austin just behind. Of course, Ollie O'Gorman running in 8th place, brother of Casey, who's off racing at Aragon this weekend with the European Talent Cup. And of course, well, I'd say we wish him all the best. Their races are probably done by now, so I hope he did well. We'll find out afterwards. But focusing back up the front, it is once again Johnson from Johnson, Austin from Byron, and Byron is looking very, very close to the back of his brother and potentially looking for a move with 5.5 laps left to run. He can't get the drive out of the corner. He's not close enough at the moment, but he could be close enough soon if Austin isn't careful. He needs to turn the pace up. He can't let his championship celebrating race go to waste.
Yeah, he certainly can, and especially to his brother. This is all about pride at the dinner table tonight. Austin Johnson leads away from his brother at the line. It was just 0.2 of a second. Of course, Byron is on an air-cooled motorcycle right now, while Austin is on the liquid cool. It's slightly faster, but Austin does also have that straight line disadvantage with his how tall he is and his weight on the bike. So it's probably equals out in the end, but now Byron Johnson is having to push on and is having to try something different. You can see a slightly different line that he has taken there through the long sweeping left-hander. 5 laps to go. The championship bib is on. Will it be a race with him bib at the end of this? Austin Johnson is leading the way from his brother, number 27 against 37. We come across the line. What's the gap's time around? 0.2 still. There's nothing between them, but Austin Johnson sets the fastest lap of the race. So these guys are constantly just chopping and changing between who has the fastest lap. It's so impressive to see, because not one of them has made a mistake just yet. Further down the field, though, Chloe Gleason still trying to catch up to the likes of Jensen Bishop, who got past her just a couple of laps ago, so she can't do anything about that. But there's Finlay Paulhill. Finlay Paulhill still in that 3rd position, still gonna finish his final race of the season and be able to come home with a podium. That will be a smile on his face, make him feel a lot better after that 50 race. But Finlay Paulhill, a great performance. No one is in front of him. No one is behind him. He's in no man's land. But there is Byron Johnson going up the inside of his brother. Austin gets the undercut. Byron runs wide, and now Byron loses time. Tries to make it up at the hairpin. The number 37 trying to catch back up to his older brother. He made the move, but he couldn't make it stick. It's one thing passing someone, but it's another thing trying to keep on your line and not lose your drags on these mini-motos.
Yeah, just running a little bit wide on the corner exit. Unlucky for Byron Johnson, but we know he's got the pace to get through now. So has he got enough time left in the race to do so? Because Austin Johnson is now going to be wary. He's now going to be on the maximum defensive capabilities that he has. Byron tries to use the drive out of the corner, does draw alongside his brother. It's going to be a competition of gusto into the last corner of who's the braver. In this case, it was Austin Johnson. Penultimate lap for the Johnson brothers, and well, what a season it's been for Austin. He's been focusing on the elites. He's also been putting in a few races here and there into the Mini GP50s, which is his seemed destination next year, and it looks like Byron might be doing a few races as well alongside him. But he's just absolutely dominated the Elites Championship. I mean, absolutely dominated. The guy has been so fast, I cannot even begin to describe it. I mean, he's only swept 1 round, to be fair to him, so he's had some competition. So on paper he hasn't actually been that dominant, but when you consider that out of the 7 rounds we've had so far this season, 5 of them he came away with the most points of anyone. Just unreal talent. It's the last lap. It's Johnson against Johnson. Who's going to come out on top in this one? It's currently Austin leading the way. There's back markers ahead, trying to do some damage, potentially. We'll have to wait and see. Can Byron use them to his advantage? Austin's going to get held up here for certain. And yes, he is. And now Byron could use this. No, Byron hasn't capitalised on it. Austin being held up again. Byron this time is going to try and sweep on, but Byron had to back off as well. So they're now neck and neck. Byron to the outside. Can he sweep round? Byron Johnson to the lead of the race on the final lap with a spectacular move. Can Austin Johnson dive back up the inside? Yes, he can. Austin will hold on to his lead. Byron, oh, there's a problem there for one of the riders. Byron checking they're all okay, but coming into the final corner for the final time this season, it's Austin Johnson capping off a beautiful season with a dominant victory after battling with his brother. It is Austin Johnson who takes the win from Byron Johnson in P2. Finlay Paulhill rounds out the podium and gets some consolation for his woes in the Mini GP50s earlier. Jensen Bishop will bring it home in 4th with Chloe Gleason in P5. Ollie Ogomba will finish 6th, George Ackerman just behind him, and there's Dylan Tureen, Callum Maxwell and Rex Austin, your top 10 riders for this event. What a race we've just seen. Thank you to all of the LC40 Elite riders. It's been a brilliant season.
Yeah, it certainly has been great all year from the LC40 Elites. At the start of the season at Lid, there was very few bikes on the grid, and because of that, FAB had to make a change to the rules and allow AC40 Pro bikes to be able to enter into this class, and that has just got some great races. It's just helped this championship so much. And there's Austin Johnson celebrating with his dad, a little wheelie taken off from his dad. There's that smile on his face. But Austin Johnson has done very, very well this year. He's been the man that you've always expected to be at the front. So impressive. Callum Maxwell also coming into the pits there. Good race from him. But that is it for the LC40 Elite guys for this year. Next up, we will have the final race of the year for the senior MiniMoto guys. Last race, Matt Birkin took the race victory, and now he leads the way in the standings by 12 points from Will Howarth. Will Howarth, of course, not here this round, so all he has to do is not even start this race. He's already won the championship, but Will Howarth, he's not showed up to this race either, so Matt Birkin will be our champion for this season, and we see the riders now coming out to the grid for a 19-bike race for the senior MiniMoto guys.
Yeah, all Matt Birkin has to do to take the championship is let the green flag drop. He doesn't even have to go into this race. The second the green flag drops, he is champion. So, but I'm sure he'd love to wrap it up with a win, wouldn't he? That's Matt Birkin for you. Just waiting for a few more riders to make their way out onto the grid. Matt Birkin looking like he's already in there. We get underway on a formation lap. I'm not seeing Richard Holmes-Williams, so potentially no pole position sitter. Matt Birkin, champion-elect, starts from P2 as Josh Birkin in 3rd and Craig Ashell in 4th. Reece Gentry starts 5th with Nick Bennett alongside. Row 4 is made up of David Mayak and Chris Yeomans, with Mark Payne and Callum White rounding out the top 10. Keaton Payne starts 11th with Alberto Venteo 12th. Lamar Morgan is 13th with Elliot Searle 14th. Then it's Jerome Richards and Shannon King on row 8. It's Isaac Greenstreet, Steve Johns and Rob Gentry rounding out the grid for the final MiniMoto seniors race of the year. That is 2022. We've had a great season so far. We've had a great weekend so far. Matt Birkin, well, he'll be declared champion later, but the second the green flag drops, officially he is champion, because it's complicated to explain why. The reasons are numberless and countless, but basically he's moments away from being champion. He wants to still have a good performance though. You know, he probably knows that he's got it. He hasn't got a shirt on or the number 1 on out of respect, probably for Will Howarth and the fact that he hasn't actually won it yet. So we'll have to wait and see what he's going to do. But Matt Birkin, I'm not seeing Richard Holmes-Williams, so this could be interesting. Because, well, Matt Birkin and Richard Holmes-Williams were the 2 quickest riders, and, well, one of them ain't there. So I guess we'll find out where Richard Holmes-Williams is in a minute on the 126. I don't think they know either, as they clear the engines to get ready for one final start in 2022. It's been a great season. The Birkin boys, Craig Ashell, Reece Gentry. Let's go racing one more time in 2022. We're underway. It's a good start from Matt Birkin. Josh Birkin gets away well. Also, Richard Holmes-Williams nowhere to be seen, and it's Matt Birkin that leads the way down into centre on the first run with his brother Josh in tow. Matt Birkin, of course, is now the senior MiniMoto's champion, but we'll call that once the race has concluded. So it's Matt from Josh, Craig Ashell in P3 being challenged by Nick Bennett on the 711, but Matt Birkin, as I expected, no Richard Holmes-Williams, no real challenge, because look at the gap he's already started to pull from his brother. It is quite sizable, and as they head through the S's for the first time in this race, Matt Birkin looking very comfortable out the front.
Yeah, he certainly is. His brother Josh just behind, though. Josh is not going to give Matt an easy time at all. Richard Holmes-Williams is a no-show. He is not here. So what is going to happen? Reece Gentry now is in 3rd position. He's up to 3rd. A great ride right now for Reece Gentry. If he can get a podium, he will be delighted. Of course, though, Richard Holmes-Williams had that crash in race 2 and was out of the race, so maybe some sort of mechanical issues for Richard Holmes-Williams that has came as a result of that crash, because he did have to retire from the race later on. But Matt Birkin, he will not mind, because he is at the front. There's no one in front of him, and there's plenty of a gap behind him. 7/10 of a second at the line last time around. Josh Birkin is in second. Josh Birkin will not push Matt too hard, of course, although I do think he wants to be closer than this. I don't think they'll do anything too stupid, because a championship is online. If Matt can lead the championship even further, it looks even better on paper. But Rhys Gentry still in third, and is under pressure now from Craig Ashall. Craig Ashall's had a very, very consistent season at the front. He's always been there or thereabouts in the top 5, and it's been so great to see someone with so much consistency and constantly getting championship points. Nick Bennett putting Craig Ashall under pressure once again, but a bigger gap this time around as Rhys Gentry is closing on Josh Birkin and is closing in on what is going to be a move in a couple of corners time. Will it be now? Rhys Gentry looks up the inside but is not close enough. He cannot make it work. Number 100, a massive fan of Neil Hodgson, a World Superbike rider. He really wants to try and be like a hero, try and get on this podium, try and make a move. He looks up the inside, the number 100 past Josh Birkin now. Can Josh retaliate? Can Josh respond? We come out the final corner, paddock bend towards the line to make it 6 laps to go. It's Matt Birkin who leads by 2 seconds from Rhys Gentry. Josh Birkin in third.
Matt Birkin starting to check out now. It's 2 seconds back to now Rhys Gentry in P2 and Josh Birkin following suit. So Matt Birkin, it's now his race to lose, but knowing Matt Birkin, no offence to him, but if anyone was going to lose it, it's him, to be honest, because he'll put it on the deck somehow. But he's been racing smart this weekend. He's not been the normal Matt Birkin, the crashing, smashing, all-loving man that is just an explosion of energy onto the racetrack until about 3 laps in, when he finds himself face first in the ground. This weekend he's been different. He's been cool, he's calm, he's collected. He knows there's a championship on the line. Well, now the championship's done, he can just go back to being his old normal self. But no, I think he does want this win to celebrate it. He's going to have 4 laps to go in a moment's time, and he's been racing very, very strongly today, it must be said. Further back in the pack, we've got some action further down. That's Chris Yeomans being followed by Mark Payne, and just in front of them, that's David Myatt and Keaton Payne, I believe, having a battle heading into the opening corner. David Myatt doing a great job keeping Keaton Payne behind them at the moment, just holding on. Keaton Payne is a little bit shorter, a little bit of a thinner frame, which makes life a lot easier, because they were swapping positions behind them as well, but not really close enough to challenge for the gap at the moment. He's just kind of tailing in further back though behind these two. We've got Chris Yeomans and Mark Payne. They are trading places, and behind them Callum White in P10, rounding out that top 10. Points being paid all the way down to 15th, of course. Jerome Richards, the final rider in points paying positions at the moment, with 4 laps left to run, and action all throughout the senior MiniMoto field.
Yeah, great battle going on right now with Chris Yeomans and Mark Payne. Chris Yeomans having the upper hand, but just 0.2 of a second separating them. That is the battle for 8th place. Matt Birkin is still leading the way, 3.2 seconds now at the front, so quite a substantial lead from him. But Chris Yeomans, he's having to use his head and having to try and keep his cool on that number 85 MiniMoto. These riders are so tall for these bikes. If you're just joining us, you're in luck. This is one of the best MiniMoto races of the day. Big riders, little bikes. It's so great to see. It's so great to see Matt Birkin show such dominance at the line. Matt Birkin, he just shows his class every single round. There's a rider with this issue there. He's dropped something off his bike, putting it to the side of the track, and now is going to get going. He's parked on the apex, which is a little bit silly, but Rhys Gentry and Josh Birkin get past him safely, so it's all good. He rejoins the track, and 3 laps to go in this race. It's Matt Birkin who's going to want to try and push his hardest, and going to have to try and keep up this 3.9 second gap from Rhys Gentry. You're going to have to push on. There is Matt Birkin coming through the final sector now, before he makes it 2 laps to go, and Rhys Gentry is nowhere to be seen behind him. He is a clear road in front and a clear road behind.
Indeed he is. Matt Birkin, penultimate lap of the race. He is already champion. He knows he is champion, yet this will be the crowning achievement, the confirming achievement that he has conquered the senior MiniMotos class of 2022. And it's been a class that I mean, he's been around before. He was vice champion last year, but let's just say that he's had some difficulty sometimes staying on the bike. But Matt Birkin has been phenomenal this season, to say none the less. And although Will Howarth will feel like he was robbed of his title following his accident where he's had to go down and out, Matt Birkin has come in when he's seen the opportunity and taken what was there with open arms. One more lap for the champion, Matt Birkin. He's got to get through some traffic here, but he dispatches them no problem whatsoever. And for the final time in 2022, it's the last lap for Matt Birkin and the Birkin boys. Reece Gentry still holding on to P2 with Josh Birkin just behind him. But Matt Birkin, what can I say about him? It's been a season to remember. He has been absolutely everywhere. His brother has been everywhere, including an A&E at one point when he ripped a chunk out of his arm. As we see their riders encountering problems late in the race, that is a shame. That's not how you want your season to end. But Matt Birkin, he's got one corner to go. It has been a chaotic season, and when it all comes down, this man rose to the top. It's 2022. It's the Senior MiniMotos Championship for Matt Birkin. He wins the title in race 3 here at Red Lodge, the final round of this season. And it is Matt Birkin who has done it at the death. He pulls the visor up, he waits for everyone else to join him, shares a fist bump with some of his colleagues. Last year he got a burnout going, so I wonder if he'll pull one of those. But Matt Birkin, champion of the Senior MiniMotos in 2022. What an achievement to have as all the riders come over to join him and wish their congratulations. Congratulations being shared, but what a performance there from Matt Birkin. Simply phenomenal. And there's the burnouts. There you go, MiniMoto burnouts. You've seen it all now. The Birkin burnouts, classics of FAB-Racing finales. They happen every year, trust me. And that is a sight for the ages, isn't it? There you go. New laptop wallpaper sorted.
Yeah, a happy bunch and a happy family as the Senior MiniMotos and the Birkins tonight, because Matt Birkin takes the championship and takes the race win. And what a race that was. Josh Birkin retired from the race in the later stages, not what he was wanting, but Matt Birkin, what a way to finish your last race of the year, winning it in fine style and winning it by 5.7 seconds. Burnouts after the line, celebrations all round in the paddock tonight. These guys are great friends off track. It just shows the camaraderie between these guys. But the Birkins from Buxton will take the win today and will take the championship home to Buxton with a nice pint of water, I am very sure. But now, that will be it for the Senior MiniMotos for the year. And next year, of course, they will be back, and they will be back better than ever. Great grid numbers as usual, as we just wait for the final couple of bikes to come back into the pit lane. And that is Isaac Greenstreet. And I will see some more Greenstreets in just a second. So Isaac Greenstreet pushing it back into the pit lane. And then that will be it for the year for the Senior MiniMoto guys.
One more wild ride for the Mini F1 sidecars. One more race in 2022. And well, over the course of this FAB finale weekend here at Red Lodge, the Greenstreets have been getting closer and closer to Mick Williams. Maybe they cause upset at a race where he should be celebrating his championship, celebrating his season. Maybe they can take their third win. Or maybe Chaos ensues and someone else manages to get in with it. We'll have to wait and see as we get going. Mick Williams starts on the pole position. Who else? With Jason Greenstreet, the Greenstreets in the 90 alongside them. Vince Bailey starts from P3 with Chris Impey on the 457 in P4. Mark Parker starts from P5 on the 230 with John Hosker in P6 with the 127. That bike is back out there after it got utterly destroyed in race 2. I think it's back out there. Oh no, they are not out there actually. They've just walked past our commentary box window, so they're definitely not out there. Let's just say the bike was in a million pieces. So it'll be Iona Glover who fills out that 6th position slot then on her return to the grid following an injury sustained at Wilton Mill. So one more time then, Mini F1 sidecars. It's been a few chaotic races this weekend. in this class. They've got one final time to pull it all off. As we see there, that is, Iona Glover in the passenger seat. Usually her boyfriend is the one behind the handlebars, but that is someone else who is in behind the handlebars. And problems there. We've got problems there for Vince Bailey. Is that them done and dusted before the final race has even got underway? A shake of the head, no, it's gone. And then there was, Iona Glover's backing up for some reason. We're underway. It's a good start from the Green Street. It's an even better start from Mick Williams. Iona Glover's off the bike for some reason. So chaos ensuing and the opening section of the season finale of the Mini F1 sidecars. But it is Mick Williams that leads the way, but the Green Streets are giving them a good chase as they head into the S's for the first time. Running a slightly wider line of the 90, that gets them a better angle of entry into the hairpin right. But Mick Williams just using that two-stroke power just to pull away into the distance. There we see the Green Streets will be led the first lap by Mick Williams. But the gap isn't that big at the moment, although I can't quite tell. It's there we go. No, it's about a second the gap at the moment. There's only 5 sidecars in this race, but I'm not even sure if Iona Glover is still going around onto that start line debacle. But the Green Streets, though, they're holding on to the back of Mick Williams at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're able to keep tabs on them. Only 1 second is the gap by Iona Glover, not having the result that she would have wanted there, because their race is almost over at the finish line. But there's Jack Andrews and Chris Impey running wide onto the grass, and that's Mark Parker that's got ahead of them. McWilliams takes the fastest lap, but it's instantly snatched off the Green Streets. But Jack Andrews and Chris Impey are having problems. There's nothing there. The Sidecars die, but now they've managed to get restarted, it looks like, but it's not running right. It's not running the way it should. But Iona Glover on the grid, their bike cut out on them, and they had to bump start it as the race got underway. So a very, very hectic start for them, but they're still in the race. 5th place at the moment, and slowly but steadily catching up to the likes of Chris Impey. The Green Streets.
Oh, big crash for the Green Streets. That is not what you want to see.
Back up on their feet, both of them.
That is both up on their feet, and they're trying to get the sidecar going again. Unbelievable. A huge crash for Jason and Leo Greenstreet, and they're trying to rejoin the race.
Trying to get the bike restarted now and seeing if there's any way that they can compete again. Yeah, the bike is restarted and they're getting back in.
The thing was upside down. How are you still racing it? The Green Streets rejoin in 5th place. It was upside down, and now they're back out there. You can't make that up. Mick Williams will now surely cruise home to the end. There's only 3 laps to go. But my oh my, the Green Streets, it won't be their best result this season, but it's definitely the highlight of your season. Upside down midway through the race, he got back on to finish it. Unreal.
Yeah, it just shows the commitment of these guys in the Mini F1 sidecar paddock. The Green Streets are showing some great commitment to the sport. Luckily, the sidecar cut out with the safety key that they have, almost similar to what you would have on a treadmill at the gym. As soon as you get pulled too far from the machine, it automatically switches it off. But Mick Williams, the champion this year, the champion last year, the champion countless of times. They've got countless of race wins, countless of lap records, and countless of fastest laps. They've been so dominant, and they've put on such a professional show, such a professional looking outfit, and yet they come back year after year to do it again. It's so impressive what they've done. They just have to navigate this circuit one more time around. They'll come round to lap Chris Impey and Jack Andrews, and then they'll come and see the checker flag for the final time in 2022. This is the final race for these guys, and they've done it in fine fashion. Right now they have a massive lead. We're waiting for their closest rivals to cross the line as they lap Chris Impey, who is in 3rd position. Their closest competitor right now is 25 seconds back. They will be delighted with that. They'll see the checker flag. They power it out through. They take the race win. They've already taken the championship. What a race that was. Mick Williams, a pat on the back is deserved there. The passenger patting Mick Williams, and what a race result for them. Over a 20-second lead at the line. That should be the Green Streets recovering to 4th position. They were not last after flipping the sidecar. What a result from them.
I cannot believe what I've seen from the Green Streets. And obviously, congratulations to Chris Impey for getting on the podium. I think that might be the best result they've had this year. But the Green Streets, they're upside down, trapped in the sidecar. And obviously, the conversation would have gone, you're all right, yep, get this thing over, let's go racing. Flip the sidecar back over after you've planted it in a tyre barrier. Plug your key back in it, off you go. That just sums up Mini F1 sidecar racing. Unbelievable. Mick Williams takes a dominant final win with Mark Parker in P2. Chris Impey takes 3rd. The Green Streets recovering to 4th, and Iona Glover in P5 on their return after the injury sustained at Wilton Mill. That's it then. Mini F1 sidecars done and dusted. They'll take the sidecars back to the workshop over the winter, and it will be see what you can do over the winter to come back with a faster bike. The final race of the weekend, the final race of this season is about to get underway. And what better race to have than race 3 of the Pit Bike 140s, the championship, which provides so much action, just so much drama and enjoyment. And we get to wrap it all up on this. There you see in the special number 1 champion shirt with the number 1 on the front of his bike, Rossi Banham, the junior superstock rider, claiming the championship actually in round 6, but we didn't even notice because we were too busy telling the 2021 champion Taylor Lawrence goodbye before Taylor Lawrence then rocked up around 7 because it's for reasons. Now he has actually left for the Navy. So Taylor Lawrence, hopefully you're watching your good friend Rossi take his championship bows, and we hope that you're enjoying your time in the Navy, and we do miss you. But I still have a vendetta against you because you lied to my face about leaving and then being there. But anyway, let's go to the grid, shall we? It's Lucas Brown on the pole position, champion Rossi Banham alongside him. Reece Peacock starts in P3 with Chris Wells, P4. Sammy Munton is 5th with 3-time champion Jamie King in P6. Cameron Stoll and Zach Tureen are on row 4 with Liam Wood and Clayton Edmonds rounding out the top 10. Elliot Crosby is in P11 with Sean Whitaker in P12. Chadley Whiting starts 13th with Alex Vella alongside. Keaton Penn is 15th with Steve Moody 16th. Ollie Vincent is 17th. Paul Nosen is 18th. Ben Bridgewell 19th. Paul Cliff rounds out the top 20. And then it's Dave Glover, Charlie Eagling, Caelan Calvert and Simon Porters, your grid for the final FAB Racing event, the final FAB Racing race of 2022. Fills my heart with sadness.
Yeah, all the way through that warm-up lap. Rossi Banham definitely wasn't sad though. He's wheeling on the warm-up lap. He's looking excited, he's looking relaxed, and he's ready to take and hopefully another race win in his case. But Lucas Brown, they want to try and match him and give him a run for his money. The bike's now coming to the grid and coming to start this race, the final race of the year. Tension is building in the paddock, tension is building trackside and on the grid. Who is going to get the better of them? 240 races done this year at FAB, 1 to go. The flag rises, the flag drops, and we are racing. Lucas Brown takes the race lead from the start. Rossi Banham tries to go around the outside but cannot make it work. Up the inside he goes at centres but cannot make it anyway past his friend Reece Peacock in 3rd place, with Samuel Munson up into 4th. But Rossi Banham with the number 1 plate, he cannot get past Lucas Brown at this stage in the lap. He's going to have to find something new. He's going to have to find something different later on in this race. This is the longest that he's not been in 1st place all weekend. Rossi Banham, what can he do? He looks up the inside towards the inside. He backs out of it there. He almost makes collision with Lucas Brown. Lucas Brown powering it out through into sector 3. Number 7 against number 1. Rossi Banham against Lucas Brown. They power it out the final corner towards the line. 11 laps to go in this race. What can Rossi Banham do? Is he lining up for centres? Once again, it looks like it, but once again, he backs out of it.
He definitely locked up coming into the S's there to avoid smacking into the back of Lucas Brown. Rossi Banham not leading a lap for the first time this weekend in the pit by 140. He's going to try and go the long way around. Surely not. As we see there, getting behind No, he backed out of that one as well. So Lucas Brown still maintaining the lead of the race. Banham, will he try the same thing? No, decides against it. Probably the sensible decision in that part. To head through the S's, the front four silence breakaway. Brown, Banham, Peacock and Munson. Chris Wells not far behind them either. Banham is the fastest bike out on track at the moment. Hardly surprising, given his shattering of lap records the past couple of races. But I can't quite find a way past Lucas Brown, although he did draw alongside him there up the inside at centres. But again, just not close enough. Not close enough to get the move, commit it and stick to it. Lucas Brown, we know he's a talented rider. He's got in front and he's using all of his ability to try and hold Rossi Banham behind him.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Lucas Brown is now going to have to try use all that talent. He leans on Rossi Banham. Rossi Banham, though, keeps it out the inside. Wow. He makes the move work. What a move that was. 10 laps to go in this race. Rossi Banham leads. Does Lucas Brown have an answer? Lucas Brown's making sure that anyone behind him is just going to follow him, not get involved in this battle, and they will drag them along. But Lucas Brown is going to have to try find something special to beat his mate Rossi Banham with the number 1 plate. Reese Peacock, it has Samuel Munson on his tail. Samuel Munson is going to want a podium, going to want a good result to cap off his year. But Rossi Banham, what a year it has been for him. Lap record in race 2 for 46.1. Can he improve it this time around? We're going to have to wait and see. Rossi Banham now powers out through towards the long left-hander. This is going to be his hot lap. This is going to be where he has to push and try to see if Lucas Brown has the pace to be able to stick with him as the race progresses on. There's still 9 laps to go. Rossi Banham has a small look behind him to see if Lucas Brown is still there. Of course he is. It's Lucas Brown, but now they power out through using all the track and the curbs, and now Lucas Brown was faster that time around. 0.002 of a second faster than Rossi Banham last time around.
It is very, very close between these two. Super close. In fact, Rossi Banham has Lucas Brown trailing him the first time this weekend that Rossi Banham has had someone sticking with him when he's turning. But actually, yeah, you can see he's just checking behind him down the straight. He's going, how is this guy following me? I'm trying to go fast, and he's actually sticking with me. But you can follow people around here at Red Dodge. You can use riders in front as a braking mark, and if the guy in front of you is the guy who's just smashed the lap record, that's usually pretty handy, to be honest, if you're using him as like a track guide, a braking marker, a racing line, whatever you want to call it. Lucas Brown getting very wide, coming out of the final corner there. 6 laps to go now, it should be. No, 7, apologies. And it's Rossi Banham maintaining that lead of 45.937. That last time out, that's a new lap record. That's the first time we've seen a pit bike 140 in the 45s. Absolutely unreal pace from the junior superstock rider.
Yeah, perfect lap time. Rossi Banham is going to have to find something. They're going to have to dig deep, and you can see that there with the 45-second lap time. First ever 45-second lap time that's ever been done on a pit bike 140. Can Lucas Brown respond to that? Because now there's back markers coming into play. How will he get past them? Will he potentially rush it? Now they come out the final corner. Rossi Banham takes a slight different line just to get past them, and this time around Lucas Brown sets his personal best of the race. He's still pushing on, he's still trying his hardest. It's so difficult whenever you see your rival just start clearing away in distance. It's so easy to panic, and Rossi Banham gets held up. Rossi Banham will lose quite a lot of time there. That was Dave Glover. Rossi Banham, though, there is confirmation of that lap record, a 45.937. What a lap time that was. But now he's in a swarm and a sea of back markers, once again getting held up. Can he get round through the S's on the flip-flop? Yes, he does. He forces it through. But there is Lucas Brown. Lucas Brown has got luckier this time around. Now they're coming towards Simon Portis. Can Lucas Brown get past him? Now they power out through the final corner. Lucas Brown gets slightly held up by Simon Portis. His first ever FAB-Racing weekend, second ever race weekend. What is going to happen with 5 laps to go in the final race of the year for the Pit Bike 140s and the FAB-Racing Championship?
To put it into perspective, coming into this weekend, the lap record in Pit Bike 140s was held by Rossi anyway, so he's broken his own record. It was a 46.411. He shattered his own lap record. Just unreal stuff from the junior superstock rider, the now champion of the pit bike 140s in 2022. Once again getting held up. That's going to be advantage Lucas Brown as Banham gets held up. I mean, he's so fast, he's catching people at a rate that we haven't seen before around here, which is why he's suddenly dropping off the pace, because he's just losing so much lap time trying to get round people. No blue flags here in Fab Racing. You've got to make your own way through your opponents if you're lapping them, and Lucas Brown makes easy work there of some of the back markers, but he's still 1.5 seconds behind Banham, so he's got a lot of work to do with 4 laps left to do it. Can Brown catch up, or is it all over? Is Rossi Banham going to sweep yet another weekend? There is Lucas Brown on your screen. Banham checking back once again. He's racing a little bit harder this time than he was the other two. He seems very, very calm, very collected. When we ran into him after race 2, he was just very chill, was asking us about how good his wheelies looked on camera in the post-race celebrations. Now he's checking back, he's a little bit worried. He wants to see where Lucas Brown is. You know, he's tried going and Lucas Brown's gone with him, and that's a concern. But with 3 laps to go, the gap seems to have grown a little bit. Yeah, it's now 2 seconds, so Banham, I think, has now got this one in the palm of his hand.
Yeah, Rossi Banham using his head, using his mind, and using all of his skill to try and rack up this last race win of the year. It was a 2-second gap at the line last time around. Clayton Edmonds has got ahead of Chris Wells for that 5th position, and there is confirmation of that. Chris Wells trying to chase him, trying to get past Clayton once again, but 3 laps to go. He's going to run out of time if he doesn't make a move very, very soon. But this grid is so packed this round. There's people of all different skill abilities, and this is what happens sometimes in racing, and Rossi Banham knows how to deal with it, and that is why he's champion this year at Lyd. He learned his lesson with collision with a back marker, and now he knows how to handle it and how to progress as a rider. But Rossi Banham is looking strong. He's looking very, very strong as Chris Wells manages to get past the back marker and sets his eyes on Clayton. Once again, he tries to get full tuck as much as possible. It's so difficult to be aerodynamic on these pit bike 140 machines, but what can they do as Rossi Banham powers it out through towards the long left, gets his knee down, sometimes he even gets his elbow down as a celebration. I'm sure we'll see wheelies, I'm sure we'll see celebrations after this race, but Rossi Banham, what a year it's been. We've had 240 races this year at Fab and just 1 lap remaining of 2022.
And it's Rossi Banham's to take the last lap flag. 1 more tour of Red Lodge and then it's done. We're finished. We're out. And it's Rossi Banham who gets the honour of leading the way. He has had an absolutely monstrous season as the champion, as the junior superstock rider. The man, he's just been on top, as you see another rider encountering problems there further down the field. But Banham has just absolutely dominated. He's swept every weekend since the opening round, bar last round at Rara, because he didn't turn up. 5 win streaks in a row. 15, 18 wins in a row. Just sheer domination. And as he comes to the final corner, we wave goodbye to Fab Racing in 2022. And Rossi Banham waves hello to the top step of the podium once again. It's another hat-trick for the champion with a sublime performance. And he's going onto the dirt now to wait for his colleague, but it's Rossi Banham who is done and dusted. Fab Racing is over in 2022. He's got a championship helmet just to rub it in, but it's done, it's finished. Fab Racing, thank you.
What a season it has been, not only for Rossi Banham but for the whole of Fab paddock. Archie O'Brien watching, and Rossi Banham getting congratulated by all the riders. Rossi Banham, a special helmet to celebrate this championship victory. It means so much. I mean, enjoys here. It's such a relaxed atmosphere for him. It's a complete difference to what he's doing next weekend at BSB for the final round. A lot of pressure is in store for him there, but he's going to love it, he's going to enjoy it, and he's going to enjoy every single moment of this victory. As his rider, the rider actually just crashed trying to do a burnout, let the clutch out too early and is down on the deck trying to show everyone how it's done, but he's trying to get Mike restarted now as Lucas Brown also does a burnout. Rossi Banham, of course, doing a burnout with these 140 machines. Not too much power in them, but definitely enough to do a burnout. Samuel Munson watching on and celebrate. The tyre smoke is in the air. The champagne will be in the air after this race. Rossi Banham will be delighted. He is delighted. He is a showboater and he loves it. So he's doing it in fine fashion. He won the race by 3.7 seconds. You cannot blame this man. Will it be a wheelie? Of course it will be. He is loving life. He's staring into the camera like he loves to do it. Maybe a little wave, a fist to the air. He is delighted.
Not surprised he's delighted, to be honest. He has just had a phenomenal season and he has all right to celebrate. What a performance, what a rider, what a season, what a weekend, what a season for Rossi Banham. Take a bow. Well then, FAB-Racing 2022, it's done, it's over. Well, not quite, we've still got some championship celebrations to, watch and say congratulations to some of the riders, but in terms of racing, that's it, it's done.
Yeah, it's been a great year. So much coast racing in all classes. Rossi Banham getting celebrated by the likes of Lee Klaus and his mum. He's so happy by that result. But I think he's waiting maybe for the other champions. Ethan Sparks in the background there, number 62, getting a push in his lever. So we will get a lap of honour for all of our champions this year, which is so great. Ethan Sparks not racing this weekend. He does have a wild card coming up soon in Spain in Moto Form. Wants to reserve himself for that. Does not want to risk anything. So it's going to be so great to see these guys get to have a lap of honour and get to celebrate their achievements this season.
Yeah, I think it would be quite difficult for pit bikes and mini motos to be on the grid at the same time, to be honest, because I don't think you'd see the smaller bikes. But no, this is going to be a lovely moment. It's going to be a lovely moment just to show all the different champions and what they've done this year and show respect for the riders and everything that they have achieved. Ethan Sparks isn't even in his levers, he's in his boots. No, he has got his levers on, he's just pulled them half off for some reason. But yeah, so there's Ethan Sparks. You can see Luke Fitchett getting ready in the background. Obviously Rossi Banham's there. We can see walking over Ethan's parents. Looks like they're bringing his helmet over. Of course, that plain white helmet, which he's known for. Ethan Sparks. We can see Mick Williams' sidecar just actually outside of the shot. They'll also be joining them. And we can expect all of the MiniMotos guys to make their way over soon for a lap of honour of the Red Lodge circuit in celebration of their achievements in 2022. Champions of British mini bike racing. I mean, looks pretty good on this racing CV, to be fair, especially for the younger riders, those looking to move up. Fitchett's got his flat cap on, as you'd expect. All of them turning up in their signature gear, apart from Mick Williams, who he doesn't have any signature gear. He's just Mick Williams. He does his signature talking on the track.
Yeah, he certainly does. Now look, Fitchett getting his top on and getting ready to celebrate his championship win. A smile on his face, you can see the smile from here. The number 1 plate on his bike. Ethan Sparks has his traditional 62 as Luke Fitchett puts on his traditional flat hat. But it's been so great this year, such close racing, and so many new talents have emerged. It's been so great to see Luke Fitchett win the Mini GP 50s this season. We're waiting for some more champions to make their way as Ethan Sparks gets his helmet put on. He will be wearing his traditional white helmet, exactly what we expect to see from him. Just a classic helmet, to be honest, as he gets it put on by his dad, and then we can get underway on the celebration lap for the final lap of 2022. What a year it has been. What a season it has been.
It has been fantastic indeed. I was hoping we'd have a few more of the MiniMotos guys turn up, but it doesn't look like they're showing. And the Extreme 200s champion Filip Sorowiak not here this weekend, so obviously he won't be doing a lap. But Ethan Sparks was here, he just wasn't racing, but they brought the bike along specifically so they could do this because they knew it was going to happen, which is dedication to the cause, if you ask me. But just the last few photos being taken before they get sent out on their way for a lap of honour. Ethan Sparks, LS2 helmets, Mini GP 70 British champion of 2022, the first back-to-back double champion in the championships history. Then we've got Rossi Banham, Pit Bike 140 champion, junior superstock rider, and all-round legend. It's going to be one lap at a time, I think, actually. Is it one lap at a time?
Now we're just waiting it seems like it's just waiting for everyone to come.
I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen, whether they're going to go one at a time or if they're going to go all together. But Ethan Sparks certainly looks like he's ready to get out and try to get it all going together now.
He's going out with Fitchett.
Luke Fitchett trying to get the bike started as the 2022 champions make their way on track for one final tour. Waves to the cameras. There will be massive smiles underneath that helmet, as Rossi Bannon will be surprised if he can see in that helmet.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle for Rossi Bannon, but he's trying anyway. Ethan Sparks, as I said, the first ever back-to-back double LS2 helmets, Mini GP 70 British Championship. Luke Fitchett, champion of the Mini GP 50s, and Rossi Bannon perhaps with the most dominant season in pit bike 140 history. These guys have done an amazing job. Of course, Ethan off to Moto 4 next year in Spain. Luke presumably on his way up to the LS2 helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. Rossi will be looking to have a successful second season in Junior Superstock up in BSB. And, hopefully they'll all be here at FAB-Racing as well. It's been a great season for all of these guys. Those Mini GP engines are sounding very healthy. Definitely not just running cold right now. Rossi, he's somehow made it a lap, so I'll give him that one, to be fair.
Yeah, Rossi Bannon enjoying himself. All these guys enjoying themselves. A wave to everyone that's watching trackside. And Rossi Bannon, what a season it's been for him. Luke Fitchett, what a season it's been for him. Ethan Sparks, what a season it has been for him. History has been made this year. Waves to the cameras still. These guys love a bit of exposure, and rightfully so. Rossi Bannon looking around, looking cool.
Oh, his visor's come off.
As his visor has came off, so he'll be laughing about that underneath. And you can see in the background the Moto Team Jamie King bike is there as well, ready to get out onto this circuit. But Rossi Bannon trying to talk to these guys while they're chilling on the grid.
Yeah, obviously great to see, even with the very clear age difference between Rossi, Ethan and Luke. It's great to see them getting along. They're good mates, they're all really nice guys. And everyone in Fab here gets along, and you can have a conversation with, a rookies rider who's age 7, and it's like talking to an adult as Rossi tries to get some burnouts done. Ethan tries to give it a go. I'm not sure he's going to be so successful. Luke manages to get it going, sort of. And then Ethan's dad running over, trying to help him out. But he's giving it a go anyway. Luke Fitchett, burnout game, what'd you rate it out of 10?
Yeah, definitely a solid 9 out of 10. We'll see if Ethan Sparks can do any better. Ethan Sparks won the championship last year, so he has more chance of perfecting this. He had last season as well. But Luke Fitchett, definitely a good burn out there from him, trying to do it next to each other now. Now it just looks like Rossi Bannon is letting them have their moment, have their fun as he tries to get his pit bike restarted to head back to the pit lane. But these guys enjoying themselves, having laughs, friends off tracks and now on track. They are competitors. But what a season it has been from them, having their moment, enjoying themselves, and now Ethan Sparks trying to turn round using a burnout. It's so great to see. And it looks like Luke Fitchett will be coming in to the pit lane now.
It's not going too well for Ethan Sparks.
No, trying to get a turn round now. Definitely Luke Fitchett, star of the burnouts there.
Yeah, no, I don't think Ethan Sparks really considered that he was actually going to get it turned around as the awkward shot. Oh, he's pulled a stoppie. There you go. He's fixed it for himself. Ethan Sparks, there you go. Bit of showboating for the crowd. I mean, look at the crowd that are there. I mean, it just shows. I mean, most race events, no disrespect to anyone, but by the time your race 3's done, you pack up and you go home. The media team is always the last people to leave the FAB-Racing paddock, to put it politely. Everyone has stayed. Everyone is here. They all want to celebrate with the champions. The season is over, and they all want to hand out their congratulations, hand out their respect to all of the riders who have achieved success this year, 2022. It's been a crazy season. We've seen the introduction of the Vision Track Academy, first academy we've had in FAB-Racing for a while, and they've won a championship from the get-go, so clearly can't have been too bad. You can see 1,001 Vision Track teams. Apparently Mick Williams is in there somewhere. You can see Mick Williams' bike there in the background and his passenger, and actually Mick Williams is currently just stood directly behind someone else. But so Mick Williams is there. Jason Pugh's bike is there. Jamie King's bike is there, so the Moto Team guys are there. I get the impression that no one really knows what's going on, to be honest.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see what is going to happen to celebrate the champions of 2022 here at FAB, here at Red Lodge. It's been 8 rounds. It's been 8 fantastic rounds. It's been changeable conditions throughout the 8 rounds. It's been something that all the riders have had to work with, and I believe we are going to have the MiniMotos coming out very soon to have their lap of honour.
Yeah, so we've got some MiniMoto riders coming out, putting on a display for some MiniMoto stuff, by the sounds of things, which is absolutely fair enough. And there you can see that's Austin Johnson, Taylor Tomlinson, Byron Johnson. Byron Johnson isn't there. All right, well, we've got Austin and Taylor out there on their MiniMotos. Similar sort of thing, just a lap of honour for the champion of the LC40 Elites of 2022, Austin Johnson, and the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion, Taylor Tomlinson, who didn't even know he'd won the championship until I told him while he was doing co-commentary, which goes out as possibly the most innocent moment I've ever seen. Is bless his little face. It was quite funny, but no, these guys have been phenomenal this season. They have been on fire and deserved champions.
Yeah, they certainly are. And Byron Johnson, number 37, on the front of his bike, out on track, I believe. Austin and Byron look so similar. It's so hard to tell them apart. But Byron Johnson out on track with Taylor Tomlinson at the moment, but great season from both of them. Taylor Tomlinson, what a year it's been from him in the rookies class. They took it down to the final race of the final weekend of the year and final race of the year. It's been so great to see. Number 1 plate on the front of his bike as Taylor Tomlinson heads towards the grid as Byron then pulls it.
Byron's had enough, he's off.
So yeah, he's off. Taylor Tomlinson's like, where have you went? But now he's trying to get a bike restart. He realised his mistake and joins him back out on the grid.
His eyes are very wide there, but he's got his visor up. Looks directly at the camera. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Oh, he's going around again. Hey,
why not? Let
you know what? 2 laps of honour. Go for it. Not entirely sure what's going on, but a celebration of the championship nonetheless. As Byron Johnson heads through the S's for what should be the final time. I mean, you might want to do another lap, I don't know, but a celebration of success is the term I'd like to use for this. Byron Johnson and Taylor Tomlinson, both champions in their own right of their respective classes. Taylor Tomlinson, someone I'm very excited to see what he can do from next season onwards. He's been a real star this year, and now that they've completed their 2 laps, they've decided to come into the pits. That looks like it for them, so we wait to see who's next up on the chopping block. All right, Matt, sounds like it might be it actually. So, championship celebrations for 5 riders anyway, but well, that was a nice little touch at the end of the day.
Yep, it certainly was a nice way to wrap off the season. Discussions in the paddock, a relaxed atmosphere in the paddock as it is starting to get later in the day. 4 o'clock evening is setting in. The season is over from FAB. What a year it's been. 240 races. It's been a pleasure commentating on them with you, Ross. It's been a great year, great racing all around. It's been greatly run. All the medics, all the staff here at FAB, race control, marshals, everyone who's made these events run seamlessly all the way throughout the year. It's been done greatly. Rob, in your picture there, done a great job all year keeping these bikes right, keeping everything nice and safe for these riders. It's been a great season and great racing across all the classes.
It has indeed. And of course, pleasure's been all mine, Lewis, honestly. That's it then. FAB-Racing 2022 is done and dusted. It's all over. Of course, keep your eye on the FAB-Racing Facebook and the FAB-Racing website for news about 2023. That'll be released in due course. But, well, for us from this year, it's goodbye.